The character of consciousness. Truths involving the epistemic modality are in general a priori, while truths involving the subjunctive modality may be partly grounded in non-modal truths about the actual world. When a sentence S is subjunctively but not epistemically necessary, it will be an a posteriori necessity. If property terms A and B are such that something has A if it has B is subjunctively but not epistemically necessary, then A and B will express distinct concepts while referring to the same property. At least this is so given a coarse-grained individuation of properties. For familiar reasons, fine-grained individuation requires going beyond possible worlds. On this analysis, we have two modal concepts, epistemic and subjunctive necessity. But importantly, the two concepts are constitutively linked to each other and to the rational domain. We might see both as varieties of ideal conceivability. Epistemic possibility involves what conceivably might be the case, and subjunctive possibility involves what conceivably might have been the case. Both are ultimately grounded in what it is rationally coherent to suppose. These logically possible worlds and semantic evaluation over them yield a modal space that is useful for all sorts of purposes. In fact, these worlds will be useful for precisely the purposes for which possible worlds are needed in the first place. This modal space is perfectly suited to analyze such rational and psychological matters as counterfactual thought, rational inference, and the contents of thought and language. And through two-dimensional semantic evaluation, we have seen that it can yield metaphysical modal phenomena such as the concept/property distinction and a posteriori necessities. At this point, opponents of the CP thesis might allow that the space of logically possible worlds is coherent and useful in its own right, but they may well suggest that we also have good reason for believing in a separate space of metaphysically possible worlds. Presumably this space will be narrower than the first space. While the space of logically possible worlds includes worlds with zombies, worlds with different laws, worlds without gods, and so on, the space of metaphysically possible worlds may exclude some or all of these. In response, one can first argue that the space of logically possible worlds, along with the two sorts of evaluation, suffices to account for all of the modal phenomena that we have reason to believe in and that we might invoke possible worlds to explain. Certainly it accounts for the data about counterfactuals, inference, and content at least as well as the ordinary space of possible worlds does. It also accounts for the Kripken data, concerning intuitions about a posteriori necessities and the like. While it does not account for data about the necessity of laws or of gods, these cannot be considered clear and untendentious data. Rather, they are theoretical claims whose status is up in the air, to be settled by the best account of modality. One can then argue that there is no good reason to postulate a separate space of metaphysically possible worlds. There is no clear explanatory work left for such a space to do. The space of logically possible worlds, which we have independent reason to postulate, explains all of the untendentious modal data. It is not that there is no such thing as metaphysical necessity. Rather, metaphysical necessity is simply subjunctive necessity over the space of logically possible worlds. To introduce a further primitive, restricting the space of worlds, is to introduce an unnecessary will. To resist, opponents might do one of four things. First, they might argue that logically possible worlds are problematic in their own right, something about their construction or the associated sorts of semantic evaluation is ill-defined or incoherent. Second, they might argue that logically possible worlds cannot explain the phenomena, there are untendentious modal data that logically possible worlds cannot explain but that a separate space of metaphysically possible worlds can explain. Third, they might argue that, although logically possible worlds can explain the untendentious phenomena, there is good theoretical reason to believe in a distinct space of metaphysically possible worlds all the same. Fourth, they might argue that we have an independent pre-theoretical grasp of the notion of metaphysical possibility, one to which an independent space of metaphysically possible worlds may answer. The first strategy is unpromising, as the logical modality is well enough behaved. Of course, Aquinian might disagree, but I think that such a quinion then has good reason to be skeptical about the metaphysical modality in addition. The second strategy is also unpromising, as the main data that led philosophers to postulate a distinctive metaphysical modality are the Kripken data, and these data are accommodated on the picture I have drawn. As for the third strategy, the main further reasons here might be theoretical. For example, the independent reasons to believe in materialism might give one reason to take a distinct metaphysical modality seriously. These reasons count for something, but in order to have force against the analysis I have suggested, they ultimately have to be cashed out by an independent grounding for this modality. The fourth strategy is perhaps the most interesting. Here, the idea might be that we have a pre-theoretical, and perhaps primitive, grip on the notion of a way things could have been or of other closely related notions in the vicinity. In particular, the idea will be that we have a grip on the notion of the way things really could have been, such that it is at least a substantive open question whether all ways that things conceivably could have been are ways that things really could have been. In response, I think there is good reason to doubt that we have a grip on any such notion, at least insofar as the notion is distinct from rational and nomological notions. We certainly have a grip on various notions of ways things conceivably could have been. We also have a grip on the notion of ways things naturally could have been, where this notion is tied to how things could have been in our universe with its laws of nature. But there is little reason to think that we have an independent pre-theoretical grip on an intermediate notion. Certainly, while there are many uses of modal phenomena in ordinary discourse that invoke broadly epistemic modalities and broadly natural modalities, it is extremely difficult to exhibit uses of modal phenomena in ordinary non-philosophical discourse that invoke an independent metaphysical modality. Many philosophers have been persuaded that we possess an independent concept of the metaphysical modality by Kripke's analysis. But Kripke himself simply stipulates that P is, metaphysically, possible if it might have been the case that P, and goes on to make the case that this notion of possibility comes apart from a priority. That much is plausibly correct, but it does little to support a notion of metaphysical possibility that is independent of conceivability. The Kripken reasons for believing in a distinctive metaphysical modality are all grounded in the use of subjunctive evaluation of various conceivable situations, about what could and would have been the case had various conceivable situations obtained. The corresponding notion of metaphysical possibility can be seen as the concept of subjunctive necessity over the space of logically possible worlds. So while Kripke's results make the case that the notion it might have been that, subjunctive, behaves differently from the notion it might be that, epistemic, they do little to suggest that the former is independent of conceivability and rational notions. Instead, Kripke's data can all be seen as grounded in the epistemic and subjunctive evaluation of logically possible worlds. Overall, I think there is good reason to deny that we have an independent concept of metaphysical modality to which a separate space of worlds could answer. The believer in strong necessities must embrace a modal dualism, with distinct and independent metaphysical modalities and distinct and independent spaces of worlds that answer to them. The picture I have sketched, in contrast, is a sort of modal monism, with a single primitive space of worlds, along with two sorts of evaluation of sentences over this space. This avoids a modal dualism with distinct primitive spaces of logically and metaphysical possible worlds. I think that this second primitive is an invention, nothing in our conceptual system requires it. It is a primitive that answers to no one and does no work. This sort of view is occasionally described, example by Sturgeon 2010, as anti-realist about modality. I would not describe it that way. I think it is a view on which the metaphysical modality is perfectly real and is constitutively tied to the logical, or epistemic, modality. One is not anti-realist about logic or about rational inference simply because one thinks that they are constitutively tied to the epistemic domain. The same goes for the metaphysical modality. At best, this picture is anti-realist about a certain conception of the metaphysical modality, but I do not think that this conception should be taken as defining the notion. Likewise, the belief that one has a priori access to modality does not make one an anti-realist about modality any more than the belief that one has a priori access to mathematical truths makes one an anti-realist about mathematics. It is also worth noting that if we postulate a metaphysical modality that is independent of conceivability, the epistemology of modality becomes quite problematic. Certainly, the most widely used route to modal conclusions goes via conceivability. The picture I have given explains why this should be so. But if metaphysical modality involves an independent primitive, then it becomes quite unclear why conceivability should be any guide to it at all. Why should there not be just one metaphysically possible world, or 37? A proponent of a distinct modality might postulate principles that entail the existence of a relatively broad space, but now the issue recurs under the guise of the question, why should we accept those principles, given that metaphysical modality is primitive? By contrast, the picture in which the metaphysical modality is grounded in the logical modality yields a simple explanation and a simple epistemology. 2. One natural worry is this: if this modality is grounded in the rational domain, then how can it drive ontological conclusions? Why does the mere logical possibility of a zombie world entail the falsity of materialism, for example? In response, it is obvious that modal notions from the rational domain have a bearing on ontology. For example, an a priori entailment from unmarried men to bachelors gives us reason to accept that bachelors are not an ontological extra. Furthermore, materialism is itself a modal thesis, or at least a modally constrained thesis, so the analysis of modality quite reasonably drives conclusions about materialism. At this point, a type B materialist might respond by giving up on both the modal analysis of materialism and modal constraints on materialism, instead casting the thesis in terms of, for example, metaphysical grounding or property identity. However, analogues of most of what I have said here will still be applicable. For example, there is no reason to believe in metaphysical grounding that does not have a certain relationship to conceptual or epistemic grounding. And properties themselves are constrained by their modal profiles. If two properties could possibly have come apart from one another, they are different properties. So the preceding considerations will recur as reasons to deny that the individuation of properties can come apart from the logical modality in the way that the type B materialist requires. According to the picture I have sketched, both the rational modal concepts, rational entailment, a priority, conceivability, and the metaphysical modal concepts, possibility, necessity, property, can be seen as part of a single family. The connection between them is subtle, but both are grounded in the rational domain. The result is modal rationalism in more senses than one, a priori access to modality and constitutive ties between the modal and rational domains. Of course, there is much more to say about all of this. But one can discern the outlines of an account on which the link between conceivability and possibility is grounded in the rational roots of our modal concepts. Afterward, other anti-materialist arguments. Here I discuss 5 other arguments against materialism through the lens of a two-dimensional analysis: the knowledge argument, the property dualism argument, Kripke's modal argument, the argument from disembodiment, and the semantic stability argument. 1. The knowledge argument. The knowledge argument, Jackson 1982, concerning Mary in her black and white room who does not know what it is like to see red, is sometimes put as a simple deductive argument. 1. Mary knows all the physical facts. 2. Mary does not know all the phenomenal facts. 3. Some phenomenal facts are not physical facts. Now, I think it is obvious that this simple argument on its own cannot defeat physicalism. One can put the point as follows. The expression physical facts is ambiguous between narrowly physical facts, facts about some delimited domain such as microphysics, or microphysics, chemistry, and biology, and broadly physical facts including high-level physical facts that are not themselves narrowly physical facts but that supervene metaphysically on those facts. In the Mary scenario as described, it is stipulated that Mary knows all the narrowly physical facts, but materialism requires only that phenomenal facts are broadly physical facts. So if physical facts in the argument refers to narrowly physical facts, then the conclusion does not entail the falsity of materialism. And if physical facts refers to broadly physical facts, then premise 1 is unsupported by the thought experiment, since it cannot be taken for granted that Mary knows all the broadly physical facts. The premise will then beg the question against the materialist who holds that phenomenal facts are broadly physical facts. To avoid this problem, the knowledge argument must be formulated in terms of deducibility and necessitation. One connection between narrowly and broadly physical facts is that the latter are the facts necessitated by the former. This observation on its own does not bridge the gap. But at this point we can observe that the Mary scenario supports something slightly stronger than the claim that Mary knows all the narrowly physical facts. Crucially, as emphasized in Jackson's own exposition, Mary is in a position to know all facts deducible from the narrowly physical facts, by a priori reasoning, as she can be taken to be an ideal a priori reasoner. Even then she will not know what it is like to see red. The premises then entitle us to the conclusion that phenomenal facts are not deducible from narrowly physical facts. This is now at least in the vicinity of the required conclusion that phenomenal facts are not necessitated by narrowly physical facts, and so are not broadly physical facts. To cross the gap explicitly, we can build in one more premise, yielding the following. 1. Mary is in a position to know all facts deducible from the narrowly physical facts. 2. Mary is not in a position to know all the phenomenal facts. 3. If a phenomenal fact is not deducible from the narrowly physical facts, it is not necessitated by the narrowly physical facts. 4. Not all phenomenal facts are necessitated by the narrowly physical facts. I think that this is the best way to use the knowledge argument scenario to mount an argument against materialism while staying close to Jackson's original intentions. One can bring out its relationship to the arguments discussed earlier by making some cosmetic changes to simplify the argument. First, we can talk of truths rather than facts and represent the narrowly physical truths by P and the relevant phenomenal truth by Q. Second, we can identify deducibility with a priori entailment. Third, we can combine premises 1 and 2 into a single premise. Fourth, we can build in the connection between 4 and materialism explicitly. This yields the following argument. 1. PDQ is not a priori. 2. If PDQ is not a priori, PDQ is not necessary. 3. If PDQ is not necessary, materialism is false. 4. Materialism is false. Reformulated this way, the argument has a familiar structure. Its structure is more or less the same as that of the conceivability argument at the beginning of the chapter. In fact, the first premise is equivalent to the claim that P and Q is ideally negatively conceivable, and the second premise is equivalent to the claim that this conceivability entails that P and Q is possible. So we can see the knowledge argument, formulated this way, as equivalent to a version of the conceivability argument formulated using negative conceivability. Understood this way, the role of the Mary scenario is to give support to the negative conceivability claim in the first premise. There is one small but important difference between the knowledge argument cast in terms of deducibility and necessitation. One might call this the deducibility argument, and the negative conceivability argument. The premise that PDQ is not a priori is slightly stronger than the premise that Mary is not in a position to know Q by a priori reasoning from P. The reason is that the latter premise could be made true by Mary's being unable to acquire the concepts involved in Q, such as the concept of phenomenal redness, from inside her black and white room. This leaves the way open for the under-discussed missing concept reply to the knowledge argument, which allows that PDQ is a priori but holds that Mary is unable to perform the inference inside the room because she lacks the concept. To defeat this reply, one needs an argument for the stronger claim that PDQ is not a priori, for example by arguing that even when Mary has the relevant phenomenal concepts, she cannot always deduce the relevant phenomenal truths, about other people, for example, from P. But now we are back to a version that is equivalent to the negative conceivability argument. Comparing the arguments, we can say that the knowledge argument has the weakest first premise, the negative conceivability argument has a somewhat stronger first premise, and the positive conceivability argument has a stronger first premise again. This means that the premise behind the knowledge argument is correspondingly slightly easier to accept than the other two. This difference is reflected in the fact that some philosophers accept the claim about Mary's new knowledge while being uncertain about the conceivability claims. This advantage is balanced, however, by an inverse relationship in the strength of the premises required to get from the first premise to the failure of materialism. Here, the second premise of the positive conceivability argument is the weakest, that of the negative conceivability argument is somewhat stronger, and the corresponding premise of the knowledge argument, i.e., premise 3 linking deducibility and necessitation, is stronger again. The missing concept reply yields an objection to this premise of the knowledge argument but not to the corresponding premise of the conceivability argument. Also, we have seen that the second premise of the positive conceivability argument, an instance of CP+, is weaker than that of the negative conceivability argument, an instance of CP, in that various potential counterexamples to CP may yield objections to the latter but not to the former. All three arguments have their place. In my view, the first premises of each are extremely plausible, so it makes sense to focus especially on the argument with the weakest second premise, namely, the positive conceivability argument. For someone who has doubts about the positive conceivability of zombies or inverts, however, the negative conceivability argument provides a somewhat weaker first premise that may be easier to accept, along with a second premise that is still plausible. As for the deducibility argument, I think its highly compelling first premise serves most effectively as part of an argument for the first premise of the negative conceivability argument, although it then requires some additional work to respond to the missing concept reply. In any case, once the knowledge argument is formulated in the version that is equivalent to the negative conceivability argument, the usual dialectic ensues. Most existing replies to the knowledge argument can equally be seen as replies to this argument. For example, the ability reply, holding that knowledge of what it is like to see red involves knowledge how, not knowledge that, can be seen as denying the claim that there are any phenomenal truths Q such that PDQ is not a priori. The old fact reply, which holds that Mary learns a physical fact that she already knew under a new phenomenal mode of presentation, can be seen as denying premise 2. This reply is usually inspired by analogies with cases like the water/H2O case and the Hesperus/phosphorus case, just as responses to the original premise 2 were. To respond to the old fact reply and to these analogies, one needs a link between a priority and necessity that is plausible even in light of these cases. Once again, this link can be built through the two-dimensional analysis. In effect, one can replace premise 2 by the claim that if PDQ is not a priori, PDQ is not one necessary. Then one can add further premises connecting this to the claim that PDQ is not one necessary, with the loophole for Russellian monism, a loophole that is just as wide open in the original knowledge argument, as Staljar 2001b notes, and from that claim to the conclusion that materialism is false. In my view, the resulting two-dimensional analysis of the knowledge argument is probably the most powerful way to support it. A related way to develop the knowledge argument in response to the old fact reply invokes what we might call the new fact thesis, Lockwood 1989, 136-37, Chalmers 1996, 141-42, Thou 2002, 127. New fact thesis: whenever one gains new knowledge of an old fact, one simultaneously gains knowledge of a new fact. So when Lois, who knows that Superman can fly, learns that Clark can fly, old fact, new way, she also learns that someone working for the Daily Planet can fly, new fact. Strictly speaking, to make this thesis connect with the deducibility argument and to accommodate exceptions in the case of index cycles, one should invoke a modified new fact thesis, Chalmers 2005, p. 290. Modified new fact thesis: whenever one gains new non-indexical knowledge not deducible from previous knowledge, one simultaneously gains new knowledge, or becomes in a position to gain knowledge, of some fact that is not necessitated by the previously known facts. This thesis then combines with the other premises of the deducibility argument to yield an argument against materialism. I think that the resulting argument is the most powerful non-technical version of the knowledge argument. The modified new fact thesis is roughly equivalent in strength to the CP thesis, and any counterexamples to one are likely to be counterexamples to the other. My own view is that the best explanation of the truth of the new fact thesis is given by the two-dimensional analysis of belief and knowledge. Nevertheless, this version of the argument does not require any special technical apparatus, so it has the advantage of avoiding any objections to the apparatus itself, as well as being somewhat more accessible. So again, these two versions of the argument can work well together. 2. The property dualism argument. The property dualism argument stems from J.J.C. Smart's, 1959, article advocating the mind-brain identity theory, and has more recently been developed by Stephen White, 1986, 2007. Smart attributes to Max Black the objection that if mental states and physical states are contingently identical, they must still be picked out via different properties. If so, then mental terms and physical terms will be associated with distinct properties. In more contemporary terms, the underlying thesis might be put as follows. Distinct property thesis. When an identity claim A equals B is not a priori, A and B pick out their referents via distinct properties. One might then formalize the argument as follows, where Q is an arbitrary mental term. 1. For all physical terms P equals Q is not a priori. 2. If P equals Q is not a priori, P and Q pick out their referent via distinct properties. 3. For all physical terms P, Q picks out its referent by a property distinct from the property that picks out the referent of P. Here the conclusion is not yet the denial of materialism. One could get closer by augmenting the argument with the premise that physical terms have the same property as referent and as reference fixer. The argument then warrants the conclusion that the reference fixer for Q is distinct from any physical property. Of course, an opponent may question the extra premise for reasons familiar from the discussion of physical terms in section 3, but as before, a proponent might respond by arguing that this loophole leads only to a Russellian version of the identity theory. Likewise, an opponent may suggest that the argument warrants only the claim that the reference fixer for Q is distinct from any narrowly physical property, not from any broadly physical property. A proponent might reply by invoking the thesis that any broadly physical property can be expressed by a physical term. The argument can be developed in various ways, see White, 1986, 2007, and Bloch, 2006a, for versions somewhat different from the above. But it is clear that what is crucial to each is the distinct property thesis embodied in premise 2. So here I concentrate on that thesis and on its relationship to the two-dimensional analysis. The distinct property thesis is closely related to the two-dimensional principle CP-. The thesis entails that when A equals B is not a priori, so that A is not equal to B is negatively conceivable, A is not equal to B will be one possible, which entails that A and B have distinct primary intentions. Primary intentions are not properties, but there is a close relationship. Any property corresponds to an intention, over uncentered possible worlds, picking out those individuals that have the property in a given world. Some theorists identify the property with the associated intention, and most agree that a property at least determines an intention. If so, then where there are distinct intentions, there are distinct properties. The two-dimensional analysis also provides a natural way to determine the property or at least the intention associated with a given expression. The intention can be understood as a function that picks out what an expression picks out at a world under the hypothesis that the world in question is actual. This understanding fits naturally with the understanding in White, 2007, where the distinct property thesis is motivated by the claims that, I, when an identity is a posteriori, it can rationally be disbelieved, and, 2, for a rational belief, there will always be a possible world that rationalizes the belief. Roughly, a world such that if that world were actual, the belief would be true. If we associate expressions with intentions, then these two claims, along with plausible auxiliary premises, entail that when A equals B is not a priori, A and B will be associated with distinct intentions. One important difference is that where properties correspond to intentions over uncentered worlds, primary intentions are intentions over centered worlds. This difference reflects a defect in the distinct property thesis as it stands. Index-ical identity claims such as I am David Chalmers are not a priori, but it is hard to find a reference-fixing property associated with index-icals such as I and here, and there is no obvious uncentered world that rationalizes the denial of such a claim. To fix this problem, one needs to either exclude index-icals from the scope of the distinct property thesis or modify the thesis so that it invokes primary intentions, or perhaps reference-fixing relations, rather than properties, with centered worlds playing the role of possible worlds. Modified in this way, the distinct property thesis is equivalent to thesis CP-. The ensuing dialectic is also quite similar. For example, a type B materialist might respond to White's argument by saying that rational beliefs require an epistemically possible situation in which the belief is true but do not require a metaphysically possible situation. In the terms used earlier, this comes to the claim that the identity claim in question may be false relative to some scenario, considered as actual, but that this scenario does not correspond to a metaphysically possible world. In effect, this response requires the existence of strong necessities, with the ensuing dialectic as before. Likewise, Bloch, 2006a, responds to the property dualism argument by suggesting that a posteriori identity claims always involve distinct cognitive modes of presentation, CMOPS, but need not involve distinct metaphysical modes of presentation, MMOPS, or properties. In terms of the two-dimensional framework, CMOPS might be seen as corresponding to primary intentions defined over scenarios, while MMOPS might be seen as primary intentions over centered worlds. The residual question is then, once again, the question of whether there is a centered world for every scenario. If there is, then distinct CMOPS will always entail distinct MMOPS. In any case, primary intentions are well suited to play the role of MMOPS, and the residual issue once more comes down to the question of whether there are strong necessities. 3. The argument from disembodiment. One version of Descartes' conceivability argument runs as follows. Here B can stand for my body or for any physical thing. 1. It is conceivable that I am not B. 2. If it is conceivable that I am not B, it is possible that I am not B. 3. If it is possible that I am not B, then I am not B. 4. I am not B. Here, the first premise is based on an intuition about disembodiment. It seems conceivable that I could exist without my body existing. The second premise is an instance of a general thesis connecting conceivability and possibility, and the third premise reflects the claim that any physical thing is essentially that physical thing. The conclusion, generalized, is that I am not any physical thing but instead am a non-physical thing. The soundness of this argument is often doubted, and the reasons for this doubt can be expressed straightforwardly in the current framework. The sense of conceivability in which premise 1 is plausible is primary, positive or negative, conceivability. To connect with this interpretation of premise 1, premise 2 must be interpreted as involving one possibility. For premise 3 to be plausible, on the other hand, it must be interpreted as involving two possibility. When identity statements involving rigid designators are true, or false, they are too necessary, or too impossible, but if premise 2 involves one possibility and premise 3 involves two possibility, then the argument is not valid. One might try to find a univocal reading of the argument, but such a reading will not succeed. If premise 1 invokes secondary conceivability, then it may fail. Secondary conceivability depends on how things turn out empirically, and if it turns out that I am physical, my disembodiment will not be secondarily conceivable. If premise 1 invokes primary conceivability but premise 2 invokes two possibility, then it will fail, as primary conceivability does not entail two possibility. If premise 3 invokes I possibility, then it will fail, as true identity statements need not be I necessary. So we arrive at a familiar diagnosis of Descartes' arguments: the sort of conceivability that he is entitled to does not ground the sort of possibility that he needs. In this case, it appears that there is no straightforward way to fix up the argument in the way that we fixed up the conceivability argument earlier. It may be that there is some way to repair the argument, but if so, it will require more than the two-dimensional tools here. 4. Kripke's modal argument. The anti-materialist argument that is most closely related to the two-dimensional argument is Kripke's modal argument against the identity theory. Kripke's argument can be put as follows. Let P stand for pain and C be a term for C fiber firing. 1. It is apparently contingent that P equals C. 2. If it is apparently contingent that P equals C, then there is a world with a being in an epistemic situation that is qualitatively identical to mine in which a corresponding statement is false. 3. If there is a world with a being in an epistemic situation that is qualitatively identical to mine in which a corresponding statement is false, then there is a world at which P is not equal to C. 4. If there is a world at which P is not equal to C, then P is not equal to C. 5. P is not equal to C. Here, premise 2 expresses the model that Kripke thinks works in all the usual cases of apparently contingent identity statements. For example, it is apparently contingent that heat is molecular motion, although this is true and necessary, and its apparent contingency is explained by a world with a being in my epistemic situation for whom a corresponding statement would be false. In particular, in a world where heat sensations are not produced by molecular motion, a corresponding utterance of heat is molecular motion would be false. This model turns on there being a difference between being felt as heat and being heat. But as premise 3 suggests, Kripke holds that this model does not apply in the case of pain. Anything that is felt as pain is pain, and any epistemic situation in which something is felt as pain is an epistemic situation in which there is pain. So if a counterpart statement is false at a world because C fiber firing is not felt as pain in that world, then the original statement will also be false at that world because C fiber firing cannot be pain in that world. So C fiber firing cannot be pain anywhere. The first premise can be seen as saying that it is conceivable in one sense that pain is not C fiber firing. Kripke does not say a great deal about the apparent contingency of a statement, but he does say that it goes along with the sense that the statement could have turned out to be false. It seems reasonable to identify this with something like primary positive conceivability of that statement's negation. Furthermore, the second premise is closely related to the claim that P is not equal to C is one possible. Let us say that the Kripkean primary intention of an utterance is defined at all centered worlds where the being at the center is in the same epistemic situation and making a corresponding utterance. The intention is true at such a world if that utterance is true. Let us say that a statement is K-possible if its Kripkean primary intention is true at some centered world. Then premise 2 says that if a true identity statement is apparently contingent, it is K-possible. Putting all this together, and putting things using operators rather than sentence predicates to match the earlier structure, the argument can be seen as follows. 1. It is I-conceivable that P is not equal to C. 2. If it is I-conceivable that P is not equal to C, it is K-possible that P is not equal to C. 3. If it is K-possible that P is not equal to C, it is possible that P is not equal to C. 4. If it is possible that P is not equal to C, P is not equal to C. 5. P is not equal to C. Interpreted this way, Kripke's argument is quite close in structure to the two-dimensional argument I have given. One obvious difference is that Kripke's argument applies only to the type identity theory, not to materialism in general. But it is clear that one might extend it, for example by replacing the identity claim equals C with a conditional such as PDQ and making some adjustments. Another difference is that Kripke's argument does not take into account the loophole for Russellian monism, which, as Maxwell 1979 observes, can itself be seen as a sort of identity theory on which P equals C is true because both pain and C fiber firing are identical to a hidden intrinsic property that underlies the dispositions associated with C fiber firing. This is because, as Maxwell also observes, Kripke's argument for premise 3 takes into account the possibility of an appearance-reality distinction for pain but overlooks the possibility of a corresponding distinction for C fiber firing. When one takes this possibility into account, room for a Russellian identity theory is left open. But as before, one can always accommodate this loophole by building in Russellian monism as a disjunct in the consequent of premise 3 and in the conclusion. The biggest problem with Kripke's argument lies with the second premise. It is not true in general that if the negation of an identity statement is I-conceivable, it is K-possible. For example, I might introduce Bill as a descriptive name that rigidly designates whatever phenomenal quality I am currently experiencing at the center of my visual field. As it happens, Bill is phenomenal blueness, but this statement seems apparently contingent in the way that any ordinary identity statement does. Like other such statements, Bill is not phenomenal blueness is I-conceivable. Bill is the quality at the center of my visual field may be a priori, but Bill is phenomenal blueness is not. But Bill is not phenomenal blueness is not K-possible. Any being in a qualitatively identical epistemic situation to mine will be experiencing phenomenal blueness in the center of their visual field. For any such being, a statement corresponding to Bill is not phenomenal blueness will be false. So Bill is phenomenal blueness is K-necessary, and the generalization of premise 2 is not true in general. That is, I-conceivability does not entail K-possibility. This is a serious problem for Kripke's formulation of the argument. It is especially problematic because Kripke's reasoning in the case of pain and C fibers seems to rely on just the same features that are present in the case of phenomenal blueness and Bill. It is reasonable for an opponent to say that where this argument is concerned, the identity between pain and C fiber firing is on a par with the identity between phenomenal blueness and Bill. One can get around this problem, but it requires dropping Kripke's framework of corresponding epistemic situations and corresponding statements. To eliminate the problem, we need to move from Kripkean primary intentions to primary intentions as I have characterized them. The two sorts of intentions resemble each other in some respects, but they are defined quite differently. Kripkean primary intentions are defined in terms of the truth of certain counterfactual statements at counterfactual worlds, whereas I have defined primary intentions in terms of the epistemic status of certain conditionals in our world. In the terminology of Chalmers 2004a, Kripkean primary intentions are defined contextually, while my primary intentions are defined epistemically. Correspondingly, Kripkean intentions behave like primary intentions in many but not all situations. The case of Bill equals phenomenal blueness is a situation where the two come apart. The Kripkean intention of my utterance of this statement is true at all centered worlds where it is defined, but the primary intention is not. In particular, the primary intention of this statement will be false at a centered world in which the individual at the center is experiencing phenomenal redness. Given the way Bill functions, if I accept that my centered world is such a world, then I should accept that Bill is phenomenal redness. So while Bill is not phenomenal blueness is not K-possible, it is one possible. The case falsifies an entailment from the relevant sort of conceivability to K-possibility, but it is quite compatible with an entailment from conceivability to I-possibility. I conclude that Kripke's argument can be modified to yield a general argument against materialism from plausible premises and that the best way to do so is to invoke the two-dimensional framework in the way that I have discussed. This is not too surprising, as the argument can itself be considered a sort of refinement of Kripke's original argument. Doing things two-dimensionally also has the advantage that many objections to Kripke's original argument can be seen straightforwardly to fail, though of course there are new objections in their place. In any case, the two-dimensional connection between the epistemic and the ontological domain seems once again to be the central locus on which many of these issues turn. 5. The semantic stability argument. Beeler, 1994, 2002, gives a closely related modal argument. The key premise of Beeler's argument is something along the lines of the following. SS, if S is semantically stable, then if one has an a priori stable intuition that S is possible, then S is possible. Here a term is semantically stable IFF, necessarily, in any language group in an epistemic situation qualitatively identical to ours, the expression would mean the same thing. So, for example, 2 is semantically stable, but water is not. The restriction to semantic stability is intended to rule out Kripke-style a posteriori necessities such as water is H2O. As for the rest of SS, Beeler's intuition that S is possible seems to come to roughly the same thing as positive conceivability, and his a priori stable intuition of possibility comes to something like ideal positive conceivability. An immediate problem is that Beeler's key premise SS is vulnerable to the same counterexamples as the key premise of the Kripken argument. For example, the term Bill discussed earlier is semantically stable according to Beeler's criterion, but Bill is phenomenal blueness is an a posteriori necessity. Correspondingly, there is a modal intuition that Bill is not phenomenal blueness is possible, but it is not possible. Something similar applies to L, a rigid designator for the number of languages actually spoken. By the definition here, L is semantically stable, but LO is an a posteriori necessity. To get around this problem, one can replace Beeler's notion of semantic stability by the related notion of semantic neutrality. A term T is semantically neutral IFF its modal profiles are determined a priori. In two-dimensional terms, the secondary intension of T must be determined a priori, that is, for all scenarios V and all worlds W, the extensions of T at V, W and at V2, W, coincide. Then in our language, the reformulated thesis can be put as follows. Sn, if S is semantically neutral, then if S is conceivable, S is possible. Here conceivable stands for ideal positive conceivability, and possible can stand for ordinary metaphysical possibility, as primary/secondary distinctions do not come into play when S is semantically neutral. The counterexamples to SS involving Bill and L are not counterexamples to Sn, as Bill and L are not semantically neutral, their modal profile is determined a posteriori. The thesis Sn is an immediate consequence of CP. Thesis CP tells us that when S is conceivable, it is one possible. When S is semantically neutral, S is one possible IFF it is two possible, so thesis Sn follows. On the face of it, Sn is somewhat weaker than CP as it makes no commitment about the modal status of non-neutral sentences. Correspondingly, Sn is perhaps slightly easier to accept, both because it is weaker and because its formulation requires less technical apparatus. At the same time, CP is more powerful in allowing an analysis of issues involving non-neutral expressions. In any case, the theses are clearly closely related, and the most important potential counterexamples to CP discussed earlier are also potential counterexamples to Sn. Because most physical expressions are arguably not semantically neutral, one cannot apply Sn directly to them, and in particular one cannot use it directly to draw the conclusion that P and Q is possible. Nevertheless, one can argue against many identity claims indirectly. For example, Beeler argues against pain is C-fiber firing by applying SS to the conceivability of a being is in pain and has no part with more than n parts for large n such that a C-fiber necessarily has more than n parts. Beeler himself uses the strategy only to argue against identity physicalism, appealing to different considerations to argue against other forms, but one could go a step further to obtain a more general argument. One might apply Sn to the conceivability of SNCQ, where S is a semantically neutral characterization of the structure of microphysics, yielding, when combined with the premise that Q is semantically neutral, the conclusion that SNCQ is possible. One can then argue that if SNCQ is possible, then either P and Q is possible or Russellian monism is true. What results will be a dialectic quite similar to the dialectic discussed earlier. A recent anti-materialist argument by Niederumlin, 2007, raises related issues. Niederumlin's key premise is a principle of cognitive transparency (CT), holding that anyone who grasps a property P via two distinct concepts can in principle find out without further empirical investigation that those concepts are necessarily coextensive. Here one grasps a concept when one is in a position to know its modal profile, given one's background knowledge, so one grasps the concept water if one knows that water is essentially H2O. Niederumlin uses the two-dimensional apparatus to define and analyze the notion of grasping, but at the same time she suggests that CT is weaker and less controversial than CP. Niederumlin's thesis CT is closely related to SN, however. The connection derives from the fact that, according to Niederumlin's formal definitions, anyone who possesses a semantically neutral concept grasps the concept. Applying CT to this special case and making natural assumptions, one is led to CT**, any true property identity P equals Q involving semantically neutral expressions is knowable a priori. Moreover, CT** immediately yields the following special case of SN, when, semantically, neutral, P equals Q, is ideally negatively conceivable, it is true and therefore possible. Correspondingly, potential counterexamples to SN will typically yield counterexamples to CT, as will the major potential counterexamples to CP. For example, someone such as Lohr, 1990/1997, who holds that there are true a posteriori property identities involving semantically neutral physical and phenomenal concepts, will deny CT** and CT. CT** is nearly equivalent to the semantic premise that Lohr rejects, which is in turn closely connected to the distinct property thesis discussed earlier. See Chalmers 2005 for more discussion here. Still, the plausibility of CT might be seen as providing one more reason to reject these views. 1. 7. Conceptual analysis and reductive explanation. With Frank Jackson. 1. Introduction. Is conceptual analysis required for reductive explanation? If there is no a priori entailment from microphysical truths to phenomenal truths, does reductive explanation of the phenomenal fail? We say yes. Ned Block and Robert Stalnaker, in Conceptual Analysis, Dualism, and the Explanatory Gap, 1999, say no. Some Type B materialists respond to epistemic arguments against materialism by accepting that there is a unique epistemic gap between the domain of physical processes and the domain of consciousness, while arguing that this gap does not yield an ontological gap. Block and Stalnaker, however, argue that the gap is not unique. Related epistemic gaps arise between microscopic and macroscopic processes in other domains. In particular, they argue that although there is no a priori entailment from microphysical truths to truths about consciousness, there is also no a priori entailment from microphysical truths to ordinary macroscopic truths, such as truths about water. As it is uncontroversial that water is physical, this argument is intended to undercut any inference from the failure of a priori entailment to the failure of reductive explanation or to the falsity of physicalism. Not all epistemic arguments are undercut by this strategy. Arguments from positive conceivability are left standing, for example. Nevertheless, if Block and Stalnaker's arguments were successful, they would remove at least some of the sting of the epistemic gap. A number of issues can be distinguished. 1. Is there an a priori entailment from microphysical truths to ordinary macroscopic truths? 2. If there is no a priori entailment from microphysical truths to phenomenal truths, does reductive explanation of the phenomenal fail? 3. If there is no a priori entailment from microphysical truths to phenomenal truths, is physicalism about the phenomenal false? 4. Is there an a priori entailment from microphysical truths to phenomenal truths? We hold that the first three questions should be answered positively, with some qualifications to be outlined. Block and Stalnaker hold that the first three questions should be answered negatively. Their central strategy is to argue for a negative answer to the first question. They use this conclusion to argue for a negative answer to the second and third questions. They argue that truths about water and life, for example, are not entailed a priori by microphysical truths, and that this is no bar to the reductive explanation and physical constitution of water and of life. In what follows, we address Bloch and Stalnaker's arguments for a negative answer to the first three questions, while remaining neutral on the fourth. We proceed by giving an independent defense of a positive answer to a version of the first question. This makes the ensuing reply to Bloch and Stalnaker more straightforward and also makes the discussion more accessible. Because of this approach, in the bulk of this chapter we do not focus on questions about explanation or about ontology, and questions about consciousness play only a minor role. The focus is squarely on questions about conceptual analysis and a priori entailment in their own right. One, in addition to being the main locus of our disagreement with Bloch and Stalnaker, these questions are independently important in helping to understand the way that language and concepts relate to the rest of the world. 2. Clarifying the thesis. The initial thesis at issue is whether there is an a priori entailment from microphysical truths to ordinary macrophysical truths. 3. Before we proceed, we need to clarify and qualify this thesis to meet some obvious objections. On our usage, P entails Q when the material conditional P proper superset symbol Q is true, that is, when it is not the case that P is true and Q is false. An a priori entailment is just an a priori material conditional. For ease of usage, we will speak of a priori entailment as implication. On this usage, P implies Q when the material conditional P proper superset symbol Q is a priori, that is, when it is possible to know that P entails Q with justification independent of experience. As defined here, entailment is a non-modal notion, while implication involves an epistemic modality. We will assume that there are some a priori truths. General skepticism about the a priori is beyond the scope of this chapter. As in Chapter 6, let P be the conjunction of microphysical truths about the world. Microphysical truths are truths about the fundamental entities and properties of physics in the language of a completed physics. We can also stipulate that P includes the conjunction of the fundamental laws of physics. We will not engage the issue of what counts as physics, but we stipulate that if there are any fundamental mental entities or properties, they are not part of physics. This begs no important questions. If the mental is fundamental, it cannot be reductively explained. We also will not engage issues arising specifically from the foundations of quantum mechanics, and we will take it for granted that microphysical truths include or imply truths about the spatio-temporal position, velocity, and mass of microscopic entities. For so P will likely include or imply truths about the distribution of fundamental entities, perhaps particles, waves, and or fields, in spacetime, truths about their fundamental properties, and truths about the fundamental laws that govern them. Let M be a typical macroscopic truth concerning natural phenomena, such as water or life, outside the psychological, social, and evaluative domains. Some such truths are these: water boils at 100 degrees centigrade, water is H2O, water covers much of this planet, life propagates through the replication of DNA, and there are many living beings. The initial thesis at issue is that for this sort of M, P implies M. This thesis needs to be immediately qualified to handle some obvious loopholes. 1. Negative truths. As described, P is compatible with the claim that there are further non-physical entities or properties in the world, angels, perhaps, or epiphenomenal ectoplasm. So P does not imply negative truths, if they are truths, such as the truth that there are no angels or that there is no epiphenomenal ectoplasm. For similar reasons, P does not imply universally quantified truths such as the truth, if it is a truth, that all living beings contain DNA molecules. This loophole can be closed by conjoining to Pa that Sol statement T, asserting that our world is a minimal world satisfying P intuitively. This statement says that our world contains what is implied by P and only what is implied by P. More formally, we can say that world W outstrips world W2 if W contains a qualitative duplicate of W2 as a proper part and the reverse is not the case. Then a minimal P world is a P world that outstrips no other P world. 5. It is plausible that no world containing angels is a minimal p-world. For any p-world containing angels, there is an angel-free p-world that it outstrips. So P and T implies that there are no angels. For similar reasons, P and T implies the other negative and universally quantified statements mentioned above. So the thesis at issue should be that for the relevant macroscopic truths M, P and T implies M. From now on we abbreviate P and T as PT, and similarly for other conjunctions among the 4 statements discussed in this section. 2. Indexical truths. As described, the information contained in PT specifies a world objectively. For this reason, it does not imply any indexical truths, truths such as I am Australian, life evolved in the past, or there is water on this planet. It also may not imply truths such as water is made of H2O. If the universe contains an inhabited planet where there is a superficially identical liquid made of XYZ, then the information in PT alone will not allow us to decide whether we live on the H2O planet or on the XYZ planet, so PT is at least epistemically compatible with the claim that water is made of XYZ. This loophole can be closed by conjoining to PT some locating information, or 2 indexical information, I, which can be thought of as a you are here marker added to the objective map given by PT. I can consist of the conjunction of any 2 truths I am and now is B, where A is an identifying description of myself, or the subject in question, and B is an identifying description of the current time. An identifying description is a description such that PT implies that there is a unique individual or time satisfying the description. As long as PT implies all relevant objective information, then I will enable the subject to locate himself or herself, and PTI will imply all indexical truths. Point 2. So the thesis at issue should be that for the relevant macroscopic truths M, PTI implies M. 3. Phenomenal truths. One of the questions at issue is whether phenomenal truths concerning states of phenomenal consciousness are implied by microphysical truths. Many hold that they are not, and also hold that adding indexical and that's all information does not close the gap. We will not adjudicate that issue here, but we note that if phenomenal truths are not implied by PTI, then it is likely that many other macroscopic truths are not so implied either. For example, knowing whether an object is red arguably requires knowing whether it is the sort of object that causes a certain sort of color experience, and knowing whether an object is hot arguably requires knowing whether it is the sort of object that causes experiences of heat. If so, then if truths about color experience and heat experience are not implied by PTI, truths about color and heat are not implied, either. 6. This loophole can be closed while remaining neutral on the important issues by conjoining Q, the conjunction of all phenomenal truths, with PTI. Q will specify the phenomenal states and properties instantiated by every subject bearing such states and properties, at every time. 7. That is, for every subject who is phenomenally conscious at a given time, Q will specify precisely what it is like to be that subject at that time. We can also stipulate that Q includes any fundamental principles that lawfully govern phenomenal states or that connect phenomenal states with physical states. The thesis at issue is then whether PQTI implies the relevant macroscopic truths M, which we can now understand to include truths about color and heat, as well as phenomenal truths. To see that this is a neutral way of posing the issue, note that if PQTI implies all such M, as we shall argue, then either I, PTI alone implies all such M or, 2, PQTI implies all such M but PTI does not. In the first case, the original thesis involving PTI will be upheld. In this case, phenomenal truths will themselves be implied by PTI. In the second case, all failures of PTI to imply relevant M will be associated with the failure of PTI to imply Q in the sense that adding Q will close any epistemic gaps. Putting these cases together, the thesis concerning PQTI entails the crucial claim that if phenomenal truths are not implied by PTI, then there is a special epistemic gap in the phenomenal case. 8. If we combine these alternatives with the thesis that reductive explanation goes along with a priori entailment, then the first alternative leads to the view that all of the relevant macroscopic truths, including phenomenal truths, are reductively explainable. The second alternative leads to the view that phenomenal truths are not reductively explainable and that other macroscopic truths are reductively explainable modulo phenomenology, that is, that we can reductively explain those aspects of them for which the phenomenal plays no conceptually constitutive role. This would fit nicely with the view, articulated by Nagel 1974 and Searle 1991, among others, that the actual reductive explanation of phenomena such as color and heat has proceeded by explaining their objective aspects while leaving their subjective aspects untouched. Note that the addition of Q to the conjunction changes the way that we define T and I. In fact, if P does not imply Q and Q is true, then the original version of PTII is false. Given the addition of Q, T must hold that the actual world is a minimal world satisfying PQ, and I must involve identifying descriptions of a subject and a time relative to the information in PQ. So the crucial thesis is that PQTI, understood as the conjunction of P and Q with T and I so understood, implies M for the relevant M. Note also that the information in I depends on the specification of a subject and a time, so that strictly speaking, PQTI will vary between subjects and times, and the thesis will be that PQTI implies M for any given subject and time in our community. In what follows, we can assume that an arbitrary subject and time have been selected. 3. A priori entailment and conceptual analysis. It is sometimes claimed that for a proper superset symbol B to be a priori, the terms in B must be definable using the terms of A. According to this view, a priori entailment requires definitions or explicit conceptual analyses, that is, finite expressions, using only terms in A, that are a priori equivalent to the original terms in B, yielding counterexample-free analyses of those terms. This is not our view. The falsity of the claim can be seen from the following. Let G be the conjunction of the statements in the following passage: Smith believes with justification that Jones owns a Ford. Smith initially has no beliefs about Brown's whereabouts. Smith forms a belief that Jones owns a Ford or Brown is in Barcelona, based solely on a valid inference from his belief that Jones owns a Ford. Jones does not own a Ford, but as it happens, Brown is in Barcelona. Let K be the statement: John does not know that Jones owns a Ford or Brown is in Barcelona. It is plausible that G proper superset symbol K is a priori. It is also plausible that there is no explicit analysis of the concept of knowledge using the terms involved in G. If these plausible claims are correct, a priori entailment does not require explicit analyses of the terms in the consequent using the terms in the antecedent. It is also somewhat plausible that there is no explicit analysis of the concept of knowledge at all. If this plausible claim is correct, a priori entailment does not require explicit analyses of the terms in the consequent. The two important features of the case are the a priority of the conditional G proper superset symbol K and the absence of explicit analyses of the concept of knowledge. On the first point, once general skepticism about the a priori is set aside, this conditional seems to be a typical example of an a priori truth. Someone who knows that G is true and who possesses the concepts involved in K, in particular the concept of knowledge, is thereby in a position to know that K is true, even if they lack any further relevant empirical information. That is, a grasp of the concept of knowledge, along with a grasp of the other concepts involved, and rational reflection suffice to eliminate the possibility that G is true and K is false. This conditional plays an essential role in Gettier's argument for the conclusion that knowledge is not justified true belief. Gettier's argument was an a priori argument in which empirical information played no essential role, and its conclusion is a paradigmatic example of a non-obvious a priori truth. The argument proceeds by presenting the possibility that G holds and appealing to the reader's concept of knowledge to make the case that if G holds, K holds, and J holds, where J is a corresponding positive claim about John's justified true belief. Empirical information plays no essential role in justifying belief in this conditional, so the conditional is a priori. The a priori conditional itself plays an essential role in deriving the a priori conclusion. On the absence of explicit analyses of knowledge, we take it that this is a reasonable conclusion to draw from 4 decades of failed attempts to produce explicit analyses. Certainly no explicit analysis has met with widespread approval, and proposed analyses are always confronted quickly by plausible counterexamples. Of course, it could be that there is a correct explicit analysis that has not yet been produced or that has been produced but overlooked. But even if so, it seems clear that the a priori entailment from G to K is not hostage to an explicit analysis of knowledge that would support the entailment. Whether or not there is such an analysis, the entailment is a priori all the same. So a priori entailment does not require explicit analysis. If anything, the moral of the Gettier discussion is that the reverse is often true. Explicit analyses are themselves dependent on a priori intuitions concerning specific cases, or equivalently, on a priori intuitions about certain conditionals. The Gettier literature shows repeatedly that explicit analyses are hostage to specific counterexamples, where these counterexamples involve a priori intuitions about hypothetical cases. So a priori conditionals seem to be prior to explicit analyses at least in matters of explicit justification, and in general there is no reason to hold that a priori conditionals need explicit analyses to underwrite them. It could be argued that while these a priori entailments are not underwritten by explicit analyses, they are underwritten by explicit sufficient conditions for knowledge or its absence. For example, the condition that a belief based solely on inference from a false belief is not knowledge. Of course, it is trivial that there is a sufficient condition in the vicinity of such an entailment, the antecedent provides one such, so the claim will be interesting only if the complete set of sufficient conditions for knowledge is not indefinite and open-ended. But the Gettier literature suggests precisely that the set of sufficient conditions for knowledge is open-ended in this way. If it were not, we would have a satisfactory explicit analysis. And as before, the a priori entailments are not hostage to the proposed sufficient conditions. If anything, proposed sufficient conditions are hostage to a priori intuitions about specific cases. Once an essential role for explicit definitions is eschewed, the model of conceptual analysis that emerges is something like the following. When given sufficient information about a hypothetical scenario, subjects are frequently in a position to identify the extension of a given concept, on reflection, under the hypothesis that the scenario in question obtains. Analysis of a concept proceeds at least in part through consideration of a concept's extension within hypothetical scenarios and observation of regularities that emerge. This sort of analysis can reveal that certain features of the world are highly relevant to determining the extension of a concept and that other features are irrelevant. What emerges as a result of this process may or may not be an explicit definition, but it will at least give useful information about the features in virtue of which a concept applies to the world. It will usually be the case that one can find complex expressions whose conditions of application approximate those of the original concept to some degree, where one finds increasingly good approximations through increasingly complex expressions. In this way we can elucidate at least many important aspects of how a concept's extension depends on the world. But in general, there is no reason to suppose that a finite expression yielding a counterexample-free analysis of a concept must result from this process. 9. This pattern, whereby a conditional ability to evaluate a concept's extension yields elucidation of a concept without a finite counterexample-free analysis, is illustrated very clearly in the case of knowledge. The possibility of this sort of analysis is grounded in the following general feature of our concepts. If a subject possesses a concept and has unimpaired rational processes, then sufficient empirical information about the actual world puts a subject in a position to identify the concept's extension. For example, if a subject possesses the concept 10, then sufficient information about the distribution, behavior, and appearance of clusters of H2O molecules enables the subject to know that water is H2O, to know where water is and is not, and so on. This conditional knowledge requires only possession of the concept and rational reflection, and so requires no further a posteriori knowledge. 11. Of course, This claim is trivial if the empirical information in question is allowed to include information directly involving the concept at issue, for example, water. But as this case and the case of knowledge suggests, the claim is often true even when that sort of information is excluded. A water-free description of the world can enable one to identify the referent of water, and a knowledge-free description of the world can enable one to decide whether a given belief is an instance of knowledge. In these cases, we can say that non-trivially sufficient information enables identification of a concept's extension. We will not give a precise account of what counts as non-trivially sufficient information. Presumably one should also exclude near-synonymous expressions such as aqueous or epistemic, and instead will leave the notion intuitive. There is no requirement at this point that the information in question be microphysical, or that it be about perceptual evidence, or that it be the information in PQTI. This ability to identify a concept's extension is not restricted to true empirical information about the actual world. If the world had turned out differently, we could still have identified the concept's extension. Correspondingly, we can evaluate the concept's extension given hypothetical information about ways the actual world might be. Let us say that a hypothesis is epistemically possible, in the broad sense, when it is not ruled out a priori. Let us say that an epistemically possible hypothesis characterizing the total state of the world corresponds to an epistemic possibility. Intuitively, a specific way the actual world might turn out to be, for all one can know a priori. 12 Then sufficient information about an epistemic possibility enables a subject to know what a concept's extension will be under the hypothesis that the epistemic possibility in question is actual. For example, in the Gettier case, it is irrelevant whether Smith's case is actual. A subject can know that if Smith's case as described is actual, then Smith does not know that Jones owns a Ford or Brown is in Barcelona. Or in the case of water, given appropriate information about the distribution, behavior, and appearance of clusters of XYZ molecules, information analogous to the information we have about H2O in the actual world, a subject is in a position to conclude that if the information is correct, then water is XYZ. If something like this is right, then possession of a concept such as knowledge or water bestows a conditional ability to identify the concept's extension under a hypothetical epistemic possibility, given sufficient information about that epistemic possibility and sufficient reasoning. That is, possession of these concepts in a sufficiently rational subject bestows an ability to evaluate certain conditionals of the form E proper superset symbol C, where E contains sufficient information about an arbitrary epistemic possibility and where C is a statement using the concept and characterizing its extension. 13 Conceptual analysis often proceeds precisely by evaluating conditionals like these. In the most important cases, these conditionals will be a priori. Certainly there will be related cases in which E proper superset symbol C is a posteriori. For example, it is a posteriori that if a glass contains H2O, it contains water. However, these will be cases in which the antecedent E does not contain sufficient empirical information to identify the concept's extension given possession of the concept alone. The a posteriority of these conditionals reflects the fact that further empirical information is required for their justification. But then all we need to do is conjoin E with the relevant further empirical information F, and we will obtain a conditional E proper superset symbol C that is knowable a priori, where E is the conjunction of E and F. For example, in the case of water, identification of the concept's extension requires a great deal of further information about the distribution, behavior, and appearance of clusters of H2O molecules in the world. Once this information F is conjoined with the original information E, we obtain a more complex conditional of the form E proper superset symbol C that is plausibly a priori. Given sufficient empirical information in the antecedent, there is good reason to believe that the resulting conditionals will be a priori. These a priori conditionals will reflect the way in which we can identify a concept's referent. If we possess a concept, then sufficient empirical information E enables us to conclusively identify the concept's extension and to know associated truths C, and we are in a position to do this whether the information in E is actual or hypothetical. Because all of the relevant empirical information is present in the antecedent of the conditional, empirical information plays no essential role in justifying belief in the conditional. So E proper superset symbol C is a priori. We can call this sort of conditional an application conditional. We do not claim that application conditionals with non-trivially sufficient information in the antecedent exist for all concepts. For example, it may be that there is no way to know truths about time without having empirical information that more or less explicitly invokes the concept of time. If so, there will be no antecedents with non-trivially sufficient information to imply consequence about time. Some other primitive concepts, space, cause, consciousness, may also be like this. But for many or most concepts, there will exist application conditionals, corresponding to arbitrary epistemic possibilities, whose antecedents contain non-trivially sufficient information. Nothing here conflicts with the conclusions of Kripke's, 1980, modal arguments about names and natural kind terms. According to Kripke, it is an a posteriori necessity that water is H2O. This modal claim is entirely compatible with there being an a priori conditional from certain, false, statements about the distribution, behavior, and role of XYZ to water is XYZ. Kripke allows that a conditional can be a priori even when it is not necessary. For example, his view allows that claims such as heat, if it exists, is the dominant cause of heat sensations may be a priori, although not necessary. The same goes for many claims with similar form, such as claims about the length of the meter stick in Paris. If so, then many conditionals of the same form as if X is such and such, then X is heat may be a priori, even where it is an a posteriori necessity that heat is not X14. One can put this by making the familiar observation that even if it is not metaphysically possible that water is XYZ, it is epistemically possible that water is XYZ in the broad sense that it is not ruled out a priori that water is XYZ. It is also epistemically possible that XYZ has a certain specific distribution, behavior, and appearance, of a sort that is characteristic of water. A subject possessing the concept of water can reason straightforwardly that if the second hypothesis obtains, in the actual world, then the first hypothesis obtains. This sort of a priori relationship among epistemic possibilities is entirely compatible with different necessary relationships among metaphysical possibilities. There is also nothing here that contravenes Kripke's epistemological arguments against certain descriptive views of reference fixing. Indeed, these arguments can be seen as invoking just this sort of reasoning about epistemic possibilities. In considering whether the term Gödel is a priori equivalent to the prover of the incompleteness of arithmetic, Kripke considers a certain epistemically possible hypothesis on which the incompleteness of arithmetic was proved by a man named Schmidt and was then stolen and promulgated by a friend named Gödel. Kripke suggests that if this hypothesis is actual, then our term Gödel refers not to Schmidt, who proved incompleteness, but to his friend. If so, it is not a priori that Gödel, if he existed, proved the incompleteness of arithmetic. This is a straightforward example of armchair reasoning about how the extension of a concept depends on how the actual world turns out. One observation must be made in the case of names. It is possible that two people who use a given name might use it with different a priori application conditionals. For example, if Leverrier uses Neptune as a name for whatever planet perturbs the orbit of Uranus, then conditionals of the form if X is the planet that perturbs the orbit of Uranus, X is Neptune will be knowable a priori by him. But if Leverrier's wife uses Neptune knowing only that it is an astronomical object for which her husband is searching, then the conditional just mentioned will not be knowable a priori by her. She will still have an ability to know the term's extension given sufficient information about the actual world, but for her, the antecedent information will crucially require information about her husband's intentions. So possession of Neptune gives the wife and the husband conditional abilities to apply the term that are somewhat different from each other. They yield different application conditionals, and they yield a different pattern of application across epistemic possibilities. This sort of epistemic variability suggests that at least in the case of names, we should take the a priority of a sentence to be subject relative. For example, we can say that a sentence S is a priori for a speaker when the belief that S would express for the speaker can be justified independently of experience, yielding a priori knowledge. 15. So in the case just discussed, Neptune, if it exists, perturbs the orbit of Uranus is a priori for Leverrier but not for his wife. The relevant class of a priori conditionals will then be subject relative in a similar way. But it remains the case that when a subject possesses a name, the subject will have a conditional ability to identify its extension given sufficient empirical information about the actual world, and the relevant conditionals will be a priori for the subject. The case of names is incidental to our central purposes, but it is arguable that something similar can occur for a natural kind term such as water. The most obvious cases of this will occur when a subject uses the term with deference to others in a linguistic community. Such cases will be not unlike the case of Leverrier's wife. For present purposes, it is probably best to take it that we are stipulating that the terms in question are used non-deferentially. Deference raises issues that are orthogonal to the central issues here about reductive explanation. Nothing important to those issues would change if we were dealing with a community of one speaker or with only expert subjects. 16. It may be that a natural kind term can be epistemically variable for reasons independent of deference. For example, perhaps a city dweller might use water non-deferentially for the liquid that comes out of faucets, knowing nothing of oceans, and a beach dweller might use water non-deferentially for the liquid in the oceans, knowing nothing of faucets. This sort of case can be treated as we suggested that cases involving names be treated. The subjects have different conditional abilities, and different associated conditionals will be knowable a priori for each of them. As before, this epistemic variability gives no reason to deny that the a priori conditionals exist. In what follows, we will usually abstract away from this sort of cross-subject variability, as the central issues about reductive explanation are largely orthogonal to these questions about variable use within a community. When necessary, all of the claims about a priority in the following can be put in subject-relative terms. 4. On the entailment of macroscopic truths. We can now address the crucial question. For the relevant macroscopic truths M, does PQTI imply M? We have already made the case that for many such truths M, there is some non-trivially sufficient empirical information E such that E implies M. The question now is whether the specific empirical truth PQTI is such an E, that is, whether PQTI contains sufficient information to imply M. A conclusive argument for this thesis would require very detailed discussion, but here we present some reasons for finding the thesis plausible. The basic argument has a two-step structure. First, PQTI implies complete information, in the language of physics, about the structure, dynamics, composition, and distribution of macroscopic systems, as well as information about the actual and potential perceptual appearances that they present. Second, this information about macroscopic structure, dynamics, composition, distribution, and appearance, along with residual information from PQTI, implies ordinary macroscopic truths such as M. But we can take things a little more slowly. To address the question, it is useful to start by imagining that one starts with only the empirical information specified by PQTI and by asking, could one thereby come to know the truth of M? To start with, one can get some distance using Q alone. On a phenomenalist view, Q alone, construed as the complete truth about actual and counterfactual experiences, implies all truths. Even if phenomenalism is rejected, Q still gives a significant epistemic foothold on the world. Combining the complete phenomenal information in Q with the indexical information in I puts me in a position to determine the phenomenal character of my current experiences and of my experiences throughout my lifetime. This includes in particular the phenomenal character of a lifetime of perceptual experiences. This information serves as at least an epistemic guide to many macroscopic truths, just as it does in ordinary life. If V is a specific phenomenal character of a visual experience as of a large object in front of me, then if I know that I am now having an experience with phenomenal character V, then I might reasonably infer that there is a large object in front of me. 17. The same goes for many other perceptual experiences. Of course, this information does not remotely suffice to imply all of the relevant macroscopic truths m. First, there is a vast class of truths about which my perceptual experience gives no guidance, truths concerning unperceived objects, for example. Second, for those truths m about which my perceptual experience gives guidance, it remains epistemically possible, in the broad sense, that I have these perceptual states but that m is false. Such epistemic possibilities range from traditional skeptical scenarios concerning the non-existence of the external world to a wide range of scenarios involving perceptual illusions, false testimony, false abductive or inductive inferences, and so on. Nevertheless, truths about which my perceptual experience gives no guidance can often be settled by further information, and skeptical scenarios can often be ruled out by further information. Starting with the further information in Q, information about others' experiences and about counterfactual experiences will give guidance about many unperceived objects. Numerous skeptical scenarios will still be left open, at least if phenomenalism and related views are rejected. But once the information in P, and tand I, is admitted, many such scenarios are immediately ruled out, those in which the physical world does not exist, for example. The residual question is whether the information in PQTI suffices to derive knowledge of the unknown truths and to rule out all of the skeptical scenarios. The information in P will play a crucial role. This includes complete information about the structure and dynamics of the world at the microphysical level. In particular, it includes or implies the complete truth about the spatio-temporal position, velocity, and mass of microphysical entities. This information suffices in turn to imply information about the structure and dynamics of the world at the macroscopic level, at least insofar as the structure and dynamics can be captured in terms of spatio-temporal structure, position, velocity, shape, etc., and mass distribution. For example, for any given region of space at a time, the information in P implies information about the mass density in the region, the mass density in various subregions, the causal connections among various complex configurations of matter in the region, and the extent to which the matter in the region behaves or is disposed to behave as a coherent system. This information suffices to determine which regions are occupied wholly by causally integrated systems that are disposed to behave coherently. So the information plausibly suffices for at least a geometric characterization in terms of shape, position, mass, composition, and dynamics of systems in the macroscopic world. The central point here is that a macroscopic description of the world in the language of physics is implied by a microscopic description of the world in the language of physics. Such a thesis is extremely plausible. It is not subject to any worries about translation between vocabularies and it involves only a change of scale. The only worry might concern the status of bridging principles within physical vocabulary. For example, is it a priori that the mass of a complex system is the sum of the masses of its parts? If there are any concerns here, however, they can be bypassed by stipulating that the relevant physical principles are built into P18. In addition, P implies information about systems' microstructural composition and about the distribution of systems across space and time, including the relations between systems, characterized in macrophysical terms, and about any given system's history, characterized in macrophysical terms. Further, the information in P and Q together will imply truths about regularities connecting the physical and phenomenal domains, and PQTI will include or imply all truths about lawful covariation between the world's physical and phenomenal states. If my own phenomenal states depend directly on associated physical states, then P and Q in conjunction with I will imply information about the dependence. If there are certain regularities by which other physical systems in the world indirectly affect my perceptual phenomenal states, then P, Q, and I will imply information about those regularities. So although information about the external causes of perceptual phenomenal states is not built into Q, PQTI will imply information about these causes. It will also imply information about the perceptual phenomenal states that various external systems are disposed to cause when appropriately situated, that is, about the perceptual appearance of these systems. Overall, PQTI implies complete information about the geometrically characterized structure and dynamics of macroscopic systems and objects in the world, their spatiotemporal distribution and microstructural composition, and their actual and potential perceptual appearances. This information puts a subject in a position to conclusively know, on rational reflection, the truth or otherwise of any ordinary macroscopic claim. Complete knowledge of perceptual appearances yields the information that members of our community rely on in coming to know macroscopic truths, and complete structural, dynamic, distributional, and compositional information contains all the information that we need to settle the truth of claims that perceptual information does not settle. For example, knowledge of the appearance, behavior, and composition of a certain body of matter in one's environment, along with complete knowledge of the appearance, behavior, and composition of other bodies of matter in the environment and knowledge of their relationships to oneself, puts one in a position to know, on rational reflection, whether the original system is a body of water. The same goes for knowledge of whether the system is gold, whether it is alive, whether it boils at a certain temperature, or whether it is found in the oceans. The same also applies to ordinary macroscopic truths in general. Complete knowledge of structure, dynamics, composition, distribution, and appearance puts one in a position to know whether is true. Further, the information in PQTI serves to conclusively eliminate arbitrary skeptical hypotheses under which might be false. Hypotheses involving perceptual illusions or hallucinations are eliminated by full structural and dynamic information. Hypotheses concerning differences in the past and the future are eliminated by full distributional information. Hypotheses concerning differences in underlying causal or compositional structure are eliminated by full compositional information. Even skeptical hypotheses concerning differences in others' minds are plausibly eliminated by full phenomenal information. Further skeptical hypotheses about the subject's own relation to these systems or about their exhaustiveness are removed by the index ICL, and that's all information in PQTI. A relevant skeptical hypothesis would have to be one in which the structure, dynamics, distribution, composition, and appearance of objects and systems across space and time is preserved, along with index ICL, and that's all information, but in which is false. There do not seem to be any such. The knowledge outlined here suffices for conclusive knowledge of Importantly, no other empirical information is required to justify the inference from PQTI to PQTI contains all of the information that is needed to know We can imagine a subject engaged in a Cartesian suspension of all empirical belief who is then given the information that PQTI. Given this information alone, the subject would be in a position to reconstruct knowledge of the structure, dynamics, distribution, composition, and appearance of external systems by the earlier reasoning. From there, the subject would be in a position to ascertain the truth of macroscopic claims such as and to eliminate any relevant skeptical hypotheses. All that is required here is possession of the concepts in the information in PQTI, and rational reflection. If so, then knowledge of PQTI suffices in principle for conclusive knowledge of with no other empirical information required. The same reasoning applies hypothetically. Even without knowing PQTI, a subject is in a position to know that if PQTI is true, then is true, and is in a position to rule out any hypothesis on which PQTI is true but is not. So the subject is in a position to know the truth of the material conditional PQTI proper superset symbol M19 as before. Empirical information plays no essential role in justifying knowledge of this conditional. All of the information required is present in the antecedent, so the subject is in a position to know the conditional a priori. 20. It follows that PQTI implies As before, a priori knowledge of PQTI proper superset symbol does not rely on any explicit analysis of the expressions involved in or on any explicit bridging principles connecting the vocabulary of PQTI with the vocabulary of Just as a knowledge-free description of a Gettier situation implies relevant claims about knowledge without requiring an explicit bridge between the vocabularies, PQTI implies the truth of M without requiring an explicit bridge between the vocabularies. Rather, PQTI serves as sufficient information for determining the truth of M in the sense described earlier. In effect, this breaks down into two stages. PQTI serves as sufficient information for determining complete information about structure, dynamics, distribution, composition, and appearance, and this information serves in turn as sufficient information for determining the truth of M. So PQTI proper superset symbol M is an a priori application conditional. It might be objected that we do not yet have a completed physics, so we do not yet know what P says, so we cannot know whether PQTI implies M21, but for present purposes, we do not need to know what P says. All we have needed here is that P implies truths about the structure and dynamics of macroscopic objects in spatio-temporal terms along with truths about mass and microphysical composition. That implication is likely to be robust over physical theories. If a physical theory does not yield this implication, we are unlikely to count it as a complete physical theory. In any case, we stipulated earlier that we are assuming a physical theory that implies truths about the position, velocity, and mass of all microscopic entities. Given this assumption, the step to an analogous characterization of macroscopic systems proceeds as outlined here. It might also be objected that no human could grasp all of the information in PQTI, so that no human could grasp the truth of the relevant conditional. This is surely true, but it is no bar to the a priority of the conditional. A priority concerns what is knowable in principle, not in practice, and in assessing a priority, we idealize away from contingent cognitive limitations concerning memory, attention, reasoning, and the like. Once we idealize away from human memory and processing limitations, the problem here is removed. We can summarize the argument in a way that makes clear the role of the idealization by appeal to a fanciful thought experiment. Imagine a human augmented by a virtual world machine. This is a machine containing, a supercomputer to store the physical information in P and to make the a priori calculations required to move from microscopic structure to macroscopic structure, 2. A virtual reality device to produce direct knowledge of the phenomenal states described in Q, and 3. Tools that use these devices to focus on arbitrary regions of the world and to deliver information about the macroscopic structure, dynamics, composition, and perceptual appearance of systems in those regions. Using such a machine, a human with no other empirical information could straightforwardly ascertain the truth of the relevant claims M. The virtual world does no more than give access to the information contained in PQTI and process this information on a priori grounds. So if a human using such a device can ascertain the truth of M, it is plausible that PQTI proper superset symbol M is a priori. One might ask the following. Given that PQTI implies ordinary macroscopic truths, does similar reasoning suggest that PTI alone implies many such truths? Such reasoning may work for truths concerning the objective spatio-temporal structure of macroscopic systems. But for many or most macroscopic expressions, most obviously expressions such as green and hot but plausibly also expressions such as water and tiger, our application of the expressions relies essentially on associated perceptual appearances. For a typical truth M involving such an expression, PTI will imply M only if PTI implies truths about the associated perceptual appearances. This will plausibly require that PTI implies the relevant phenomenal truths in Q. One can then ask, could reasoning such as that given earlier establish that PTI implies the truths in Q? It seems not. There are familiar reasons, example Jackson 1982, to hold that information about the structure, dynamics, and composition of physical systems does not suffice for information about the character of conscious experiences. There are also familiar reasons, see chapters 5 and 6, to hold that there are conceptually coherent alternative possibilities in which things are physically just as in PTI but in which different sorts of experiences are present or in which there are no experiences at all. 22. Whether or not these reasons are sound, their existence makes it clear that there is no direct argument that PTI implies Q analogous to the present argument concerning PQTI. Any argument that PTI implies Q must rest on quite different considerations. 23. Note that we have not argued here that PQTI implies every truth in every domain, although we are inclined to accept this claim. Given what we have said here, it could be that certain truths in special domains, perhaps concerning mathematics, metaphysics, morality, or mentality, are not implied by PQTI. 24. Presumably this will be because these truths are not conclusively knowable even given full information about structure, dynamics, appearance, distribution, composition, and so on. Perhaps these truths are knowable only through different means, or perhaps they are not conclusively knowable at all. But we hope we have said enough to make it plausible that ordinary macroscopic truths concerning everyday macroscopic natural phenomena are implied by PQTI. 5. Bloch and Stalnaker on a priori entailment. Bloch and Stalnaker, 1999, give a number of arguments against a priori entailments from microphysical truths to macroscopic truths. They do not always cast things in these terms. Their discussion often suggests that the issue is whether there is an analysis of macroscopic concepts in microphysical terms and whether principles that cross the bridge from microphysical to macroscopic are themselves microphysical claims. This way of putting things is unfortunate, as on a natural reading these theses are implausible and much stronger than what is needed. But it is clear from the context of Bloch and Stalnaker's discussion that a priori entailment is the real issue, and many of their arguments are naturally seen as arguments against a priori entailments. 1. Explicit analyses. One aspect of the global structure of Bloch and Stalnaker's article can be seen as follows. In the first part, especially sections 4-9, they argue that there are no explicit analyses of typical macroscopic expressions, such as water and life, of a sort that could support an a priori entailment from microphysical to macroscopic truths. In the second part, the long section 10, they discuss the use of the two-dimensional semantic framework as an alternative to explicit analyses and argue that the existence of the framework does not support the a priori entailments in question. The intended upshot is that the existence of these a priori entailments is doubtful and that reductive explanation does not require a priori entailment. An argument with this structure cannot successfully make a case against a priori entailments. To see this, it suffices to note that if this sort of argument succeeds, it succeeds equally in making a case against the a priori Gettier entailments discussed earlier. It is at least as plausible for knowledge as for water and for life that there is no explicit analysis to support the entailments. Moreover, the general criticisms of this use of the two-dimensional framework presumably apply equally to its use in the case of knowledge. Nevertheless, the a priori Gettier entailments discussed earlier exist, or at least it is clear that this sort of argument does little to make a case against them. So by parity, this sort of argument does little to make a case against the a priori entailments we are concerned with. We can agree with Bloch and Stalnaker that there are plausibly no precise, explicit conceptual analyses of concepts such as water and life, or at least no precise analyses of a manageable length. But as we made clear earlier, and as is also made clear in Chalmers 1996 and Jackson 1998, such explicit analyses are not required for a priori entailment. 25. We can also agree with Bloch and Stalnaker that the mere existence of the two-dimensional semantic framework does not imply that the a priori entailments in question exist. As Bloch and Stalnaker say, the two-dimensional framework provides a good way to capture a priori connections when they exist, but the framework alone does not demonstrate specific a priori connections. Correspondingly, the two-dimensional framework plays no essential role in our arguments for a priori entailments given here. In the arguments for a priori entailment given in the conscious mind and from metaphysics to ethics, it plays only a clarifying role, in removing certain confusions that may arise from the presence of a posteriori necessary connections and in providing a convenient shorthand for discussing the patterns by which a concept applies to the world. The core of the argument for a priori entailments proceeds independently of these semantic details, just as it does in the Gettier case. 26. Insofar as it is captured by this global structure, then, Bloch and Stalnaker's discussion does not engage the first-order issue of whether the a priori entailments in question exist. Still, their article also contains numerous arguments that go beyond what is suggested by this structure. We discuss these in what follows. 2. Conceivability. In a discussion about conceivability, Bloch and Stalnaker discuss the issue, raised by Levine 1993, of whether it is conceivable that P holds without W holding, where P is the complete microphysical truth and W is water is boiling. They discuss two senses of conceivability. In the first sense, conceivability is tied closely to a posteriori possibility and necessity, so that P and W is inconceivable. This sense of conceivability is clearly irrelevant to the issue of a priori entailment. In the second sense, P without Q is conceivable if Q cannot be deduced from P using logic and conceptual truths. This sense is more clearly relevant to the issue. We would prefer that the notion be cast in the more general terms of a priori reasoning rather than explicit deduction, but this does not matter to Bloch and Stalnaker's discussion. 27. They say, let C be a complete description, in microphysical terms, of a situation in which water, H2O, is boiling, and let T be a complete theory of physics. Can one deduce from T, supplemented with analytic definitions, that H2O would boil in circumstances C? To see that one cannot, suppose that the deduction is taking place on twin Earth. The stuff they call water is XYZ, and the process they call boiling is a process that superficially resembles boiling, but that involves a different physical process. Just as they would say, truly, water is XYZ, and not H2O, and if there were H2O, it wouldn't be water, so they would say, truly, if there were H2O, and it were behaving like that, it wouldn't be boiling. They could hardly deduce H2O would boil in circumstances C if on their meaning of boil, H2O can't boil at all. We assume that boiling is a natural kind concept. If you don't agree, substitute some other process term that does express a natural kind concept. 8. We can agree with Bloch and Stalnaker that if there are residents of twin Earth, they might truly say if there were H2O, and it were behaving like that, it wouldn't be boiling. However, this is irrelevant to the issue of whether there is an a priori entailment from H2O is behaving like that to H2O is boiling. The first is a subjunctive conditional about an explicitly counterfactual scenario and as such is relevant to issues concerning necessity, not a priority. Compare the following. There is plausibly an a priori entailment from something like molecular motion is the dominant cause of our heat sensations, M, to molecular motion is heat, M. On a twin Earth, however, where heat sensations are caused by something very different, residents might truly say, if molecular motion were the dominant cause of our heat sensations, it wouldn't be heat. The latter is a subjunctive claim about an explicitly counterfactual scenario, so at best its truth reflects negatively on the necessity of an entailment from M to M. Its truth clearly has no bearing on the a priority of the entailment, which remains plausible for everything said here. The same goes for microphysics and the boiling of water. In fact, the thought experiment does not even bear directly on the necessity of the entailment since presumably the necessity of an utterance in English does not entail the necessity of the homophonic utterance in twin English, witness water is H2O. If anything, the thought experiment bears on whether it is a priori that the entailment is necessary. Bloch and Stalnaker also say the following. We don't really need a twin Earth story to make our point. Consider a person on actual Earth, who does not know the story about how water boils. Perhaps she doesn't even know that water is made up of molecules. One presents her with the theory T, and a description, in microphysical terms, of a water boiling situation. Can she then deduce that if T is true and a situation met conditions C, then the H2O would be boiling? No, since for all she knows the actual situation is like the one on twin Earth. Perhaps, if she were told, or could figure out, that the theory was actually true of the relevant stuff in her environment, she could then conclude, using her knowledge of the observable behavior of the things in her environment, that H2O is water, and that the relevant microphysical description is a description of boiling, but the additional information is of course not a priori, and the inference from her experience would be inductive. 8. This example is simply an illustration of the general phenomenon whereby physical information must be supplemented by locating information, you are here, to imply relevant conclusions. The subject needs locating information to know that the theory describes the subject's own environment and not a very different environment. So while this example may show that there is no implication from P, the complete physical truth, to W, it does nothing to show that there is no implication from Pi, physical truth supplemented by locating information, to W. Of course, as is made clear in Chalmers 1996 and Jackson 1998, the latter is the more relevant claim. 3. Uniqueness. In discussing the possibility of conceptual analyses of terms like water, Bloch and Stallnaker spend a considerable amount of time discussing the possibility of analyzing this term as something like the waterish stuff around here, where waterish abbreviates a cluster of descriptions of familiar macroscopic properties of water, such as clarity, liquidity, and drinkability. They argue that no such analysis can succeed. The argument proceeds by considering various possible cases where there is more than one sort of stuff in the environment that satisfies the relevant descriptions. Given that we hold that explicit analysis is not required for a priori entailment, we could simply set this discussion aside as irrelevant, but there are some points that are worth discussing. Bloch and Stallnaker suggest at one point that for an a priori entailment to go through, water must be analyzed as something like the unique waterish stuff in our environment. This seems clearly false. First, it seems obviously epistemically possible, in the broad sense, that there could turn out to be two sorts of stuff with the relevant properties filling the oceans and lakes in our environment in roughly equal distributions. In such a case, it seems clear that we would say that there are two sorts of water, that is, this epistemically possible hypothesis is an instance of the epistemically possible hypothesis that there are two sorts of water. So any a priori analysis requiring uniqueness would clearly be incorrect. Second, the falsity of an analysis involving uniqueness does nothing to rule out a priori entailment. The thought experiment just given involves largely a priori consideration of an epistemically possible hypothesis. A priori consideration of that hypothesis suggests that it counts as an instance of the epistemically possible hypothesis that there are two sorts of water. So the thought experiment is entirely compatible with an a priori entailment from specific details concerning the hypothesis, in water-free terms, to a conclusion involving water, and indeed may even positively suggest the existence of such an entailment. If one wanted to come up with an explicit analysis that handles these cases directly, one might start simply with the watery stuff in our environment, which handles them well, where the phrase is naturally interpreted to cover all instances of watery stuff in our environment. There will be cases where this analysis does not work. Perhaps if there is a single dominant watery stuff and small pockets of different stuff, we will count only the dominant stuff as water. We could then move to something like the dominant watery stuff in our environment, if there is one, or any watery stuff in our environment, if there is not. But no doubt this analysis would itself need to be refined to handle more complex cases, just as in the case of knowledge. It is probably easier, then, to give up the aim of producing a perfect, explicit analysis and to content ourselves with the observation that we have an a priori grasp of how our concepts apply to specific epistemic possibilities when these are described in sufficient detail. Nothing about these cases contravenes this observation. 4. Ghost heat. In the course of their discussion of uniqueness, Bloch and Stallnaker discuss a hypothetical epistemic possibility in which it turns out that there is ghost heat. In this situation, things are microphysically just as normal, P is true, so the causal role associated with heat is filled by molecular motion. But the causal role is also filled by a non-physical substance, which we can call ghost heat in a case of causal overdetermination. Bloch and Stallnaker say that under this epistemic possibility, it turns out that there are two sorts of heat, molecular motion and ghost heat, so that heat equals molecular motion turns out to be false, so P does not imply that heat is molecular motion. We are not certain that this sort of causal overdetermination is coherent, and we are not certain that if it is coherent, then the epistemic possibility in question should be interpreted as one in which there are two kinds of heat. But even if so, the conclusion is simply an instance of the failure of the microphysical facts P to rule out epistemic possibilities in which there are further non-physical facts. As before, ruling out these epistemic possibilities requires conjoining a that's all statement T, holding that the actual world is a minimal P world to P once 'tis conjoined to P, yielding PT. The hypothesis involving ghost heat is ruled out. A world with ghost heat is clearly not a minimal P world. So the example shows at best that P does not imply H, where H is heat is molecular notion. It does not show that PT does not imply H. And as is made clear in Chalmers, 1996, and Jackson, 1998, the latter is the more relevant claim. Bloch and Stallnaker anticipate this sort of response and reply as follows. Recall that Jackson's definition of physicalism recognized the possibility of a world that is a microphysical duplicate of the actual world, while also containing some additional non-physical substances and properties. In response, a nothing but condition is built into the definition of physicalism by requiring for the truth of physicalism only that minimal physical duplicates of the actual world be duplicates simpliciter. But the need for this qualification presupposes that the nothing but condition is not something that is entailed by microphysics itself, that is, it is not a claim of microphysics that our world is a minimal physical duplicate of itself. To take the nothing but condition to be an implicit claim of microphysics would be to build the thesis of physicalism into microphysics, which philosophers such as Jackson and Chalmers, who reject physicalism, should be reluctant to do. They reject physicalism, not microphysics. The truth of what physicists write in textbooks does not depend on the mind-body problem. Even if it is a microphysical fact that H2O is a waterish stuff around here, it is not a microphysical fact that it is the waterish stuff around here. 19. The objection here seems to be that the that's all statement 'tis not itself implied by P. This is correct but irrelevant. The thesis is not that T is part of microphysics. The theses are rather that PT, perhaps in conjunction with Chi, implies the relevant macroscopic truths. 2. This sort of implication is required for reductive explanation, and 3. An analogous claim, that PT necessitates all truths, is required for physicalism. Nothing that Bloch and Stallnaker say here gives any reason to reject these claims. 5. Methodology and simplicity. In the background of Bloch and Stallnaker's specific arguments about uniqueness lie some more general worries about the role of a posteriori methodological considerations, such as simplicity, in determining the extension of our terms. These worries are not elaborated at length in Bloch and Stallnaker's discussion, but they come up in a number of places and in a number of different ways. For example, in the discussion of ghost heat, Bloch and Stallnaker suggest that it is by using considerations of simplicity that we rule out the possibility of ghost heat. That seems roughly correct. Our observations are compatible with two hypotheses, PNCT and PNG, where P contains the relevant physical truths, T is a that's all statement, and G is a claim about ghost heat. We do not decide between these hypotheses purely through observation or deduction but through the use of simplicity considerations such as Occam's razor. Something similar goes on in inductive and abductive inference. These considerations play a common role in moving from partial information about the world to more complete information about the world. All this is quite compatible with our position. It is no part of our position that a posteriori methods are never used in determining our concepts' extensions. They are used all the time. In particular, it is by using a posteriori methods that we form empirical hypotheses about how the world is. The information in PQTI itself is knowable only a posteriori, and simplicity considerations play a central role in our coming to know aspects of this information. but nothing here bears on the claim that given the information about PQTI, which rules out the P&G hypothesis, the application of our concepts is determined a priori. There is one passage that may bear directly on this claim. After considering our intuitions about how the term water might apply to various epistemic possibilities, including possibilities in which there are multiple substances that play the relevant role, Bloch and Stalnaker write. It is a part of the semantics of natural kind terms that they are natural kinds, but it may also be part of the semantics of these terms that this is a defeasible condition. What is not plausibly part of the semantics, something we all know in virtue of knowing our language alone, is what to say in all the myriad cases in which the defeasible condition is defeated. In these cases, what we should say will no doubt be dictated by principles of simplicity, conservativeness, etc. 21. Bloch and Stalnaker do not say anything to back up these claims directly or to argue against an opponent who holds that these conditions of application to various epistemic possibilities are as much a tacit part of the concept of water as the conditions of application brought out in the Gettier literature are a tacit part of the concept of knowledge. Furthermore, even if these conditions of application are not part of the semantics of water in English, this does not entail that a subject's application of the term to epistemic possibilities is not justified a priori. As we saw earlier in the case of Neptune, it may be the case that the relevant conditionals involving a term may vary among the users of a term, so that the corresponding conditions of application are not built into the term's semantics in English, but that each user's knowledge of the conditionals is justified a priori all the same. So Bloch and Stalnaker need to give substantive arguments against the a priori knowability of the conditionals in question. Bloch and Stalnaker go on to discuss the case of rheumatism, in which as scientists acquired more empirical information about various diseases underlying a central syndrome, the term began to be used for the syndrome rather than the diseases. They also discuss the case of jade, in which we discovered two underlying substances and decided that there are two sorts of jade. Nothing here contravenes the claim that these decisions manifested a tacit grasp of a priori conditions of application of the terms in question and that the relevant conditionals, from a full specification of the empirical details to conclusions about jade and rheumatism, are a priori. Of course, the claim should not be made too strong. There is almost certainly a high degree of indeterminacy in our concepts, including indeterminacy in their application to the actual world and to hypothetical epistemic possibilities. It can sometimes happen that when an epistemic possibility is found to be actual, no clear decision about the concept's application is dictated. In such a case there often ensues, explicit or implicit, terminological stipulation or refinement that is influenced by various sociological and pragmatic factors. It may be that in the rheumatism case, for example, the initial extension of the concept was indeterminate between applying to the syndrome in general and applying to the most common underlying disease. If so, there is an equally rational possible history in which the term comes to be applied to the disease, but in our world, it came to be applied to the syndrome. Such cases can naturally be seen as cases of mild conceptual change or of conceptual refinement. In these cases, a term that formerly expressed one concept comes to express a slightly different concept, so that, the term's extension becomes more determinate. 2. Certain sentences whose truth values were previously indeterminate come to express truths, and 3. Certain conditionals that were not a priori come to be a priori. But these changes happen in parallel, and there is no time at which a concept's extension is not determined a priori by truths about the underlying state of the world. Conceptual change is the exception rather than the rule. Most of the time, decisions concerning a concept's extension in response to empirical developments are dictated rationally rather than arbitrarily. Cases of this sort pose no threat to the a priori entailment thesis. To see this, note that in these cases the relevant empirical developments could be presented in advance as an epistemically possible hypothesis, and decisions concerning the concept's extension under that hypothesis will themselves be rationally accessible in principle. So the empirical knowledge in question plays no essential role in justifying the conditional from the empirical developments to a conclusion about the concept's extension. So in these cases we have no argument against a priori entailment. 6. A priori knowledge versus armchair knowledge. A more general worry may be lurking in the background. It may be that Bloch and Stalnaker are prepared to concede that in many cases a conditional from a sufficiently complete description of an epistemic possibility to a conclusion about a concept's extension is knowable from the armchair, but they may deny that it is a priori. This view is suggested by the following passage. This seems to be armchair reasoning, reflection that does not include any obvious reference to real experiments, so it is tempting to conclude that this reflection just unfolds our concepts in a totally a priori way. But what this conclusion misses is that our reasoning about the proper epistemic response in various counterfactual situations is informed not only by our concepts but by implicit and explicit theories and general methodological principles that we have absorbed through our scientific culture, by everything that the we who are performing these thought experiments believe. What people should rationally say in response to various hypothesized discoveries will vary depending on their experience, commitments, and epistemic priorities. 43. On this view, armchair knowledge of application conditionals depends in part on general empirical background knowledge. For example, the empirical background knowledge that the world is simple may play a role in our requiring that the extension of a concept be as simple as possible. Or perhaps the knowledge that the world contains numerous natural kinds may make us more inclined to apply terms in the manner typical of natural kinds. The view can be put as follows. For relevant truths a subject can know an application conditional PQTI proper superset symbol M from the armchair. 2. There is some general empirical information acquired at some time in the past, that plays a role in justifying the subject's knowledge of the conditional, and 3. Empirical knowledge such as plays an essential role in justifying knowledge of the conditional. If I and 2 are correct, the conditional is not known a priori. If 3 is also correct, the conditional is not knowable a priori. We argued in section 4 that empirical knowledge does not play the sort of justificatory role. It is useful, however, to examine further the roles that empirical information might play in knowledge of application conditionals. There is no question that empirical information can play a causal role in acquiring this knowledge. Empirical knowledge often plays a causal role in the acquisition of concepts with certain a priori connections, and it sometimes plays a role in triggering changes in the a priori connections associated with a term, as in the cases just discussed. There is also no question that could play a mediating role in our knowledge of an application conditional. That is, might itself be implied by PQTI, and one could then straightforwardly use in combination with PQTI to deduce M. But neither of these possibilities entails that plays an essential role in justifying knowledge of the relevant conditionals. We suspect that the cases in which Bloch and Stalnaker think that empirical information has a justificatory role are in fact cases where the information has a causal or mediating role. To examine this matter in the context of the current objection, we will take it for granted that considerations presented earlier in this chapter establish that for empirical truths M, the conditional PQTI proper superset symbol M is at least knowable from the armchair. The same considerations suggest that the truth or falsity of conditionals of the form X proper superset symbol M will be knowable from the armchair for false antecedents X representing specific epistemic possibilities that are analogous to but distinct from PQTI. Such possibilities might include different configurations of physical and phenomenal properties, as well as possibilities involving different laws of nature. Further, the earlier considerations suggest that the relevant armchair knowledge is sufficient to justify hypothetical reasoning from the hypothetical acceptance of X to the conclusion that M. Note that this entails that our knowledge of these conditionals is not essentially grounded, uninterestingly, in armchair knowledge that X is false. We can call the relevant conditionals armchair conditionals. Now the question is this: insofar as an empirical claim plays a role in knowledge of armchair conditionals such as PQTI proper superset symbol M, Does it play a justificatory role or merely a causal or mediating role? To adjudicate this issue, we can focus on the status of E itself. By the usual reasoning, knowledge of PQTI will enable a subject to know from the armchair whether E is true. For example, the information in PQTI puts us in a position to know that the world is reasonably simple. 28 So there will be corresponding armchair conditionals of the form PQTI proper superset symbol E. Further, since E is a posteriori, there will also be epistemic possibilities, in the broad sense, under which E is false, for example, epistemic possibilities under which the world is not simple. So there will be antecedents X, example describing a non-simple world, such that X proper superset symbol E is an armchair conditional. Although the epistemic possibility specified by X falsifies E, we can nevertheless evaluate it using various ordinary concepts, yielding corresponding armchair conditionals X proper superset symbol C. We can then ask, does the role played by E in knowledge of armchair conditionals PQTI proper superset symbol M extend to a role in knowledge of armchair conditionals X proper superset symbol C where X falsifies E? For example, does our knowledge that the world is simple play a role in our application of concepts to a non-simple, epistemic possibility? If E plays a causal role in knowledge of application conditionals, we would expect the answer to be yes. If E plays a mediating role, we would expect the answer to be no. If E plays a justifying role, it is not clear what we would expect the answer to be. In fact, one can argue that whether the answer is yes or no, E plays no essential role in justifying the application conditionals. If the answer is yes, then for such an X and C, X proper superset symbol C and X proper superset symbol E are armchair conditionals, so the subject can reason hypothetically from the information that X to the conclusion that C and E. It follows that if the subject were to discover that X were actual, assuming rationality, the subject would come to know that C and E. Then E would play no essential role in justifying the subject's knowledge that C, because the justification for items of knowledge cannot be essentially grounded in a falsehood. A subject who rationally evaluates X as a hypothetical can come to conclude C, under that hypothesis, by the same rational process, so A plays no essential role in justifying acceptance of the conditional from sto C. So in this application of the concepts involved in C, E plays no essential justificatory role. At most, E plays a causal role in the subject's acquiring a concept with this pattern of application. If the answer is no, then the justificatory role of E extends at most to armchair conditionals Y proper superset symbol C such that there is armchair justification for Y proper superset symbol E. Further, if there is armchair justification for Y proper superset symbol E, then if E justifies Y proper superset symbol C, Y proper superset symbol E will also justify Y proper superset symbol C without antecedently assuming E, by hypothetical reasoning from ito E to C. So justification of Y proper superset symbol E is required for E involving knowledge of Y proper superset symbol C, and given this justification, E plays no further essential role in justifying Y proper superset symbol C. In particular, justification of PQTI proper superset symbol E is required for E involving knowledge of PQTI proper superset symbol C, and given this justification, E plays no further essential role in justifying PQTI proper superset symbol C. This suggests strongly that in these cases E plays only a mediating role in knowledge of PQTI proper superset symbol C. The only residual question about this second class of cases is what justifies the armchair conditional PQTI proper superset symbol E. Knowledge of this conditional is not essentially justified by E itself. To see this, note that a subject who is given the information in PQTI and who antecedently suspends judgment about E will nevertheless be in a position to conclude that E holds. Further, the same sorts of factors are plausibly relevant in justifying PQTI proper superset symbol E and in justifying X proper superset symbol E for those X that falsify E, but E cannot justify the latter for the reasons given earlier. Alternatively, PQTI proper superset symbol E might be justified by some other empirical factor F, but then knowledge of E does not play an essential role in justifying PQTI proper superset symbol C, contrary to the original hypothesis. Knowledge that F is all that is required, and we can run the same argument for F. The same goes for the disjunction of E and F and indeed for any empirical claim. So no empirical claim plays an essential role in justifying knowledge of armchair conditionals of the form PQTI proper superset symbol C. At most, such claims play a mediating role. To illustrate the situation, we can take the case of simplicity and the example of PQTI proper superset symbol M. On both alternatives described here, a posteriori simplicity considerations might play some role in adjudicating the status of M. On the first alternative, this is because these considerations have played a causal role in the subjects possessing a concept whose a priori conditions of application across all epistemic possibilities involve simplicity. On the second alternative, it is because the information that the world is simple is itself derivable from PQTI and thereby plays a role in the a priori process of reasoning from antecedent to consequent. Either way, the a posteriori considerations play no role in justifying the conditional itself and are therefore no bar to its a priority. It might be objected that if empirical considerations can play a role in affecting what is a priori involving a concept, as in the first alternative given above regarding simplicity and also in the version of the rheumatism case involving terminological stipulation, then the notion of a priority is being watered down. But this seems wrong. A priority is a matter of non-empirical justification. Concept acquisition is usually empirically driven, and conceptual drift can occur in response to empirical factors, but neither of these is any bar to the a priority of resulting claims involving the concepts. A related objection notes that if the a priority of various sentences can be affected by empirical developments, then there is no guarantee that claims we now regard as a priori will turn out to be a priori. As a result, any metaphysical and explanatory conclusions that rest on claims about a priority are suspect. But this is wrong. Even where the sort of conceptual drift described here occurs, the relevant claims at the first stage are still a priori. It is just that later, the same sentence is used to express something different that is not a priori. The change here is merely terminological. Whether people use rheumatism for the syndrome or the disease, the substantive issues concerning the phenomenon itself are the same. More generally, whether or not people choose to use terms in a way that requires simplicity, the substantive issues concerning the phenomena are the same. The change in language simply means that we express things differently. It may even be that in the future people may come to use a term such as consciousness or life with a priori application conditions that differ from ours, due to sociological or pragmatic factors or terminological stipulation or terminological drift. But this sort of future terminological change has no bearing on the truth or the a priority of claims that we currently make using the term, and has no bearing on any metaphysical or explanatory conclusions that might follow. 29 For example, it could turn out that due to this sort of drift, what someone later calls consciousness can be reductively explained, but that does not imply that consciousness can be reductively explained. We conclude that none of Bloch and Stalnaker's arguments against a priori entailment are compelling. 30. 6. Does reductive explanation require a priori entailment? Bloch and Stalnaker hold that reductive explanation does not require a priori entailment. In arguing for this thesis, their main strategy involves arguing that in paradigm cases of reductive explanation, no a priori entailment exists. We have already rebutted these arguments. They also offer a positive model of reductive explanation with some arguments in support, so it is worth saying something here about what reductive explanation involves. We start by examining a clear way in which reductive explanation can succeed and a clear way in which it can fail. When a concept of some natural phenomenon supports a priori entailments from the microphysical, there is a clear sense in which the phenomenon can be reductively explained. These a priori entailments might not support a reduction of the phenomenon in question to a microphysical phenomenon, at least in some senses of this term, perhaps because such entailments are compatible with multiple realizability. Still, in showing how any instance of the phenomenon is itself implied by microphysical phenomena, we show that there is a sort of transparent epistemic connection between the microphysical and macroscopic phenomena. Both the microphysical and the macroscopic phenomena are epistemically contingent in that they involve the actualization of just one of a host of coherent epistemic possibilities. When transparent entailment is present, however, the epistemic contingency in the macroscopic phenomena is reduced to the epistemic contingency in the microphysical phenomena. There is no further epistemic contingency in the connection. When a phenomenon is entailed a priori by PQTI rather than just by P, something similar applies. To be sure, there may be some further epistemic contingency in T, and possibly Q so that these truths themselves may not be reductively explained. But we generally count reductive explanation modulo totality, indexicality, and consciousness, that is, reduction of the epistemic contingency of a phenomenon to the epistemic contingency in PQTI to be reductive explanation enough. T and I are sufficiently minor additions to the reduction base that they do not change much, and while Q is a larger addition, scientists are prepared to put the explanation of the subjective aspects of a phenomenon, such as color and heat, on hold and settle for an explanation of the objective aspects. This carving off strategy arguably does not yield a complete reductive explanation of these phenomena, but at least we know just what we are not explaining. So in a reductive explanation of a phenomenon such as water or life, we find that a low-level account of the physical processes involved will in principle imply and explain truths about the macroscopic structure, dynamics, behavior, and, in conjunction with Q, appearance of relevant systems. Furthermore, our concepts of water and life dictate that systems with appropriate sorts of structure, dynamics, behavior, and appearance automatically qualify as water or as alive, at least if they are appropriately situated in our environment or are relevantly related to systems in our environment. So the relevant microphysical truths, perhaps in conjunction with Q, T, and I, imply the existence of water or of life, and their existence is reductively explained. The same applies to various specific features of water and of life, which can be implied and explained in similar ways. The corresponding view on the problem of consciousness is type A materialism, chapter 5, the view that there is an a priori entailment from PTI to the phenomenal truths Q, perhaps because phenomenal concepts are functional concepts. It is clear that if type A materialism is true, then the phenomenal can be reductively explained in terms of the physical. In this case, there will be a transparent epistemic connection from the physical to the phenomenal, and any epistemic contingency in the phenomenal truths will be reduced to epistemic contingency in physical truths. Consequently, all other macroscopic truths that are reductively explainable modulo consciousness will be reductively explainable simpliciter. Once again, a priori entailment supports reductive explanation. Next, consider a clear case of a failure of reductive explanation. Let us say that the property dualist is right about consciousness and that consciousness is connected to the physical only by contingent laws, perhaps ultimately by fundamental psychophysical laws. These laws might be inferred, in principle, from psychophysical regularities in the actual world. Given the presence of these laws, we can still arguably have some sort of explanation of consciousness and its properties in terms of physical processes and the psychophysical laws. From PTI plus psychophysical laws, the various specific phenomena of consciousness will be implied. This will not be a case of reductive explanation, however, precisely because of the need for principles in our explanatory base over and above what is present in P. The laws themselves are not explained, they are epistemically primitive, in that they are not implied by more basic truths. 2. Moreover, these substantive, epistemically primitive principles play a central role in the explanation of the phenomena. So there is no transparent explanation of the phenomena in physical terms alone, and reductive explanation fails. Now let us consider a third sort of case, one that corresponds to the way Bloch and Stalnaker envisage the situation with respect to consciousness and reductive explanation in general. Here, as before, we observe numerous psychophysical regularities between brain states and states of consciousness. But on Bloch and Stalnaker's approach, we are led to infer an underlying identity between various brain states and phenomenal states. These identities are not entailed a priori by PTI, and correspondingly, the truths about consciousness are not entailed a priori by PTI, but the truths about consciousness are entailed a priori by PTI plus the identities, at least if truths about brain states are entailed a priori by PTI. So we still have a sort of explanation of consciousness and its properties, in terms of physical processes and psychophysical identities. This third case is a version of type B materialism, on which physical truths necessitate phenomenal truths without entailing them a priori. We think that this sort of case cannot occur, but let us set that worry aside for the moment and pretend that it can. Assuming that it can occur, is the third case more akin to the first or the second case? There are different respects in which it resembles each. Ontologically, it is more akin to the first case, involving type A materialism, since it is compatible with a materialist ontology on which the explained phenomenon is ultimately physical. Epistemically, however, it is more akin to the second case, which involves property dualism. Like the second case, the third case yields no transparent explanation of consciousness in terms of physical processes. At best, there is an explanation in terms of physical processes plus psychophysical identities, and epistemically, the psychophysical identities play exactly the same role as psychophysical laws. They are inferred from regularities between brain processes and consciousness in order to systematize and explain those regularities. Most important, the identities are not themselves explained but are epistemically primitive. As with the second case, it is precisely because we need these epistemically primitive psychophysical principles to explain the phenomenon that transparent reductive explanation fails. Ontologically, these identities may differ from laws. But epistemically, they are just like laws. They are epistemically primitive psychophysical bridging principles that are not themselves explained but that combine with physical truths to explain phenomenal truths. An explanation of the phenomenal will have two epistemically irreducible components, a physical component and a psychophysical component. By calling the bridging principles identities rather than laws, this view may preserve the ontological structure of materialism, but the explanatory structure of this materialist view is just like the explanatory structure of property dualism. Identities play a role in reductive explanation in other domains, of course. Identities involving heat or temperature or genes all have some explanatory work to do, but in these cases, the identities are not epistemically primitive. The identities between heat and the motion of molecules and the identity between genes and DNA, for example, are themselves implied by PQTI, at least insofar as they are true, for the reasons discussed earlier in this chapter. So in these cases, both macroscopic truths about the phenomena and the identities themselves are transparently explained. It is sometimes held that identities do not need to be explained, example Papineau 1993. Bloch and Stalnaker, 1999, say something similar, identities don't have explanations. But this seems to conflate ontological and epistemological matters. Identities are ontologically primitive, but they are not epistemically primitive. Identities are typically implied by underlying truths that do not involve identities. The identities between genes and DNA and between water and H2O are implied by the underlying truths in PQTI, for example. Once a subject knows all the truths about DNA and its role in reproduction and development, for example, the subject will be in a position to deduce that genes are DNA. So this identity is not epistemically primitive. Of course, just as with other truths involving macroscopic phenomena, subjects do not typically come to know these identities by deducing them from microscopic truths. But the identities are deducible all the same, and their deducibility is what makes the phenomena in question reductively explainable. If the identities in question were epistemically primitive, then explanations of the macroscopic phenomena in terms of microscopic phenomena would have a primitive vertical element, and science would have established a far weaker explanatory connection between the microscopic and the macroscopic than it actually has. 3. Something similar applies even to the case of Mark Twain is Samuel Clemens, which Bloch and Stallnaker discuss. A subject who knows all of the qualitative truths in question, physical, mental, social, and who possesses the concepts Mark Twain and Samuel Clemens, will be in a position to deduce that the identity is true, even if the subject is initially ignorant of it. The subject will be in a position to know that there was an individual who was known to his parents as Samuel Clemens, who wrote books such as Huckleberry Finn under the name Mark Twain, whose deeds were causally responsible for the current discussion involving Mark Twain and involving Samuel Clemens, and so on. From all of this information, the subject will easily be able to deduce that Mark Twain was Samuel Clemens, and the deduction will be a priori in the sense that it will not rely on any empirical information outside the information specified in the base. So this identity is not epistemically primitive. We might imagine that there are eliminativists who deny the existence of Mark Twain. They accept the existence of Samuel Clemens and the descriptions of his exploits, that he went by the name Mark Twain, that he published many of the works that we know of under that name, and so on. But they deny that Clemens was Twain. They say that Clemens used the name Twain, but Twain never really existed. The response to such an eliminativist seems clear. Once the eliminativist concedes the full description of Clemens's exploits and of his connection to our current use of the name Mark Twain, we should say, if you grant all that, you grant that Clemens was Twain. Once the qualitative description is given, there is no further fact about Twain's existence of which we are ignorant. There is at most a terminological decision to make, and the terminological decision seems clear. So the identity of Twain with Clemens is itself deducible from underlying truths. It may be that there is a way in which it sounds odd to ask for an explanation of why Mark Twain is Samuel Clemens or of why water is H2O. This is partly because we naturally interpret these phrases as asking for a causal or historical explanation. When asked why Mark Twain lived in Missouri, we will give a causal explanation of the factors that led him to be there and to stay there. It is not so easy to explain causally why H2O is water or why Samuel Clemens is Mark Twain, although even here, historical explanation might do at least some work. Setting aside causal/historical explanation, it seems no harder and no easier to explain reductively the identities that Mark Twain is Samuel Clemens or that water is H2O than it is to explain reductively the non-identities that Mark Twain lived in Missouri or that there is water in the Pacific Ocean. For the slight sense of linguistic oddness is equally present in all these cases, so there is nothing special about identities here. What matters is that in all these cases, the relevant truths are not epistemically primitive. They are implied by various underlying truths, and none of them are needed to deduce truths that cannot be deduced without them. So there is nothing here that gives support to the sort of epistemically primitive micro-macro identities that Bloch and Stallnaker need. We have argued that, 1. There is no reason to believe that there are epistemically primitive micro-macro identities, and that, 2. Even if there were any epistemically primitive micro-macro identities, they would not support transparent reductive explanation of the macroscopic phenomena of the sort found in most cases of reductive explanation. Of course, an opponent could hold that such identities, if they existed, would support reductive explanation in some sense. Example: a sense wherein a reductive explanation is simply an explanation that involves an ontological reduction. Nothing rests on the verbal issue, however. The significant points are, 1. That this sort of explanation would be very much unlike most paradigmatic cases of reductive explanation, and, 2. That by invoking an epistemically primitive bridging structure, the explanatory structure of this theory would be more akin to that of property dualism than to that of standard materialism. We might say that this sort of theory would be ontologically reductive but epistemically non-reductive. With this sort of theory, as with a property dualist theory, the explanatory gap between physical and phenomenal might be bridged, but it would not be closed. 8 Conclusions. We have argued that ordinary truths about macroscopic natural phenomena are entailed a priori by the combination of physical truths, phenomenal truths, indexical truths, and a that's all statement. We have argued that reductive explanation requires a priori entailment. If that is right, then if the phenomenal is reductively explainable in terms of the physical, then there is an a priori entailment from physical truths, indexical truths, and a that's all statement to phenomenal truths. Contrapositively, if there is no such entailment, then the phenomenal is not reductively explainable in terms of the physical. Part 4. Concepts of Consciousness. 8. The content of phenomenal concepts. 1. Introduction. Experiences and beliefs are different sorts of mental states and are often taken to belong to very different domains. Experiences are paradigmatically phenomenal, characterized by what it is like to have them. Beliefs are paradigmatically intentional, characterized by their propositional content. But there are a number of crucial points where these domains intersect. One central locus of intersection arises from the existence of phenomenal beliefs, beliefs that are about experiences. The most important phenomenal beliefs are first-person phenomenal beliefs, subjects' beliefs about their own experiences and especially about the phenomenal character of the experiences that they are currently having. Examples include the belief that one is now having a red experience, or that one is experiencing pain. Phenomenal beliefs always involve phenomenal concepts, concepts of the phenomenal character of an experience. When one believes that one is having a red experience, one deploys a phenomenal concept of a red experience. The most important phenomenal concepts are those that we acquire directly from having experiences with that sort of phenomenal character. For example, when one first learns what it is like to experience an orgasm, one acquires a phenomenal concept of the experience of orgasm. Phenomenal concepts and phenomenal beliefs raise important issues in the theory of content, in epistemology, and in the metaphysics of consciousness. In the theory of content, analyzing the content of phenomenal concepts and phenomenal beliefs raises special issues for a general theory of content, and content of this sort has sometimes been taken to be at the foundations of a theory of content more generally. In epistemology, phenomenal beliefs are often taken to have a special epistemic status, and are sometimes taken to be the central epistemic nexus between cognition and the external world. In the metaphysics of consciousness, it is often held that a correct account of phenomenal concepts will help us to understand the epistemic gap between physical processes and consciousness, and perhaps that it will allow us to explain away this gap in purely psychological terms, with no ontological consequences. My project in the next 3 chapters is to analyze phenomenal concepts and phenomenal beliefs in a way that sheds some light on these issues. 1. In this chapter, I start by focusing on the content of phenomenal concepts and phenomenal beliefs. I then use this analysis to discuss the distinctive underlying constitution of these concepts and beliefs. In the next chapter, I apply this analysis to some central epistemological issues about consciousness, infallibility, justification, and the dialectic over the myth of the given. In Chapter 10, I focus on the role of phenomenal concepts in understanding the explanatory gap and the metaphysics of consciousness. 2 Preliminaries. The discussion that follows is premised upon what I call phenomenal realism, the view that there are phenomenal properties, or phenomenal qualities, or qualia, properties that type mental states by what it is like to have them, and that phenomenal properties are not conceptually reducible to physical or functional properties. On the phenomenal realist view, when Frank Jackson's Mary is inside her black and white room, she lacks factual knowledge concerning what it is like to see red. Views that deny this deny phenomenal realism. Likewise, on the phenomenal realist view, it is coherent to suppose that a hypothetical being has the same physical, functional, and environmental properties as an existing conscious being but does not have the same phenomenal properties. 2 Phenomenal realism is incompatible with type A materialism about consciousness, see Chapter 5, but it is compatible with type B materialism and Russellian monism, as well as with non-materialist views. Those who are not phenomenal realists might want to stop reading now, but there are 2 reasons why they might continue. First, although the arguments I give for my view of phenomenal beliefs presuppose phenomenal realism, some aspects of the view may be tenable even on some views that deny phenomenal realism. Second, Some of the most important arguments against phenomenal realism are epistemological arguments that center on the connection between experience and belief. I use my analysis to help rebut those arguments and thus indirectly to support phenomenal realism against its opponents. A note on modality: because I am assuming phenomenal realism but not property dualism, all references to necessity and possibility should be taken as invoking conceptual necessity and possibility. Similarly, talk of possible worlds can be taken as invoking conceivable worlds, corresponding to the epistemically constructed scenarios discussed in the appendix, and talk of constitutive relations should be taken as invoking conceptually necessary connections. If one accepts a certain sort of link between conceptual and metaphysical possibility, example the thesis that ideal primary conceivability entails primary possibility, then these references can equally be taken as invoking metaphysical possibility and necessity. A note on phenomenal properties: it is natural to speak as if phenomenal properties are instantiated by mental states and as if there are entities, namely experiences, that bear their phenomenal properties essentially. But one can also speak as if phenomenal properties are directly instantiated by conscious subjects, typing subjects by aspects of what it is like to be them at the time of instantiation. These ways of speaking do not commit one to corresponding ontologies, but they at least suggest such ontologies. In a quality-based ontology, the subject-property relation is fundamental. From this one can derive a subject-experience property structure by identifying experiences with phenomenal states, instantiations of phenomenal properties, and attributing phenomenal properties to these states in a derivative sense. In a more complex experience-based ontology, a subject-experience property structure is fundamental, where experiences are phenomenal individuals or at least something more than property instantiations, and the subject-property relation is derivative. In what follows, I sometimes use both sorts of language and am neutral between the ontological frameworks. 3 varieties of phenomenal concepts. Phenomenal beliefs involve the attribution of phenomenal properties. These properties are attributed under phenomenal concepts. To understand the content of phenomenal beliefs, we need to understand the nature and content of phenomenal concepts. I take concepts to be mental entities rather than abstract objects. Most of what I say can be translated into a framework in which concepts are regarded as abstract objects. However, on this understanding, concepts can be regarded as constituents of beliefs, and other propositional attitudes, in a manner loosely analogous to the way in which words are constituents of sentences. Like beliefs, concepts are tokens rather than types in the first instance. But they also fall under types, some of which I explore in what follows. In such cases it is natural to use singular expressions such as the concept for a concept type, just as one sometimes uses expressions such as the belief for a belief type, or the word for a word type. I use italics for concepts and beliefs throughout. I look at a red apple and visually experience its color. This experience instantiates a phenomenal quality R, which we might call phenomenal redness. It is natural to say that I am having a red experience, even though experiences are not red in the same sense in which apples are red. Phenomenal redness, a property of experiences or of subjects of experience, is a different property from external redness, a property of external objects, but both are respectable properties in their own right. 4. I attend to my visual experience and think I am having an experience of such and such quality, referring to the quality of phenomenal redness. There are various concepts of the quality in question that might yield a true belief. We can first consider the concept expressed by red in the public language expression red experience or the concept expressed by the public language expression phenomenal redness. The reference of these expressions is fixed via a relation to red things in the external world and ultimately via a relation to certain paradigmatic red objects that are ostended in learning the public language term red. A language learner learns to call the experiences typically brought about by these objects red, in the phenomenal sense, and to call the objects that typically bring about those experiences red, in the external sense. So the phenomenal concept involved here is relational in that it has its reference fixed by a relation to external objects. The property that is referred to need not be relational, however. 5. The phenomenal concept plausibly designates an intrinsic property rigidly, so that there are counterfactual worlds in which red experiences are never caused by red things. One can distinguish at least two relational phenomenal concepts, depending on whether reference is fixed by relations across a whole community of subjects or by relations restricted to the subject in question. The first is what we can call the community relational concept, or REDC. This can be glossed roughly as the phenomenal quality typically caused in normal subjects within my community by paradigmatic red things. The second is what we can call the individual relational concept, or Red 1. This can be glossed roughly as the phenomenal quality typically caused in me by paradigmatic red things. The two concepts REDC and Red 1 co-refer for normal subjects, but for abnormal subjects they may yield different results. For example, a red/green inverted subject's concept REDC will refer to what others call phenomenal redness, but that subject's concept Red 1 will refer to what others call phenomenal greenness. The public language term red as a predicate of experiences can arguably be read as expressing either REDC or Red 1. The community reading of red guarantees a sort of shared meaning within the community in that all uses of the term are guaranteed to co-refer, and in that tokens of sentences such as X has a red experience at time T will have the same truth value whether uttered by normal or abnormal subjects. On the other hand, the individual reading allows a subject better access to the term's referent. On this reading, an unknowingly inverted subject's term red will refer to what she thinks it refers to, unless the inversion was recent, while on the community reading, her term red may refer to something quite different, and her utterance I have had red experiences may even be unknowingly quite false. 6. In any case, we need not settle here just what is expressed by phenomenal predicates in public language. All that matters is that both concepts are available. Phenomenal properties can also be picked out indexically. When seeing a tomato, I can refer indexically to a visual quality associated with it, using a concept I might express by saying this quality or this sort of experience. These expressions communicate a demonstrative concept that we might call this E. 7. This concept functions in an indexical manner, roughly by picking out whatever quality the subject is currently ascending. Like other demonstratives, it has a character that fixes reference in a context roughly by picking out whatever quality is ostended in that context, and it has a distinct content that corresponds to the quality that is actually ostended, in this case, phenomenal redness. The demonstrative concept this E rigidly designates its referent, so that it picks out the quality in question even in counterfactual worlds in which no one is ascending the quality. The three concepts REDC, Red 1, and this E may all refer to the same quality, phenomenal redness. In each case, reference is fixed relationally, with the quality characterized in terms of its relations to external objects or acts of ascension. There is another crucial phenomenal concept in the vicinity, one that does not pick out phenomenal redness relationally but rather picks it out directly in terms of its intrinsic phenomenal nature. This is what we might call a pure phenomenal concept. To see the need for the pure phenomenal concept, consider the knowledge that Mary gains when she learns for the first time what it is like to see red. She learns that seeing red has such and such a quality. Mary learns, or reasonably comes to believe, that red things will typically cause experiences of such and such a quality in her and in other members of her community. She learns, or gains the cognitively significant belief, that the experience she is now having has such and such a quality and that the quality she is now ascending is such and such. Call Mary's such and such concept here R. Note that the phenomenal concept R should be distinguished from the phenomenal quality R, unitalicized, that it refers to. Mary's concept R picks out phenomenal redness, but it is distinct from the concepts REDC, Red 1, and this E. We can see this by using cognitive significance as a test for difference between concepts. Mary gains the belief REDC equals R that the quality typically caused in her community by red things is such and such, and this belief is cognitively significant knowledge. She gains the cognitively significant belief red 1 equals R in a similar way. And she gains the belief this E equals R roughly, that the quality she is now ascending is such and such. 8. Mary's belief this E equals R is as cognitively significant as any other belief in which the object of a demonstrative is independently characterized, for example, my belief I am David Chalmers or my belief that object is tall. For Mary, this E equals R is not a priori. No a priori reasoning can rule out the hypothesis that she is now ascending some other quality entirely, just as no a priori reasoning can rule out the hypothesis that I am David Hume or that the object I am pointing to is short. Indeed, nothing known a priori entails that the phenomenal quality R is ever instantiated in the actual world. It is useful to consider analogies with other demonstrative knowledge of types. Let this be a demonstrative concept of a shape, this shape. Jill might tell Jack that she is about to show him her favorite shape. When she shows him a circle, he might form the thought Jill's favorite shape is this. This is a demonstrative thought, where this instance of this end picks out the shape of a circle. He might also form the thought Jill's favorite shape is circle. This is a non-demonstrative thought. Instead of a demonstrative concept, the right-hand side uses what we might call a qualitative concept of the shape of a circle. Finally, he might form the thought this is circle. This is a substantive, non-trivial thought, taking the form of an identity involving a demonstrative concept and a qualitative concept. Here, as in the examples in the last paragraph, one conceives the object of a demonstration as the object of a demonstration, this shape, whatever it happens to be, and at the same time attributes to it substantive qualitative properties, conceived non-demonstratively. Of course, Jack's concept circle, unlike Mary's concept R, is an old concept, previously acquired, but this is inessential to Jack's case. We can imagine that Jack has never seen a circle before and that he acquires the qualitative concept of circularity on seeing a circle for the first time. He will then be in a position to think the qualitative thought Jill's favorite shape is circle and to think the substantive demonstrative qualitative thought this is circle. Mary's situation is analogous. Where Jack thinks the substantive thought this is circle, Mary might think the substantive thought this E equals R, this quality is R. Like Jack's thought, Mary's thought involves attributing a certain substantive, qualitative nature to a type that is identified demonstratively. This qualitative nature is attributed using a qualitative concept of phenomenal redness, acquired upon having a red experience for the first time. Her thoughts red equals R and ref equals R are substantive thoughts analogous to Jack's thought Jill's favorite shape is circle. Her crucial thought this E equals R is a substantive thought involving both a demonstrative and a qualitative concept and is as cognitively significant as Jack's thought this is circle. So the concept R is quite distinct from red 1, and this E. We might say that unlike the other concepts, the pure phenomenal concept characterizes the phenomenal quality as the phenomenal quality that it is. The concept R is difficult to express directly in language, since the most natural terms, such as phenomenal redness and this experience, arguably express other concepts such as red and this E. Still, one can arguably discern uses of these terms that express pure phenomenal concepts, or, if not, one can stipulate such uses. For example, Chisholm, 1957, suggests that there is a non-comparative sense of expressions such as looks red. This sense seems to express a pure phenomenal concept, whereas his comparative sense seems to express a relational phenomenal concept. 9 And at least informally, demonstratives are sometimes used to express pure phenomenal concepts. For example, the belief this E equals R might be informally expressed by saying something like this quality is this quality. It may be that there is a sense in which R can be regarded as a demonstrative concept. I will not treat it this way. I take it that demonstrative concepts work roughly as analyzed by Kaplan, 1989, so that they have a reference-fixing character that leaves their referent open. This is how this behaves. Its content might be glossed roughly as this quality, whatever it happens to be. On the other hand, R is a substantive concept that is tied a priori to a specific sort of quality, so it does not behave the way that Kaplan suggests that a demonstrative should. Still, there is an intimate relationship between pure and demonstrative phenomenal concepts that I discuss later, and if someone wants to count pure phenomenal concepts as demonstrative in a broad sense, perhaps regarding this E as indexical, there is no great harm in doing so as long as the relevant distinctions are kept clear. What matters for my purposes is not the terminological point but the more basic point that the distinct concepts this E and R exist. The relations among these concepts can be analyzed using the two-dimensional framework, discussed in the appendix, for representing the content of concepts. The central points in what follows should be comprehensible if matters involving the two-dimensional framework are skipped, but the framework makes the analysis of some of the crucial points much clearer. According to the two-dimensional framework, when an identity A equals B is a posteriori, the concepts A and B have different primary intentions. If A and B are rigid concepts and the identity is true, A and B have the same secondary intentions. So we should expect that the concepts red 1, this E, and R have different primary intentions but the same secondary intention. And this is what we find. The secondary intention of each picks out phenomenal redness in all worlds. The primary intention of red picks out, in a given centered world, roughly the quality typically caused by certain paradigmatic objects in the community of the subject at the center of the world. The primary intention of red picks out roughly the quality typically caused by those objects in the subject at the center. As for the demonstrative concept this E, to a first approximation, one might hold that its primary intention picks out the quality that is ostended by the subject at the center. This characterization is good enough for most of our purposes, but it is not quite correct. It is possible to ostend two experiences simultaneously and invoke two distinct demonstrative concepts, as when one thinks that quality differs from that quality, ostending two different parts of a symmetrical visual field, see Austin 1990. Here no descriptive characterization such as this one will capture the difference between the two concepts. It is better to see this E as a sort of indexical, like I or now. To characterize the epistemic possibilities relevant to demonstrative phenomenal concepts, we need centered worlds whose centers contain not only a marked subject and time but also one or more marked experiences in the general case, a sequence of such experiences. 10 Then a concept such as this E will map a centered world to the quality of the marked experience, if any, in that world. Where two demonstrative concepts this E1 and this E2 are involved, as in the case under discussion, the relevant epistemic possibilities will contain at least two marked experiences, and we can see this E1 as picking out the quality of the first marked experience in a centered world and this E2 as picking out the quality of the second. Then the belief under discussion will endorse all worlds at which the quality of the first marked experience differs from the quality of the second. This subtlety will not be central in what follows. The primary intention of R is quite distinct from all of these. It picks out phenomenal redness in all worlds. I analyze this matter in more depth shortly, but one can see intuitively why this is plausible. When Mary believes roses cause R experiences or I am currently having an R experience, she thereby excludes all epistemic possibilities in which roses cause some other quality, such as G, phenomenal greenness, or in which she is experiencing some other quality. Only epistemic possibilities involving phenomenal redness remain. The cognitive significance of identities such as red equals R, red equals R, and this E equals R is reflected in the differences between the concept's primary intentions. The first two identities endorse all epistemic possibilities in which paradigmatic objects stand in the right relation to experiences of R. These are only a subset of the epistemic possibilities available a priori. The third identity endorses all epistemic possibilities in which the marked experience at the center, or the ostended experience, on the rough characterization, is R. Again, there are many epistemic possibilities, a priori, that are not like this, centered worlds in which the marked experience is G, for example. Once again, this epistemic contingency reflects the cognitive significance of the identity. Phenomenal realists, example Lohr 1997, Hawthorne 2002a, analyzing what Mary learns, have occasionally suggested that her phenomenal concept is a demonstrative concept. This is particularly popular as a way of resisting anti-materialist arguments, as it is tempting to invoke the distinctive epistemic and referential behavior of demonstrative concepts in explaining why an epistemic gap does not reflect an ontological gap. But on a closer look, it is clear that Mary's central phenomenal concept R, the one that captures what she learns, is distinct from her central demonstrative concept this E, as witnessed by the non-trivial identity this E equals R, and is not a demonstrative concept in the usual sense. This is not just a terminological point. Those who use these analyses to rebut anti-materialist arguments typically rely on analogies with the epistemic and referential behavior of ordinary, Kaplan-style, demonstratives. Insofar as these analyses rely on such analogies, they mischaracterize Mary's new knowledge. Something similar applies to analyses that liken phenomenal concepts to index-ical concepts, example Ismail 1999 Iperi 2001. If my analysis is correct, then pure phenomenal concepts, unlike demonstrative phenomenal concepts, are not index-ical concepts at all. For inverted Mary, we can now complicate the situation by introducing another thought experiment on top of the first one. Consider the case of inverted Mary, who is physically, functionally, and environmentally just like Mary, except that her phenomenal color vision is red/green inverted. I assume for simplicity that inverted Mary lives in a community of inverted observers. Like Mary, inverted Mary learns something new when she sees red things for the first time, but inverted Mary learns something different from what Mary learns. Where Mary learns that tomatoes cause experiences of, what we call, phenomenal redness, inverted Mary learns that they cause experiences of, what we call, phenomenal greenness. In the terms given earlier, Mary acquires beliefs red equals R, red 1 equals R, and this E equals R, while inverted Mary acquires beliefs red equals G, red 1 equals G, and this E equals G, where G is the obvious analog of R. So Mary and inverted Mary acquire beliefs with quite different contents. This is already enough to draw a strong conclusion about the irreducibility of content. Recall that Mary and inverted Mary are physical/functional and environmental twins even after they see red things for the first time. Nevertheless, they have beliefs with different contents. It follows that belief content does not supervene conceptually on physical/functional properties. It follows from this that intentional properties are not conceptually supervenient on physical/functional properties in the general case. This is a non-trivial conclusion. Phenomenal realists often hold that, while the phenomenal is conceptually irreducible to the physical and functional, the intentional can be analyzed in functional terms. If what I have said here is correct, then this irreducibility cannot be quarantined in this way. If the phenomenal is conceptually irreducible to the physical and functional, so too is at least one aspect of the intentional, the content of phenomenal beliefs. At this point, there is a natural temptation to downplay this phenomenon by reducing it to a sort of dependence of belief content on reference that is found in many other cases, in particular in the cases that are central to externalism about the content of belief. Take Putnam's case of twin Earth. Oscar and twin Oscar are functional duplicates, but they inhabit different environments. Oscar's contains H2O as the clear liquid in the oceans and lakes, while twin Oscar's contains XYZ, which we count not as water but as twin water. As a consequence, Oscar's water concept refers to water, H2O, while twin Oscar's analogous concept refers to twin water, XYZ. Because of this difference in reference, Oscar and twin Oscar seem to have different beliefs. Oscar believes that water is wet, while twin Oscar believes that twin water is wet. Perhaps the case of Mary and inverted Mary is just like this. 11. The analogy does not go through, however, or rather, it goes through only to a limited extent. Oscar and twin Oscar's water concepts here are analogous to Mary and inverted Mary's relational phenomenal concepts, red or red 1, or perhaps to their demonstrative concepts. For example, the relational concepts that they express with their public language expressions red experience will refer to two different properties, phenomenal redness and phenomenal greenness. Mary and inverted Mary can deploy these concepts in certain beliefs, such as the beliefs that they express by saying tomatoes cause red experiences even before they leave their monochromatic rooms for the first time. Because of the distinct reference of their concepts, there is a natural sense, Niederumlin's non-phenomenal sense, in which we can say that Mary believed that tomatoes caused red experiences, while inverted Mary did not, she believed that tomatoes caused green experiences. Here the analogy goes through straightforwardly. The pure phenomenal concepts R and G, however, are less analogous to the two water concepts than to the chemical concepts H2O and XYZ. When Oscar learns the true nature of water, he acquires the new belief water equals H2O, while twin Oscar acquires an analogous belief involving XYZ. When Mary learns the true nature of red experiences, she acquires a new belief red equals R, while inverted Mary acquires an analogous belief involving G. That is, Mary and inverted Mary's later knowledge involving R and G is fully lucid knowledge of the reference of the concepts in question, analogous to Oscar and twin Oscar's knowledge involving the chemical concepts H2O and XYZ. But here we see the strong disanalogy. Once Oscar acquires the chemical concept H2O and twin Oscar acquires XYZ, they will no longer be twins. Their functional properties will differ significantly. By contrast, at the corresponding point Mary and inverted Mary are still twins. Even though Mary has the pure phenomenal concept R and inverted Mary has G, their functional properties are just the same. So the difference between the concepts R and G across functional twins is something that has no counterpart in the standard twin Earth story. All this reflects the fact that in standard externalist cases, the pairs of corresponding concepts may differ in reference, but they have the same or similar epistemic or notional contents. Oscar and twin Oscar's water concepts have different referents, H2O versus XYZ, but they have the same epistemic contents, both aim to refer to roughly the liquid around them with certain superficial properties. Something like this applies to Mary's and inverted Mary's relational phenomenal concepts, which have different referents but the same epistemic content, which picks out whatever quality stands in a certain relation, and to their demonstrative concepts, which pick out roughly whatever quality happens to be ostended. In terms of the two-dimensional framework, where epistemic contents correspond to primary intentions, Oscar's and twin Oscar's water concepts have the same primary intention but different secondary intentions. A similar pattern holds in all the cases characteristic of standard externalism. The pattern also holds for Mary's and inverted Mary's relational phenomenal concepts and their demonstrative phenomenal concepts. But Mary's concept R and twin Mary's concept G have different epistemic contents. In this way they are analogous to Oscar's concept H2O and twin Oscar's concept XYZ. But again, the disanalogy is that R and G are possessed by twins and H2O and XYZ are not. So the case of inverted Mary yields an entirely different phenomenon, a case in which epistemic content differs between twins. This can be illustrated by seeing how the concepts in question are used to constrain epistemic possibilities. When Oscar confidently believes that there is water in the glass, he is not thereby in a position to rule out the epistemic possibility that there is XYZ in the glass, unless he has some further knowledge, such as the knowledge that water is H2O. The same goes for twin Oscar's corresponding belief. For both of them, it is equally epistemically possible that the glass contains H2O and that it contains XYZ. Any epistemic possibility compatible with Oscar's belief is also compatible with twin Oscar's belief. In both cases, these will be roughly those epistemic possibilities in which a sample of the dominant watery stuff in the environment is in the glass. Epistemic content reflects the way that a belief constrains the space of epistemic possibilities, so Oscar's and twin Oscar's epistemic contents are the same. Something similar applies to Mary and inverted Mary, at least where their pairwise relational and demonstrative phenomenal concepts are concerned. When Mary confidently believes, under her relational concept, that her mother is having a red experience, for example, she is not thereby in a position to rule out the epistemic possibility that her mother is having an experience with the quality G. Both Mary's and inverted Mary's beliefs are compatible with any epistemic possibility in which the subject's mother is having the sort of experience typically caused in the community by paradigmatic red objects. So their beliefs involving relational concepts have the same epistemic contents. Mary's and inverted Mary's pure phenomenal concepts do not work like this, however. Mary's concept R and inverted Mary's concept G differ not just in their referents but also in their epistemic contents. When Mary leaves the monochromatic room and acquires the confident belief, under her pure phenomenal concept, that tomatoes cause red experiences, she is thereby in a position to rule out the epistemic possibility that tomatoes cause experiences with quality G. The only epistemic possibilities compatible with her belief are those in which tomatoes cause R experiences. For inverted Mary, things are reversed. The only epistemic possibilities compatible with her belief are those in which tomatoes cause G experiences. So their epistemic contents are quite different. Again, the epistemic situation with R and G is analogous to the epistemic situation with the concepts H2O and XYZ. When Oscar believes, under a fully lucid chemical concept, that the glass contains H2O, he is thereby in a position to rule out all epistemic possibilities in which the glass contains XYZ. For twin Oscar, things are reversed. This is to say that H20 and XYZ have different epistemic contents. The same goes for R and G. In the case of the pure phenomenal concepts, unlike standard externalist cases, we have a situation in which two concepts in physically identical subjects differ in their epistemic content. So phenomenal concepts seem to give a case in which even epistemic content is not conceptually supervenient on the physical. Using the two-dimensional framework, the primary intention of a concept reflects the way it applies to epistemic possibilities. We have seen that the primary intentions of Oscar's and twin Oscar's water concepts are the same, as are the primary intentions of Mary's and inverted Mary's relational and demonstrative phenomenal concepts. Still, R and G differ in the way they apply to epistemic possibilities, and their primary intentions differ accordingly. The primary intention of R picks out phenomenal redness in all worlds, and the primary intention of G picks out phenomenal greenness in all worlds. When Mary thinks I am having an R experience now, the primary intention of her thought is true at all and only those worlds in which the being at the center is having an R experience. Something very unusual is going on here. In standard externalism and in standard cases of so-called direct reference, a referent plays a role in constituting the subjunctive content, secondary intention, of concepts and beliefs, while leaving the epistemic content, primary intention, unaffected. In the pure phenomenal case, by contrast, the quality of the experiences plays a role in constituting the epistemic content of the concept and of the corresponding belief. One might say very loosely that in this case, the referent of the concept is somehow present inside the concept's sense in a way much stronger than in the usual cases of direct reference. We might say that the pure phenomenal concept is epistemically rigid. Its epistemic content picks out the same referent in every possible world, considered as actual. By contrast, ordinary rigid concepts are merely subjunctively rigid, with a subjunctive content that picks out the same referent in every possible world, considered as counterfactual. Epistemically rigid concepts will typically be subjunctively rigid, but most subjunctively rigid concepts are not epistemically rigid. Pure phenomenal concepts are both epistemically and subjunctively rigid. 12. One might see here some justification for Russell's claim that we have a special capacity for direct reference to our experiences. 13 contemporary direct reference theorists hold that Russell's view is too restrictive and that we can make direct reference to a much broader class of entities. But the cases they invoke are direct only in the weak sense outlined earlier. The subjunctive content depends on the referent, but the epistemic content of the concept does not. In the phenomenal case, the epistemic content itself seems to be partly constituted by the referent. It is not hard to imagine that some such epistemic requirement on direct reference is what Russell had in mind. 5. Direct phenomenal concepts. We have seen that the contents of phenomenal concepts and phenomenal beliefs do not supervene conceptually on physical properties. Do these contents supervene conceptually on some broader class of properties, and if so, on which? Here I offer an analysis of how the content of pure phenomenal concepts is constituted. I do not give a knockdown argument for this analysis by decisively refuting all alternatives, but I offer it as perhaps the most natural and elegant account of the phenomena and as an account that can in turn do further explanatory work. To start with, it is natural to hold that the contents of phenomenal concepts and beliefs supervene conceptually on the combination of physical and phenomenal properties. Mary and inverted Mary are physical twins, but they are phenomenally distinct, and this phenomenal distinctness, Mary experiences phenomenal redness, inverted Mary experiences phenomenal greenness, precisely mirrors their intentional distinctness. Mary believes that tomatoes cause R experiences, inverted Mary believes that tomatoes cause G experiences. It is very plausible to suppose that their intentional distinctness holds in virtue of their phenomenal distinctness. The alternative is that the intentional content of the phenomenal concept is conceptually independent of both physical and phenomenal properties. If that is so, it should be conceivable that two subjects have the same physical and phenomenal properties, while having phenomenal beliefs that differ in content. Such a case might involve Mary and Mary as physical and phenomenal twins who are both experiencing phenomenal redness for the first time, while being phenomenally identical in all other respects, with Mary acquiring the belief that tomatoes cause R experiences while Mary acquires the belief that tomatoes cause G experiences. It is not at all clear that such a case is conceivable. Another possibility is that the intentional content of Mary's phenomenal concept in question might be determined by phenomenal states other than the phenomenal redness that Mary is visually experiencing. For example, maybe Mary's belief content is determined by a faint phenomenal idea that goes along with her phenomenal impression, where the former is not conceptually determined by the latter, and neither one is conceptually determined by the physical. In that case, it should once again be conceivable that twins Mary and Mary both visually experience phenomenal redness upon leaving the room, with Mary acquiring the belief that tomatoes cause R experiences while Mary acquires the belief that tomatoes cause G experiences, this time because of a difference in their associated phenomenal ideas. But again, it is far from clear that this is conceivable. There is a very strong intuition that the content of Mary's phenomenal concept and phenomenal belief is determined by the phenomenal character of her visual experience, in that it will vary directly as a function of that character in cases where that character varies while physical and other phenomenal properties are held fixed, and also in that it will not vary independently of that character in such cases. I adopt this claim as a plausible working hypothesis. In particular, I take it that in cases such as Mary's, the content of a phenomenal concept and a corresponding phenomenal belief is partly constituted by an underlying phenomenal quality, in that the content will mirror the quality, picking out instances of the quality in all epistemic possibilities, and in that across a wide range of nearby conceptually possible cases in which the underlying quality is varied while background properties are held constant, the content will co-vary to mirror the quality. Let us call this sort of phenomenal concept a direct phenomenal concept. 14. Not all experiences are accompanied by corresponding direct phenomenal concepts. Many of our experiences appear to pass without our forming any beliefs about them and without the sort of concept formation that occurs in the Mary case. The clearest cases of direct phenomenal concepts arise when a subject attends to the quality of an experience and forms a concept wholly based on the attention to the quality, taking up the quality into the concept. This sort of concept formation can occur with visual experiences, as in the Mary case, but it can equally occur with all sorts of other experiences, auditory and other perceptual experiences, bodily sensations, emotional experiences, and so on. In each case we can imagine the analog of Mary having such an experience for the first time, attending to it, and coming to have a concept of what it is like to have it. There is no reason to suppose that this sort of concept formation is restricted to entirely novel experiences. I can experience a particular shade of phenomenal redness for the 100th time, attend to it, and form a direct phenomenal concept of what it is like to have that experience, a concept whose content is based entirely on the character of the experience. 6. Direct phenomenal beliefs. Direct phenomenal concepts can be deployed in a wide variety of beliefs and other propositional attitudes. When Mary attends to her phenomenally read experience and forms her direct phenomenal concept R, she is thereby in a position to believe that tomatoes cause R experiences, to believe that others have R experiences, to believe that she previously had no R experiences, to desire more R experiences, and so on. Perhaps the most crucial sort of deployment of a direct phenomenal concept occurs when a subject predicates the concept of the very experience responsible for constituting its content. Mary has a phenomenally read experience, attends to it, forms the direct phenomenal concept R, and forms the belief this experience is R, demonstrating the phenomenally read experience in question. We can call this special sort of belief a direct phenomenal belief. We can also cast this idea within an experience-free ontology of qualities. In this framework, we can say that a direct phenomenal concept is formed by attending to a quality and taking up that quality into a concept whose content mirrors the quality, picking out instances of the quality in all epistemic possibilities. A direct phenomenal belief is formed when the referent of this direct phenomenal concept is identified with the referent of a corresponding demonstrative phenomenal concept. This happens, for example, when Mary forms the belief this quality is R. The general form of a direct phenomenal belief in this framework is this E equals R, where this E is a demonstrative phenomenal concept and R is the corresponding direct phenomenal concept. A number of subtleties arise when considering the constitution and content of direct phenomenal beliefs. 1. For a direct phenomenal belief, it is required that the demonstrative and direct concepts involved be appropriately aligned. Say that Mary experiences phenomenal redness in both the left and right halves of her visual field, forms a direct phenomenal concept R based on her attention to the left half, forms a demonstrative concept of phenomenal redness based on her attention to the right half, and identifies the two by a belief of the form this E equals R. Then, even though the same quality, phenomenal redness, is referred to on both sides, this is not a direct phenomenal belief since the concepts are grounded in different instances of that quality. The belief has the right sort of content, but it does not have the right sort of constitution. To characterize the required alignment more carefully, we can note that all direct phenomenal concepts, like all demonstrative phenomenal concepts, are based in acts of attention to instances of phenomenal qualities. A direct phenomenal concept such as R does not characterize a quality as an object of attention, but it nevertheless requires attention to a quality for its formation. The same act of attention can also be used to form a demonstrative phenomenal concept this E. A direct phenomenal belief, in the quality-based framework, will be a belief of the form this E equals R, where the demonstrative phenomenal concept this E and the direct phenomenal concept R are aligned, that is, where they are based in the same act of attention. One can simplify the language by regarding the act of attention as a demonstration. We can then say that both demonstrative and direct phenomenal concepts are based in demonstrations and that a direct phenomenal belief is a belief of the form this E equals R, where the two concepts are based in the same demonstration. 15. 2. As with all acts of demonstration and attention, phenomenal demonstration and attention involve a cognitive element. Reference to a phenomenal quality is determined in part by cognitive elements of a demonstration. These cognitive elements will also enter into determining the content of a corresponding direct phenomenal concept. Consider two individuals with identical visual experiences. These individuals might engage in different acts of demonstration. Example 1 might demonstrate a red quality experienced in the right half of the visual field, and the other a green quality experienced in the left half of the visual field, and thereby form distinct direct phenomenal concepts. Or they might attend to the same location in the visual field but demonstrate distinct qualities associated with that location. Example 1 might demonstrate a highly specific shade of phenomenal redness, and the other a less specific shade, again resulting in distinct direct phenomenal concepts. These differences will be due to differences in the cognitive backgrounds of the demonstrations in the two individuals. I am neutral here about whether such cognitive differences are themselves constituted by underlying functioning aspects of cognitive phenomenology, or both. One can imagine varying the visual experiences and the cognitive background here independently. Varying visual experiences might yield a range of cases in which direct phenomenal concepts of phenomenal redness, greenness, and other hues are formed. Varying the cognitive background might yield a range of cases in which direct phenomenal concepts of different degrees of specificity, for example, are formed. Along with this cognitive element comes the possibility of failed demonstration if the cognitive element and the targeted experiential elements mismatch sufficiently. Take Nancy, who attends to a patch of phenomenal color, acting cognitively as if to demonstrate a highly specific phenomenal shade. Nancy has not attended sufficiently closely to notice that the patch has a non-uniform phenomenal color. Let us say that she has an experience of a square colored with different shades of red on its left and right side. 16. In such a case, the demonstrative phenomenal concept will presumably refer to no quality at all. Given its cognitive structure, it could refer only to a specific quality, but symmetry prevents it from referring to either instantiated quality, and presumably uninstantiated qualities cannot be demonstrated. What of any associated direct phenomenal concept? It is not out of the question that the subject forms some substantive concept where a direct phenomenal concept would normally be formed, perhaps a concept of an intermediate uninstantiated shade of phenomenal red, at least if the instantiated shades are not too different. Like a direct phenomenal concept, this concept will have a content that depends constitutively on associated qualities of experience. Inverted Nancy might form a concept of an intermediate phenomenal green, but it will not truly be a direct phenomenal concept since its content will not directly mirror an underlying quality. This possibility of cognitive mismatch affects the path from demonstration to a demonstrated phenomenal quality, but given that a phenomenal quality is truly demonstrated, it does not seem to affect the path from demonstrated phenomenal quality to a direct phenomenal concept. That is, as long as a phenomenal quality is demonstrated, and the cognitive act typical of forming a direct phenomenal concept based on such a demonstration is present, a direct phenomenal concept will be formed. We might call a concept that shares the cognitive structure of a direct phenomenal concept a quasi-direct phenomenal concept, and we can call a belief with the same cognitive structure as a direct phenomenal belief a quasi-direct phenomenal belief. Like a direct phenomenal concept, a quasi-direct phenomenal concept arises from an act of, intended, demonstration, along with a characteristic sort of cognitive act. Unlike a direct phenomenal concept, a quasi-direct phenomenal concept is not required to have a content that is constituted by an underlying quality. Nancy's key concept is a quasi-direct phenomenal concept but not a direct phenomenal concept. We can call a quasi-direct phenomenal concept that is not a direct phenomenal concept a pseudo-direct phenomenal concept, and we can define a pseudo-direct grasping's phenomenal belief similarly. If the suggestion above is correct, then the only pseudo-direct phenomenal concepts are like Nancy's in involving an unsuccessful demonstration. As long as a quasi-direct phenomenal concept is grounded in a successful demonstration, it will be a direct phenomenal concept. I return to this claim later. 17. 3. All direct phenomenal concepts are pure phenomenal concepts, but not all pure phenomenal concepts are direct phenomenal concepts. To see this, note that Mary may well retain some knowledge of what it is like to see tomatoes even after she goes back into her black and white room, or while she shuts her eyes, or while she looks at green grass. She still has a concept of phenomenal redness that can be deployed in various beliefs, with the sort of epistemic relations to relational and demonstrative phenomenal concepts that is characteristic of pure phenomenal concepts. Inverted Mary, still Mary's physical twin, has a corresponding concept deployed in corresponding beliefs that differ in content from Mary's. As before, their corresponding beliefs differ in epistemic content, including and excluding different classes of epistemic possibilities. Mary's concept is still a concept of phenomenal redness as the quality it is, based on a lucid understanding of that quality rather than on a mere relational or demonstrative identification. So as before, it is a pure phenomenal concept. But it is not a direct phenomenal concept, since there is no corresponding experience, or instantiated quality, that is being attended to or taken up into the concept. We can call this sort of concept a standing phenomenal concept, since it may persist in a way that direct phenomenal concepts do not. 18. There are some differences in character between direct and standing phenomenal concepts. Direct phenomenal concepts may be very fine-grained, picking out very specific phenomenal qualities, a highly specific shade of phenomenal redness, for example. Standing phenomenal concepts are usually more coarse-grained, picking out less specific qualities. One can note this phenomenologically from the difficulty of holding in mind specific qualities as opposed to coarser categories when relevant visual experiences are not present, and this is also brought out by empirical results showing the difficulty of re-identifying specific qualities over time. 19. At the cost of some degree of coarse graining, it usually seems possible for a direct phenomenal concept to yield a corresponding standing phenomenal concept as a successor concept once the experience in question disappears. 20. As with direct phenomenal concepts, the content of standing phenomenal concepts does not conceptually supervene on the physical. Mary and inverted Mary, back in their rooms, are physically identical but have different standing phenomenal concepts. A question arises as to what determines their content. I do not analyze that matter here, but I think it is plausible that their content is determined by some combination of 1. Nonsensory phenomenal states of a cognitive sort, which bear a relevant relation to the original phenomenal quality in question, example a faint Humean phenomenal idea that is relevantly related to the original impression, 2. Dispositions to have such states, and 3. Dispositions to recognize instances of the phenomenal quality in question. It is not implausible that Mary and inverted Mary, back in their rooms, still differ in some or all of these respects and that these respects are constitutively responsible for the difference in the content of their concepts. One might be tempted to use the existence of standing phenomenal concepts to argue against the earlier analysis of direct phenomenal concepts, that is, of concepts akin to those Mary acquires on first experiencing phenomenal redness, as constituted by the quality of the relevant instantiated experience. Why not assimilate them to standing phenomenal concepts instead, giving a unified account of the two? In response, note first that it remains difficult to conceive of the content of direct phenomenal concepts varying independently of the phenomenal quality in question, whereas it does not seem so difficult to conceive of the content of standing phenomenal concepts varying independently. Second, note that the difference in specificity between direct and standing phenomenal concepts gives some reason to believe that they are constituted in different ways. The lifetime of a direct phenomenal concept is limited to the lifetime of the experience, or the instantiated quality, that constitutes it. In some cases a specific phenomenal concept might persist for a few moments due to the persistence of a vivid iconic memory, but even this will soon disappear. Some might worry that this lack of persistence suggests that it is not a concept at all since concepthood requires persistence. This seems misguided, however. It is surely possible for a concept to be formed moments before a subject dies. The concepts in question are still predicable of any number of entities during their limited lifetimes, and these predications can be true or false. Example: Mary may falsely believe that her sister is currently experiencing R. This sort of predicability, with accessibility for truth or falsehood, seems sufficient for concepthood, at least it is sufficient for the uses of concepthood that are required here. For as with pure phenomenal concepts generally, we do not have public language expressions that distinctively express the content of direct phenomenal concepts. Public reference to phenomenal qualities is always fixed relationally, it seems, by virtue of a relation to certain external stimuli, certain sorts of behavior, or certain demonstrations. Recall Ryle's remark that there are no neat sensation words. Of course, Mary can express a pure phenomenal concept by introducing her own term, such as are, or by using an old term, such as red, with this stipulated meaning. But this use will not be public, at least in the limited sense that there is no method by which we can ensure that other members of the community will use the term with the same epistemic content. One can at best ensure that they pick out the same quality by picking it out under a different epistemic content, example as the quality Mary is having at a certain time, or by referring through semantic deference, as the quality that Mary picks out with are. In this sense it seems that any resulting language will be private, it can be used with full competence by just one subject, and others can use it only deferentially. An exception may arguably be made for terms that express structural pure phenomenal concepts, example phenomenal similarity and difference, and perhaps phenomenal spatial relations, which arguably do not rely on relational reference fixing. Of course, the view I have set out here is just the sort of view that Wittgenstein directed his private language argument against. The nature of the private language argument is contested, so in response I can say only that I have seen no reconstruction of it that provides a strong case against the view I have laid out. Some versions of the argument seem to fall prey to the mistake just outlined, that of requiring a strong sort of repeatability for concept possession, and an exceptionally strong sort at that, requiring the recognizability of correct repeated application. A certain sort of repeatability is required for concept possession, but it is merely the hypothetical repeatability involved in present predicability of the concept to actual and hypothetical cases, with associated truth conditions. Another reconstruction of the argument, that of Kripke, 1981, provides no distinctive traction against my analysis of direct phenomenal concepts, any force that it has applies to concepts quite generally. One might even argue that Kripke's argument provides less traction in the case of direct phenomenal concepts, as this is precisely a case in which we can see how a determinate application condition can be constituted by an underlying phenomenal quality. Kripke's remarks about associated phenomenal qualities, 4151, for example, a certain sort of headache being irrelevant to the content of concepts such as addition, apply much less strongly where phenomenal concepts are concerned. Of course, there is more to say here, but in any case it is a curiosity of Kripke's reconstruction of the argument that it applies least obviously to the phenomena at which Wittgenstein's argument is often taken to be aimed. 7 further questions. I have argued that pure phenomenal concepts and phenomenal beliefs are conceptually irreducible to the physical and functional because these concepts themselves depend on the constitutive role of experience. Does this sort of irreducibility extend to other concepts or beliefs? Are concepts and beliefs irreducible to the physical and functional quite generally? There is one class of concepts for which such a conclusion clearly follows. This is the class of concepts that have phenomenal concepts as constituents. Such concepts might include concepts of the tallest conscious being in this room, the physical basis of consciousness, and the external cause of R, where R is a pure concept of phenomenal redness. More generally, let us say that a concept is partly phenomenal if it has conceptual ties with phenomenal concepts, so that thoughts involving that concept conceptually entail non-trivial thoughts involving pure phenomenal concepts. Then partly phenomenal concepts will inherit the irreducibility of phenomenal concepts. It is arguable that many or most of our perceptual concepts are partly phenomenal. At least some concepts of external colors can be analyzed roughly as the property causally responsible for C in me, where C is a pure concept of a phenomenal color. Things are more complex for community-level concepts. Here it is more plausible that an external color concept might be analyzed in terms of community-wide relations to a non-specific phenomenal concept, perhaps the property causally responsible for the dominant sort of visual experience caused by certain paradigmatic objects in this community or something like that. But this still has the concept of visual experience as a constituent and so will still be partly phenomenal. The alternative is that external color concepts might be analyzed in terms of their relations to certain judgments or other non-experiential responses, in which case the reducibility or irreducibility will not be so clear. I will not adjudicate this matter here, but my own view is that many or most of the perceptual concepts that we actually possess are partly phenomenal. One might try to extend this further. In the case of theoretical concepts from science, for example, one can argue that these have conceptual ties to various perceptual concepts, as the Ramsey-Lewis analysis of theoretical concepts suggests. If so, and if the perceptual concepts in question are partly phenomenal, then it is plausible that these concepts are partly phenomenal. One might also argue for conceptual ties between intentional concepts and phenomenal concepts, as well as between social concepts and intentional concepts, so that a wide range of social concepts will turn out to be partly phenomenal. If this is right, then a being without consciousness could have at best impoverished versions of these concepts and perhaps could not have such concepts at all. This sort of argument will not work for all concepts. Many mathematical or philosophical concepts have no obvious tie to phenomenal concepts, for example. In fact, there is good reason to think that some concepts are not partly phenomenal. If all concepts were partly phenomenal, it would be hard to avoid the conclusion that the content of all concepts is wholly analyzable in phenomenal terms, which would lead naturally to phenomenalism or idealism. My own view is that certain central concepts, such as causal and mathematical concepts, are not conceptually tied to phenomenal concepts. Once this is recognized, it becomes clear that even if a wide range of concepts have contents with a phenomenal component, only a small number of these concepts are entirely phenomenal. Even if some concepts are conceptually independent of phenomenal concepts, it is not out of the question that their content might still be irreducible. One intriguing possibility is that phenomenology could play a crucial role in a subject's possessing a causal or a mathematical concept even though these concepts are conceptually independent of phenomenal concepts. Compare a reductive view on which neural states might play a crucial role in a subject's possessing concepts that are conceptually independent of neural concepts. There is at least some intuition that a capacity for consciousness may be required to have concepts in the first place, and it is not obviously false that phenomenology plays a role in the possession of even non-phenomenal concepts. Such a thesis would require much further argument, of course, and I am not certain whether it is true. But even if it is false, the more limited thesis that phenomenology plays an ineliminable role in the possession of phenomenal and partly phenomenal concepts has significant consequences. If even the more limited thesis is true, then the project of giving a functional analysis of intentionality cannot succeed across the board, and a central role must be given to phenomenology in the analysis of intentional content. 9. The epistemology of phenomenal belief. 1. Infallibility. A traditional thesis in the epistemology of mind holds that first-person beliefs about phenomenal states are infallible or incorrigible. I use these terms equivalently, in that they cannot be false. In recent years such a thesis has been widely rejected. This rejection stems from both general philosophical reasoning, example the suggestion that if beliefs and experiences are distinct existences, there can be no necessary connection between them, and from apparent counterexamples, example a case in which someone, expecting to be burned, momentarily misclassifies a cold sensation as hot. In this light, the analysis of phenomenal concepts and phenomenal belief in the previous chapter has interesting consequences. The analysis turns out to support an infallibility thesis, albeit a very limited one. In the last chapter, which I presuppose here, I distinguished a special class of direct phenomenal beliefs. These beliefs have the form this E equals R, where R is a direct phenomenal concept of a currently experienced phenomenal quality, phenomenal redness, say, and this E is an appropriately aligned demonstrative phenomenal concept, this phenomenal quality, of the same quality. It is easy to see that direct phenomenal beliefs support an infallibility thesis. Infallibility thesis: a direct phenomenal belief cannot be false. The truth of this thesis is an immediate consequence of the definition of direct phenomenal belief. A direct phenomenal concept by its nature picks out instances of an underlying demonstrated phenomenal quality, and a direct phenomenal belief identifies the referent of that concept with the original demonstrated quality, or predicates the concept of the very experience that instantiated the quality, so its truth is guaranteed. If we combine this thesis, which is true by definition, with the substantive thesis that there are direct phenomenal beliefs, which is argued in the previous chapter, then we have a substantive infallibility thesis, one that applies to a significant range of actual beliefs. 1. The thesis nevertheless has a number of significant limitations. The first is that most phenomenal beliefs are not direct phenomenal beliefs, so most phenomenal beliefs are still corrigible. The most common sort of phenomenal belief arguably involves the application of a pre-existing phenomenal concept, either a relational phenomenal concept or a standing pure phenomenal concept, to a new situation, as with the beliefs typically expressed by claims such as "I am having a red experience" or "I am in pain." These are not direct phenomenal beliefs and are almost certainly corrigible. There are also cases in which a direct phenomenal concept is applied to a quality, or an experience, other than the one that constituted it, as when one forms a direct phenomenal concept are based on a quality instantiated in the left half of one's visual field and applies it to a quality instantiated in the right half. These are also not direct phenomenal beliefs and are again almost certainly corrigible. The second sort of case brings out a further limitation in the infallibility thesis: it does not yield infallibility in virtue of content. If the left and right qualities in the preceding case are in fact the same, then the resulting non-direct phenomenal belief will arguably have the same content as the corresponding direct phenomenal belief, but the infallibility thesis will not apply to it. The domain of the infallibility thesis is constrained not just by content but also by underlying constitution. It is plausible that all of the standard counterexamples to infallibility theses fall into classes such as these, particularly the first. All of the standard counterexamples appear to involve the application of pre-existing phenomenal concepts: pain, hot, red experience, so none of the standard counterexamples apply to the infallibility thesis articulated here. There is a natural temptation to find further counterexamples to the infallibility thesis. For example, one might consider a case in which a subject's experience changes very rapidly, and argue that the corresponding direct phenomenal concept must lag behind. In response to these attempted counterexamples, the most obvious reply is that these cannot truly be counterexamples, since the truth of the infallibility thesis is guaranteed by the definition of direct phenomenal belief. If the cases work as described, they do not involve direct phenomenal beliefs: either they involve a concept that is not a direct phenomenal concept, or they involve a direct phenomenal concept predicated of a quality other than the one that constitutes it. At best, they involve what I earlier called pseudo-direct phenomenal beliefs, beliefs that share the cognitive structure of direct phenomenal beliefs, and thus are quasi-direct phenomenal beliefs, but that are not direct phenomenal beliefs. One need not let matters rest there, however. I think that these counterexamples can usually be analyzed away on their own terms so that the purported pseudo-direct phenomenal beliefs in question can be seen as direct phenomenal beliefs and as correct. In the case of a rapidly changing experience, one can plausibly hold that the content of a direct phenomenal concept covaries immediately with the underlying quality so that there is no moment at which the belief is false. This is just what we would expect, given the constitutive relation suggested earlier. We might picture this schematically by suggesting that the basis for a direct phenomenal concept contains within it a slot for an instantiated quality such that the quality that fills the slot constitutes the content. In a case where experience changes rapidly, the filler of the slot changes rapidly, and so does the content. Something similar goes for many other examples involving quasi-direct phenomenal beliefs. Take a case in which a subject attends to two different visual qualities, demonstrating them as this E1 and this E2, and mistakenly accepts this E1 equals this E2. In this case, someone might suggest that if the subject forms specific quasi-direct phenomenal concepts R1 and R2 based on the two acts of attention, these must have the same content, leading to false quasi-direct phenomenal beliefs, and thus to pseudo-direct phenomenal beliefs. On my account, This case is better classified as one in which R1 and R2 are direct phenomenal concepts with different contents, yielding two correct direct phenomenal beliefs. This E1 equals R1 and this E2 equals R2. The false beliefs here are of the form this E1 equals R2, this E2 equals R1, and R1 equals R2. The last of these illustrates the important point that identities involving two direct phenomenal concepts, like identities involving two pure phenomenal concepts more generally, are not infallible. Other cases of misclassification can be treated similarly. In the case in which a subject expecting to be burned misclassifies a cold sensation as hot, someone might suggest that any quasi-direct phenomenal concept will be a concept of phenomenal hotness, not coldness. Still, one can plausibly hold that if a quasi-direct phenomenal concept is formed, it will be a concept of phenomenal coldness and will yield a correct, direct phenomenal belief. The subject's mistake involves misclassifying the experience understanding phenomenal concepts and perhaps a mistaken identity involving a direct and a standing phenomenal concept. It is arguable that most cases involving quasi-direct phenomenal beliefs can be treated this way. The only clear exceptions are cases such as Nancy's, from the last chapter, in which no phenomenal quality is demonstrated, and so no substantive direct phenomenal concept is formed. It remains plausible that as long as a quality is demonstrated, the cognitive act in question will yield a direct phenomenal concept with the right content and a true direct phenomenal belief. If that is correct, one can then accept a broader infallibility thesis applying to any quasi-direct phenomenal belief that is based on a successful demonstration of a phenomenal quality. I do not try to establish this thesis conclusively since I do not need it and since the infallibility thesis for direct phenomenal beliefs is unthreatened either way. But it is interesting to see that it can be defended. One might suggest that the infallibility thesis articulated here, in either the narrower or the broader version, captures the plausible core of traditional infallibility theses. A number of philosophers have had the sense that there is something correct about the infallibility theses that is not touched by the counterexamples. This is reflected, for example, in Chisholm's distinction between comparative and non-comparative uses of a peer's talk, where only the non-comparative uses are held to be infallible. I think that this is not quite the right distinction. Even non-comparative uses can be corrigible when they correspond to uses of pure phenomenal concepts outside direct phenomenal beliefs. But perhaps a thesis restricted to direct phenomenal beliefs might play this role. Certainly the analysis of direct phenomenal beliefs shows why the most common general philosophical argument against infallibility does not apply across the board. In the case of direct phenomenal beliefs and experiences are not entirely distinct existences. It is precisely because of the constitutive connection between experiential quality and belief that the two can be necessarily connected. Another limitation involves infallibility theses that are articulated in a reverse or bidirectional form, holding that all phenomenal states are infallibly known or at least infallibly knowable. Such a thesis is not supported by the current discussion. Most phenomenal states are not attended to and are not taken up into direct phenomenal concepts, so they are not the subjects of direct phenomenal beliefs. Moreover, for all I have said, it may be that some phenomenal states, such as fleeting or background phenomenal states, cannot be taken up into a direct phenomenal concept perhaps because they cannot be subject to the right sort of attention. If so, they are not even infallibly knowable, let alone infallibly known. Infallibility theses are also sometimes articulated in a negative form, requiring that subjects cannot be mistaken in their belief that they are not having a given sort of experience. No direct phenomenal belief is a negative phenomenal belief, so the current framework does not support this thesis, and I think that the thesis is false in general. A final limitation is that, although direct phenomenal beliefs are infallible, subjects are not infallible about whether they are having a direct phenomenal belief. For example, if I am not thinking clearly, I might misclassify a belief involving a standing phenomenal concept as a direct phenomenal belief. In the Nancy case from the previous chapter, if Nancy is philosophically sophisticated, she might well think that she is having a direct phenomenal belief even when she is not. One could argue that this lack of higher-order infallibility prevents the first-order infallibility thesis from doing significant epistemological work. The matter is delicate. Higher-order infallibility is probably too strong a requirement for an epistemologically useful infallibility thesis. On the other hand, some sort of further condition is required for a useful thesis. For example, any member of the class of true mathematical beliefs is infallible, since it is necessarily true, but this is of little epistemic use to a subject who cannot antecedently distinguish true and false mathematical beliefs. A natural suggestion is that some sort of higher-order accessibility is required. Intermediate accessibility requirements might include these: for the infallibility of a direct phenomenal belief to be epistemologically significant, a subject must know that it is a direct phenomenal belief, or at least be justified in so believing, or a subject must be capable of knowing on reflection that it is a direct phenomenal belief, or direct phenomenal beliefs must be cognitively or phenomenologically distinctive as a class relative to non-direct phenomenal beliefs. I am sympathetic with the sufficiency of a requirement appealing to cognitive or phenomenological distinctiveness if properly articulated. Whether such a requirement holds of direct phenomenal beliefs turns on questions about quasi-direct and pseudo-direct phenomenal beliefs. If there are many pseudo-direct phenomenal beliefs, and if there is nothing cognitively or phenomenologically distinctive about direct phenomenal beliefs by comparison, then direct phenomenal beliefs will simply be distinguished as quasi-direct phenomenal beliefs with the right sort of content, and the infallibility claim will be relatively trivial. On the other hand, if pseudo-direct phenomenal beliefs are rare, or if direct phenomenal beliefs are a cognitively or phenomenologically distinctive subclass, then it is more likely that infallibility will be non-trivial and carry epistemological significance. If pseudo-direct phenomenal beliefs are restricted to cases in which no phenomenal quality is demonstrated, such as the case of Nancy, as I have suggested, then the infallibility thesis will hold of a class of beliefs that can be distinctively and independently characterized in cognitive and phenomenological terms, the class of quasi-direct phenomenal beliefs that are based in a successful demonstration. This would render the infallibility claim entirely non-trivial, and it would make it more likely that it could do epistemological work. I will not try to settle this matter decisively here, however, and I will not put the infallibility thesis to any epistemological work in what follows. It might be thought that the infallibility thesis suffers from another problem, that direct phenomenal beliefs are infallible because they are trivial. After all, beliefs such as I am here or this is this are, almost, infallible but only because they are, almost, trivial. Almost is present because of the arguable non-triviality of my existence and spatial locatedness in one case and because of the possibility of reference failure for the demonstrative in the other. The analogy fails, however. The trivial beliefs in question are, almost, cognitively insignificant. They are, almost, a priori, containing, almost, no cognitively significant knowledge about the world. This is reflected in the fact that they hardly constrain the class of a priori epistemic possibilities. They are true of, almost, all such possibilities, considered as hypotheses about the actual world. Two-dimensionally, these beliefs have a primary intention that is almost conceptually necessary. A direct phenomenal belief, by contrast, is cognitively significant. It heavily constrains the class of a priori epistemic possibilities and is false in most of them, considered as actual. For example, Mary's direct phenomenal belief, on leaving her room, is false of all worlds, considered as actual, in which the subject is not experiencing phenomenal redness. Two-dimensionally, the primary intention of a direct phenomenal belief is conceptually contingent. So direct phenomenal beliefs, unlike the beliefs in the previous paragraph, are entirely non-trivial. So the infallibility thesis articulated here has a number of limitations, but it nevertheless applies to a significant class of non-trivial phenomenal beliefs. 2. Acquaintance and justification. At this point it is natural to ask, if we can form this special class of infallible, distinctively constituted beliefs where phenomenal states and properties are concerned, Why can we not do so where other states and properties are concerned? Why can we not form direct height concepts, for example, whose epistemic content is directly constituted by our height properties and which can be deployed in infallible direct height beliefs? Or similarly for direct chemical beliefs, direct age beliefs, direct color beliefs, and so on? At one level, the answer is that we simply cannot. If one tries to form a direct height concept, one whose content depends constitutively on an instantiation of a height property, the best one can do is form a relational height concept, my height, the height of my house, or a demonstrative height concept. But these are not pure height concepts at all. They are analogous only to red or this in that their subjunctive content may depend on the property in question, but their epistemic content does not. It is arguable whether pure height concepts exist at all, that is, whether there is any concept whose epistemic content picks out a certain height, say, 2 meters, in every epistemically possible scenario. But even if there are pure height concepts, they are not direct height concepts. Perhaps one can independently form a pure height concept of a given height, 2 meters, which might coincide with an instantiated height, but it will not depend constitutively on that. The best one can do is attend to an object, have an experience or judgment concerning its height, and use this experience or judgment as the epistemic content of a pure height concept. Here the instantiation of a height property is not constitutively relevant to the concept's content, but only causally relevant. It is the height experience or judgment that is constitutively relevant, and the experience or judgment is only causally dependent on the instantiation of the height. In no case does the epistemic content of a height concept depend constitutively on an instance of a demonstrated height property or of any height property at all. Proponents of certain direct realist views may hold that it is possible to form a direct concept of a height property, or other perceivable external properties, by demonstrating it and taking it up into a concept in a manner analogous to the manner suggested for phenomenal properties. I think that this is implausible. In a case where an object is 2 meters tall but appears to be 1 meter tall, any pure height concept formed as a result will be a concept of 1 meter, not of 2 meters. There may be a demonstrative concept of 2 meters, but that is not enough. More generally, considering a range of cases in which height and experience are varied independently, we can see that any contribution of the height to a pure concept is screened off by the contribution of the experience. This suggests that if anything is playing a constitutive role in the concept's content, it is the experience and not the external property. 3. The same goes for chemical concepts, age concepts, and external color concepts. Although we can form many such concepts, in no case is it possible to form a direct concept, that is, a concept whose epistemic content depends constitutively on a demonstrated property instance. It seems that only phenomenal properties can support direct concepts. This conclusion is apparently revealed by an examination of cases, but it would be preferable not to leave it as a brute conclusion. In particular, it is natural to suggest that the conclusion holds because we bear a special relation to the phenomenal properties instantiated in our experience, a relation that we do not bear to the other instantiated properties in question, and a relation that is required in order to form a direct concept of a property in the manner described. This relation would seem to be a peculiarly intimate one that is made possible by the fact that experiences lie at the heart of the mind rather than standing at a distance from it, and it seems to be a relation that carries the potential for conceptual and epistemic consequences. We might call this relation acquaintance. As things stand, acquaintance has been characterized only as that relation between subjects and properties that makes possible the formation of direct phenomenal concepts, so it is not yet doing much explanatory work. Still, having inferred the relation of acquaintance, we can put it to work. As characterized, acquaintance is a relation that makes possible the formation of pure phenomenal concepts, and we have seen that pure phenomenal concepts embody a certain sort of lucid understanding of phenomenal properties. So acquaintance is a relation that makes the sort of lucid understanding possible. As such, it is natural to suppose that the relation can also do work in the epistemic domain. If so, the result will be an attractive picture in which the distinctive conceptual character and the distinctive epistemic character of the phenomenal domain have a common source. It is independently plausible to hold that phenomenal properties and beliefs have a distinctive epistemic character. Many have held that phenomenal properties can, at least sometimes, be known with a distinctive sort of justification or even with certainty, and many have held that phenomenal beliefs have a special epistemic status. Even those who explicitly deny this often tacitly concede that there is at least a prima facie case for this status. For example, it is striking that those who construct skeptical scenarios almost always ensure that phenomenal properties are preserved. So it is arguable that simply having a phenomenal property provides the potential for a strong sort of phenomenal knowledge. Something similar is suggested by the Mary case. Mary's experience of the phenomenal property R allows her to have not just a distinctive phenomenal belief but also distinctive phenomenal knowledge. Some element of this distinctive epistemic character can be captured in the present framework. One natural suggestion is the following: direct phenomenal beliefs are always justified. Certainly Mary's belief on leaving her room seems to be justified, and most other examples seem to fit this thesis. This thesis has to be modified slightly. There are presumably subjects who are so irrational or confused that none of their beliefs qualify as justified, so that their direct phenomenal beliefs are not justified, either. In addition, perhaps there could be subjects who are so confused about phenomenology that they accept not just direct phenomenal beliefs but their negations as well, casting doubt on whether either belief is truly justified. To meet this sort of case, we might adjust the thesis to say that all direct phenomenal beliefs have some prima facie justification, where prima facie justification is an element of justification that can sometimes be overridden by other elements, rendering a belief below the threshold for justification simpliciter. Something similar presumably applies to other features of a belief that might seem to confer justification, such as being inferred from justified beliefs by a justified rule of inference. Still, it is one thing to make the case that direct phenomenal beliefs are, prima facie, justified, and another to give an account of what this justification consists in. It may be tempting to appeal to infallibility, but infallibility alone does not entail justification, as the mathematical case shows, and while certain higher-order accessibility theses might close the gap, it is not obvious that they are satisfied for direct phenomenal beliefs. A better idea is to appeal to the acquaintance relation, thus unifying the distinctive conceptual and epistemic character of phenomenal beliefs. In particular, one might assert the following. Justification thesis: when a subject forms a direct phenomenal belief based on a phenomenal quality, then that belief is prima facie justified in virtue of the subject's acquaintance with that quality. Certainly many philosophers, including especially sense datum theorists and more recent foundationalists, have appealed to a relation of acquaintance, or direct awareness, in supporting the special epistemic status of phenomenal beliefs. The current account offers a more constrained version of such a thesis, suggesting that it holds for a special class of phenomenal beliefs, on which the epistemic content of a predicated concept is required to mirror and be constituted by the acquainted quality, to which it is applied, and on the basis of a relation whose existence we have made an independent case for. Some philosophers, example Russell 1910, Fumerton 1995, have held that we are acquainted with acquaintance and have made the case of its existence that way. I think there is something to the idea that our special epistemic relation to experience is revealed in our experience, but I note that the proponent of acquaintance is not forced to rely on such a thesis. It is equally possible to regard acquaintance as a theoretical notion that is inferred to give a unified account of the distinctive conceptual and epistemic character that we have reason to believe is present in the phenomenal domain. Acquaintance can be regarded as a basic sort of epistemic relation between a subject and a property. Most fundamentally, it might be seen as a relation between a subject and an instance of a property. I am most directly acquainted with this instance of phenomenal greenness. This acquaintance with an instance can then be seen to confer a derivative relation to the property itself. Or, in the experience-based framework, one might regard acquaintance as most fundamentally a relation between a subject and an experience that confers a derivative relation between the subject and the phenomenal properties of the experience. I will usually abstract away from these fine details, however. What is central is the shared feature that whenever a subject has a phenomenal property, the subject is acquainted with that phenomenal property. Even if acquaintance is a theoretical notion, it clearly gains some pre-theoretical support from the intuitive view that beliefs can be epistemically grounded in experiences, where experiences are not themselves beliefs but nevertheless have an epistemic status that can help justify a belief. One might view acquaintance as capturing that epistemic status. In certain respects, though not in all, the justification of a direct phenomenal belief by an experience can be seen as analogous to the justification of an inferred belief by another belief. For an inferred belief to be prima facie justified, there are three central requirements: one concerning the content of the belief in relation to the justifying state, one concerning the natural connection between the belief and the justifying state, and one concerning the epistemic status of the justifying state. First, the epistemic content of the belief must be appropriately related to that of the belief that it is inferred from. Second, the belief must be appropriately caused by the justifying belief. Third, the justifying belief must itself be justified. In the prima facie justification of a direct phenomenal belief by an experience, there are three factors of the same sort. First, content. The epistemic content of the direct phenomenal belief must mirror the quality of the experience. Second, a natural connection. The phenomenal belief must be appropriately constituted by the experience. And third, epistemic status. The subject must be acquainted with the justifying quality. The details of the requirements are different, as befits the difference between belief and experience, but the basic pattern is very similar. It is plausible that a subject can have phenomenal properties without having corresponding concepts, corresponding beliefs, or corresponding justification. For if so, the same goes for acquaintance. Acquaintance is not itself a conceptual relation, rather, it makes certain sorts of concepts possible. And it is not itself a justificatory relation, rather, it makes certain sorts of justification possible. Phenomenal concepts and phenomenal knowledge require not just acquaintance but also acquaintance in the right cognitive background, a cognitive background that minimally involves a certain sort of attention to the phenomenal quality in question, a cognitive act of concept formation, the absence of certain sorts of confusion and other undermining factors, for full justification, and so on. But it is acquaintance with the quality or the experience itself that does the crucial justifying work. 5. Some philosophers hold that only a belief can justify another belief. It is unclear why this view should be accepted. The view has no pre-theoretical support. Pre-theoretically, it is extremely plausible that experiences, example a certain experience of phenomenal greenness, play a role in justifying beliefs, example my belief that there is something green in front of me or my belief that I am having a certain sort of experience, even though experiences are not themselves beliefs. In addition, the view has no obvious theoretical support. Perhaps the central motivation for the view comes from the idea that inference is the only sort of justification that we understand and have a theoretical model for, and that we have no model for any other sort of justification. But this is obviously not a strong reason, and the account I have just sketched suggests a theoretical model of how experiences can justify beliefs that fits well with our pre-theoretical intuitions. So it seems that the cases of justification of beliefs by other beliefs and by experiences are on a par here. Another motivation for the view comes from the thesis that for a state to justify another state, it must itself be justified, along with the claim that only beliefs can be justified, but again, it is unclear why this thesis should be accepted. Again, it is pre-theoretically reasonable to accept that beliefs are justified by experiences and that experiences are not themselves the sort of states that can be justified or unjustified. And there is no obvious theoretical reason to accept the thesis. It may be that for a state to justify, it must have some sort of epistemic status, but there is no clear reason why the status of acquaintance should be insufficient. Bonjour, 1978, suggests that to deny that justifying states must be justified is to make an ad hoc move aimed at stopping the regress argument against foundationalism, but considerations about foundationalism and about regress arguments have played no role in my claims. The claims are independently supported by observations about the epistemic and conceptual relations between belief and experience. Bonjour also claims that a justifying state must involve assertive content, but again, there is no clear pre-theoretical or theoretical reason to accept this. Pre-theoretically, experiences can justify beliefs without obviously involving assertive content. Theoretically, acquaintance with a property makes the property available to a subject in a manner that makes concepts and assertions involving the property possible and that enables these assertions to be justified. There is no reason why this requires acquaintance to itself involve an assertion. A number of epistemological issues remain. One concerns the strength of the justification of phenomenal beliefs. It is often held that phenomenal beliefs are, or can be, certain. For example, can the present framework deliver this? It can certainly deliver infallibility, but certainty requires something different. I think that the relevant sense of certainty involves something like knowledge beyond skepticism, intuitively, knowledge such that one's epistemic situation enables one to rule out all skeptical counter-possibilities. There is an intuition that phenomenal belief at least sometimes involves this sort of knowledge beyond skepticism, as the standard construction of skeptical scenarios suggests. This epistemic status might be captured by a claim to the effect that acquaintance with a property enables one to eliminate all, a priori, epistemic possibilities in which the property is absent. If so, then in the right cognitive background, with sufficient attention, concept formation, lack of confusion, and so on, the justification of a direct phenomenal belief in by acquaintance with a property will sometimes enable a subject not just to know that P by the usual standards of knowledge but also to eliminate all skeptical counter-possibilities in which P is false. This matter requires further exploration, but one can see at least the beginnings of a reasonable picture. 6. A second further issue is this: can the justification thesis be extended to all pure phenomenal concepts, including standing phenomenal concepts? There is some intuitive appeal in the idea that application of a standing phenomenal concept to an instantiated quality may also carry some justification by virtue of acquaintance with the quality, perhaps under the restriction that the content of the standing concept match the quality and that there be an appropriate natural connection between the quality and the belief. If this belief were justified directly by acquaintance, however, we would need an account of justification by acquaintance that does not give a central role to constitution. Such an account is not out of the question, but it is worth noting that justification for beliefs involving standing phenomenal concepts can also be secured indirectly. Indirect justification for such beliefs can be secured by virtue of the plausible claim that any belief of the form S equals R is, prima facie, justifiable, where S and R are standing and direct phenomenal concepts with the same epistemic content. This is an instance of the more general claim that any belief of the form A equals B is justifiable when A and B have the same epistemic content. This thesis may need some restriction to handle cases of deep hyperintentionality, but it is plausibly applicable in this case. Such beliefs are plausibly justifiable a priori. Experience may enter into a grasp of the concepts involved in such a belief, but it does not enter into the belief's justification. If so, then beliefs involving standing phenomenal concepts can inherit justification by a priori inference from direct phenomenal beliefs, which will be justified in virtue of the justification thesis. Finally, a note on ontology. Talk of acquaintance often brings sense-datum theories to mind, so it may be worth noting that a commitment to phenomenal realism and to acquaintance does not entail a commitment to sense data. First, the picture is entirely compatible with an adverbial subject-property model and with other quality-based ontologies on which there are phenomenal properties but not phenomenal individuals. Second, the picture I have sketched is quite compatible with a model on which phenomenal properties are representational properties, here one will be acquainted with one's representing of a color property or some other appropriate property. Third, even if one accepts the existence of phenomenal individuals such as experiences, one might well reject a sense-datum model of perception, on which one perceives the world by perceiving these entities. It is also worth noting that one need not regard the acquaintance relation that a subject bears to a phenomenal property as something ontologically over and above the subject's instantiation of the property, requiring a subject-relation quality ontology at the fundamental level. It is arguable that it is a conceptual truth that to have a phenomenal quality is to be acquainted with it, at least insofar as we have a concept of acquaintance that is not wholly theoretical. Certainly it is hard to conceive of a scenario in which a phenomenal quality is instantiated but no one is acquainted with it. If so, then the picture I have sketched is combined with a simple subject-quality ontology, combined with this conceptual truth. The ontological ground of all this might lie in the nature of phenomenal qualities rather than in some ontologically further relation. 3 Epistemological problems for phenomenal realism. Phenomenal realism, especially property dualism, is often thought to face epistemological problems. In particular, it is sometimes held that these views make it hard to see how phenomenal beliefs can be justified or can qualify as knowledge, since the views entail that phenomenal beliefs do not stand in the right sort of relationship to experiences. If what I have said so far is right, this cannot be correct. But it is worth looking at the arguments more closely. 7. The most influential arguments of this sort have been put forward by Sidney Shoemaker, 1975. Shoemaker's arguments are intended as arguments against a view that admits the conceptual possibility of absent qualia, an experience-free functional duplicate of an experiencing being. The view under attack is slightly stronger than phenomenal realism. A phenomenal realist could admit inverted qualia without absent qualia, is slightly weaker than a view on which zombies, experience-free physical duplicates, are conceptually possible, and is weaker than property dualism. But for the purposes of the argument, it will not hurt to assume a property dualist version of the view, according to which zombies are metaphysically possible. This has the effect of making Shoemaker's arguments harder to answer, not easier. The answers can easily be adapted to weaker versions of phenomenal realism. The starkest version of Shoemaker's epistemological argument runs as follows. 1. If phenomenal realism is true, experiences are causally irrelevant to phenomenal beliefs. 2. If experiences are causally irrelevant to phenomenal beliefs are not knowledge. 3. If phenomenal realism is true, phenomenal beliefs are not knowledge. Some phenomenal realists might deny the first premise. A type B materialist could hold that experiences have effects on beliefs by virtue of their identity with physical states, and a property dualist could hold that these effects proceed through a fundamental causal connection between the phenomenal and physical domains or through a fundamental causal connection among non-physical mental states. For the purposes of the argument, I will assume the version of phenomenal realism that makes answering the argument as hard as possible, so I will rule out these responses. In particular, I temporarily assume epiphenomenalism, according to which the phenomenal has no effects on the physical domain. The view I have outlined makes it easy to see why this argument fails even against an epiphenomenalist. Whatever the status of the first premise, the second premise is false. The second premise assumes that a causal connection between experience and phenomenal belief is required for the latter to count as knowledge. If what I have said is correct, the connection between experience and phenomenal belief is tighter than any causal connection, it is constitution. If a causal connection can underwrite knowledge, a constitutive connection can certainly underwrite knowledge, too. Even without appealing to constitution, the epiphenomenalist can respond reasonably to this argument by appealing to the notion of acquaintance and arguing that a subject's acquaintance with experience can non-causally justify a phenomenal belief. I use this strategy in the conscious mind. But when the role of constitution is made clear, the reply becomes even stronger. Acquaintance and constitution together enable a theoretical model of the justification of phenomenal belief, as in the previous section, a model that is compatible with epiphenomenalism. Any residual worries about the lack of an appropriate connection between the experience and the belief are removed by the presence of a constitutive connection. This first argument is only a subsidiary argument in Shoemaker's discussion. Shoemaker's main argument specifically concerns the possibility of absent qualia. His argument involves functional duplicates and conceptual possibility, but as before I modify these details to involve physical duplicates and metaphysical possibility, thus making the argument harder to answer. The modified argument runs roughly as follows. 1. If phenomenal realism is true, then every conscious being has a possible zombie twin. 2. If zombies are possible, they have the same phenomenal beliefs as their conscious twins, formed by the same mechanism. 3. If zombies are possible, their phenomenal beliefs are false and unjustified. 4. If it is possible that there are beings with the same phenomenal beliefs as a conscious being, formed by the same mechanism, where those phenomenal beliefs are false and unjustified, then the conscious being's phenomenal beliefs are unjustified. 5. If phenomenal realism is true, every conscious being's phenomenal beliefs are unjustified. Some phenomenal realists could respond by denying premise 1 and holding that zombies are impossible. But even the conceptual possibility of functional duplicates with absent qualia is arguably enough to make an analogous argument go through if there are no other problems. Premise 3 is relatively unproblematic. Perhaps one could argue that a zombie's phenomenal beliefs have some sort of justification, but the conclusion that our phenomenal beliefs are no more justified than a zombie's would be strong enough for an opponent. Disputing premise 4 holds more promise. If one accepts an acquaintance model of justification, one might hold that the justification of a phenomenal belief does not supervene on its mechanism of formation. I use this strategy in the conscious mind. But given what has gone before, by far the most obvious reply is to dispute premise 2. There is no reason to accept that zombies have the same phenomenal beliefs as their conscious twins and every reason to believe that they do not. It is by no means obvious that zombies have beliefs at all. The basis of intentionality is poorly understood, and one might plausibly hold that a capacity for consciousness is required for intentional states. Even if we allow that zombies have beliefs, however, it is clear that a zombie cannot share a conscious being's phenomenal beliefs. The content of a conscious being's direct phenomenal beliefs is partly constituted by underlying phenomenal qualities. A zombie lacks those qualities, so it cannot have a phenomenal belief with the same content. Let us take the case of Zombie Mary, where we recombine thought experiments in the obvious way. Assuming that Zombie Mary has a belief where Mary has a direct phenomenal belief, what sort of content does it have? Mary has a belief with the content this E equals R, and inverted Mary has a belief with the content this E equals G. Let us focus on the direct phenomenal concepts R and G and their zombie counterpart. It is obvious that Zombie Mary's concept is neither R nor G. If this concept has content at all, it has a different content entirely. I think that the most plausible view is that the zombie's concept is empty, it has no content. On the view I have been outlining, a phenomenal quality can be thought of as filling a slot that is left open in the content of a direct phenomenal concept and thus contributing its content. If there is no phenomenal quality to fill the slot, as in Zombie Mary's case, the concept will have no content at all. 8. What about Zombie Mary's analog of Mary's direct phenomenal belief this E equals R? It is not obvious that a zombie can possess a demonstrative phenomenal concept. For a start, a concept whose content is that of this experience seems to require a concept of experience, which a zombie may lack. But even if a zombie could possess a demonstrative phenomenal concept, any such concept would fail to refer, like failed demonstratives in other domains. More importantly, the other half of the identity, the zombie's analog of R, would be empty. So Zombie Mary's belief would be entirely different from Mary's belief. It is natural to wonder about the truth value of Zombie Mary's belief. Clearly, her belief is not true. I would say that it is either false or empty, depending on one's view about beliefs involving empty concepts. The latter view is perhaps the more plausible, since it seems that Zombie Mary's belief has no propositional content to evaluate. As for Zombie Mary's new knowledge, it is clear that she gains no propositional knowledge, though she may think that she does. One might see her as in the position that Type A materialists, and in particular proponents of the ability hypothesis, hold that we are in the actual world. When Zombie Mary first sees a flower, she may gain certain abilities to recognize and discriminate, although even these abilities will be severely constrained since they cannot involve experiences. This is enough to see that the epistemological argument against phenomenal realism does not get off the ground. A zombie clearly does not have the same phenomenal beliefs as its conscious twin in general, and its corresponding beliefs are not even formed by the same mechanism, since constitution by a phenomenal quality plays a central role in forming a direct phenomenal belief. So the second premise is false, and there is no bar to the justification of direct phenomenal beliefs. 9. What about other phenomenal beliefs? We have seen that standing phenomenal concepts differ between twins and that their content is plausibly constituted either by phenomenal properties or by dispositions involving those properties. A zombie lacks all phenomenal properties, so it is plausible that its analogues of standing phenomenal concepts will be empty, too. So beliefs involving standing phenomenal concepts are also immune from this argument. What about the standing concept of experience, or qualia, or phenomenal consciousness, generally? In this case there is no difference in content between conscious twins, but it remains plausible that phenomenal properties and the capacity to have them play a crucial role in constituting its content, just as they do for specific standing phenomenal concepts. And it is equally plausible that the zombie's analog of the standing concept is empty. 10. So beliefs involving the standing concept of experience, such as I am conscious, are equally unthreatened by this argument. The same goes for beliefs involving concepts in which the concept experience plays a part, such as relational phenomenal concepts and perhaps demonstrative phenomenal concepts. How are these beliefs justified? For beliefs involving standing phenomenal concepts, such as this E equals S, we have seen that one reasonable model involves inference from this E equals R and R equals S. Here, the former belief is justified by acquaintance and constitution, and the second belief is justified a priori by virtue of its content. These two beliefs combine by virtue of the common element R to justify the belief this E equals S. One can also hold that this E equals S is justified directly by acquaintance, at the cost of losing the special contribution of constitution. One can justify general beliefs of the form this E is a phenomenal property in much the same way, given that R is a phenomenal property is a priori. From here, beliefs such as I am conscious are a short leap away. The leap is non-trivial, as there are distinctive problems about the epistemology of the self, witness Hume's skepticism about the self, and Lichtenberg's point that in the cogito, Descartes was entitled only to there is thought, not to I think. I have nothing special to say about these epistemological problems. But assuming that these problems can be solved, it is not implausible that a belief such as if this E exists, I have this E is justified, perhaps a priori. Then the whole range of first-person phenomenal beliefs lies within reach. If one takes direct phenomenal beliefs as truly foundational, one might even suggest that the cogito should have a three-stage structure, from this E equals R, or some such, to I have this E, to I exist. As for beliefs involving relational phenomenal concepts, presumably beliefs such as S equals red 1, where S is a standing pure concept of phenomenal redness, will be justified a posteriori, perhaps by inference from the observation that the relevant paradigmatic objects typically cause one to experience instances of S. And beliefs of the form S equals red will be justified at least insofar as red 1 equals red is justified. Of course, for the first sort of belief to be justified, skeptical problems about the external world, and about the self, must be overcome, and for the second sort of belief to be justified, skeptical problems about other minds must be overcome. I have nothing special to say about these problems here. But assuming that these problems can be dealt with, then both general relational phenomenal beliefs, example S equals red 1, and particular relational phenomenal beliefs, example this E equals red 1, will be justified straightforwardly. It seems, then, that a wide range of phenomenal beliefs can be justified by inference from direct phenomenal beliefs, such as this E equals R, a priori phenomenal beliefs, such as R equals S, and perhaps if this E exists, I have this E, and a posteriori phenomenal beliefs such as S equals red 1 and S equals red k. I have given a model for the justification of direct phenomenal beliefs. Phenomenal realism and even epiphenomenalism seem to pose no particular problem for the justification of the a priori phenomenal beliefs, or at least no distinctive problem that does not arise for a priori justification on any view. The same goes for the justification of the a posteriori phenomenal beliefs. Even if experience plays no causal role, this does not matter. Experiences have no special role in justifying the a priori beliefs, and the justification of the a posteriori beliefs can be seen as derivative on beliefs of the form this E equals S, which are already accounted for, plus general methods of external observation and inductive inference. So all we need to justify all of these beliefs is the justification of direct phenomenal beliefs, the justification of a priori beliefs by virtue of their content, and the justification involved in inference, observation, and induction. There are no special problems in any of these matters for the phenomenal realist. One might think that inference poses a problem for the epiphenomenalist. How do this E equals R and R equals S justify this E equals S if the content of R is partly constituted by an epiphenomenal quality and if inference requires causation? But this is no problem. R acts as a middle term, and its content is not required to play any special causal role. We can think of the inference in question as being this E is R, which is S, so this E is S. Here the content of R is inessential to the validity of the inference. As long as the premises are justified, the conclusion will be justified. Perhaps the main residual epistemological issue concerns the persistence of standing phenomenal concepts. One might worry if S is partly constituted by an element that is epiphenomenal, then even if one acquires a justified belief, say of the form roses cause S at one time, it is not clear how this justification carries over to instances of a belief with that content at a later time. It is plausible that more than a match in content is required for justification. The later belief must be in some sense the same belief, or at least a descendant belief involving the same, or descendant, concepts. The same sort of issue arises with inference of the sort in the previous paragraph. Whether or not this E is S is wholly distinct from the two premises, we certainly want later beliefs of the form that was S to be justified and to play a role in further inferences in turn. But this arguably requires that the later concept be a descendant of the earlier concept in a sense that allows beliefs involving the later concept to inherit justification from beliefs involving the earlier concepts. In response, I have no good account of what it is for one token of a concept to be a descendant of another in a manner that allows it to inherit justification. 11 Nor, I think, does anyone. Clearly more than sameness in content is required. If a new concept with the same content were to be formed de novo, no justification would be inherited. So some sort of natural connection between concept tokens is required. But it is plausible that this sort of connection need only require an appropriate causal connection between the physical vehicles of the concept, along with an appropriate match in content. It is not required that the elements constituting the content of the initial concept do any distinctive causal work. To see this, consider the persistence of concepts on an externalist view, where content is constituted by external factors that may lie in the distant past. Here, the external factors that constitute the content of two tokens of the concept will clearly play no distinctive role in causally connecting the tokens. The persistence will instead be supported by appropriate connections between the tokens' physical vehicles. It is plausible that both the phenomenal realist and the epiphenomenalist can say something similar. Conceptual persistence is underwritten by natural connections among vehicles, perhaps along with an appropriate match in content. Of course, it would be desirable to have a full positive account of this sort of conceptual persistence, but it seems that there is no distinctive problem for the phenomenal realist here. Further questions concern the justification of beliefs about the representational content of experiences and the role phenomenal beliefs might play in justifying beliefs about the external world. I will not say anything about these issues here, but it is plausible that these issues pose mere challenges for the phenomenal realist to answer rather than distinctive arguments against it. If what I have said so far is correct, the distinctive epistemological problems for phenomenal realism have been removed. 4. The myth of the given. A traditional view in epistemology and the philosophy of mind holds that experiences have a special epistemic status that renders them given to a subject. This epistemic status is traditionally held to give phenomenal beliefs a special status and sometimes to allow experiences to act as a foundation for all empirical knowledge. In recent years, this sort of view has often been rejected. The locus class sicut for this rejection is Wilfrid Sellers's Empiricism and the Philosophy of Mind, 1956, which criticized such views as involving the myth of the given. Sellers's, deliberately abusive, term for the view has caught on, and today it is not uncommon for this label to be used in criticizing such views as if no further argument is necessary. I do not know whether my view is one on which experiences are given. It does not fit Sellers's official characterization of the given, as we will see, and there are other characterizations that it also does not fit. But the term given, along with myth of the given, often shifts to encompass many different views, and it may well be that my view shares something of the spirit of the views that were originally criticized under this label. So rather than trying to adjudicate the terminological issue, we can simply ask, are any of the arguments that have been put forward against the given good arguments against the view I have put forward here? Here one runs up against the problem that clear arguments against the given are surprisingly hard to find. There are many suggestive ideas in Sellers's article but few explicit arguments. When arguments appear, they often take the form of suggesting alternative views rather than directly criticizing an existing view. But there is at least one clear argument against the given in Sellers's article. This is his famous inconsistent triad. This was intended as an argument against sense-datum theories, but it clearly applies to a wider class of views. It is clear from the above analysis, therefore, that classical sense-datum theories are confronted by an inconsistent triad made up of the following three propositions. A. X senses read sense content S entails X non-inferentially knows that S is read. B. The ability to sense contents is unacquired. C. The ability to know facts of the form X is phi is acquired. A and B together entail not C, B and C entail not A and C entail not B. Sellers 1956, Section 6. It is clear how the view I have put forward should deal with this inconsistent triad, by denying A. I have said nothing about just which mental capacities are acquired or unacquired, but on the view I have proposed, it is clearly possible to have experiences without having phenomenal beliefs and therefore without having knowledge of phenomenal facts. On my view, phenomenal beliefs are formed only rarely, when subjects attend to their experiences and make judgments about them. The rest of the time, the experiences pass unaccompanied by any phenomenal beliefs or phenomenal knowledge. Underlying Sellers's critique is the idea that knowledge requires concepts and that experiences do not require concepts, so that having experiences cannot entail having knowledge. The view I have put forward is compatible with all of this. On my view, experiences require little cognitive sophistication and in particular do not require the possession of concepts. There may be some experiences that require concepts, for example, the experience of a spoon as a spoon, but not all experiences do. No concepts are required to experience phenomenal redness, for example. Knowledge of facts requires belief, however, and belief requires the possession of concepts. So experience does not entail knowledge. Sellers associated the given most strongly with the acceptance of A, and the denial of A is what he argues for himself. In discussing the possibility that a sense-datum theorist might deny A, all he says is the following. He can abandon A, in which case the sensing of sense contents becomes a non-cognitive fact. A non-cognitive fact, to be sure, which may be a necessary condition, even a logically necessary condition, of non-inferential knowledge, but a fact, nevertheless, which cannot constitute this knowledge. On my view, all of this is correct. Experiences do not, on their own, constitute knowledge. They play a role in justifying knowledge, and they play a role in partly constituting the beliefs that qualify as knowledge, in combination with other cognitive elements. But experiences themselves are to be sharply separated from beliefs and items of knowledge. So none of this provides any argument against my view. On my reading, a number of the sense datum theorists also deny making clear distinctions between the sort of non-conceptual epistemic relation that one stands in by virtue of having an experience and the sort of conceptual epistemic relation that one has when one knows facts. Such theorists clearly avoid the conflation between experience and knowledge that Sellers accuses sense datum theorists of making. Curiously, Sellers does not discuss the possibility that experiences could justify knowledge without entailing knowledge. It seems clear that he would reject such a view, perhaps because he holds that only conceptual states can enter into justification, but this is never made explicit in his article. 12. Although Sellers does not argue explicitly against this sort of view, such arguments have been given by a number of later philosophers writing in the same tradition. In particular, there is a popular argument against any view on which experiences are non-conceptual states that play a role in justifying beliefs. This argument, which we might call the justification dilemma, has been proposed by Bonjour, 1969, Davidson, 1986, and McDowell, 1994, among others. We can represent it as follows. 1. There can be no inferential relation between a non-conceptual experience and a belief, since inference requires connections within the conceptual domain. 2. But a mere causal relation between experience and belief cannot justify the belief. 3. Non-conceptual experiences cannot justify beliefs. The first premise is plausible, since it is plausible that inference is mediated by concepts. The status of the second premise is much less clear. While it is plausible that the mere existence of a causal connection does not suffice to justify a belief, it is far from clear that the right sort of causal connection could not serve to justify a belief. McDowell, 1994, says that a causal connection offers exculpation where we wanted justification. But clearly causal connections do not involve mere exculpation simply by virtue of being causal connections. The case of inference shows that a causal connection of the right kind between states can be seen to justify. So further argument is required to show that no other sort of causal connection, perhaps with subtle constraints on the content of a belief and on the relationship between belief and experience, can provide justification. In any case, even if the two premises are accepted, the conclusion does not follow. An option has been missed. Inference and causation do not exhaust the possible justifying relations between non-conceptual experiences and beliefs. On my view, the relation in question is not inference or causation, nor is it identity or entailment, as on the views that Sellers criticized. Rather, the relation is partial constitution. I have already given a model of how the justification of a direct phenomenal belief by an experience works, involving three central elements that parallel the three central elements in the case of inference. The analog of the causal element is the constitutive connection between experience and belief. The analog of the content element is the match between epistemic content of belief and quality of experience, and the analog of the epistemic element is the subject's acquaintance with the phenomenal quality. If the model of justification by inference is accepted, there is no clear reason why this model should be rejected. Some philosophers hold that only a conceptual state can justify another conceptual state. But as with the thesis that only a belief can justify another belief, it is not clear why this thesis should be accepted. It is not supported pre-theoretically. Pre-theoretically, there is every reason to hold that experiences are non-conceptual and can justify beliefs. There is no clear theoretical support for this claim, either. Proponents sometimes talk of the space of reasons in this context, but the slogan alone does not convert easily into an argument. McDowell suggests that justifications for our beliefs should be articulable, which requires concepts. But as Peacock, 2001, points out, we can articulate a justification by referring to a justifying experience under a concept whether or not the experience itself involves concepts. Perhaps the central motivation for the thesis lies in the fact that we have a clear theoretical model for conceptual justification but not for other sorts of justification. Again, however, this is a weak argument, and again, the exhibition of a theoretical model, such as the model given earlier in this chapter, ought to remove this sort of worry. In any case, the view I have proposed avoids Sellers' central version of the given, an entailment from experience to knowledge, and Bonjour's, Davidson's, and McDowell's central versions of the given, a mere causal connection, along with the arguments against those views. It may be that the view I have suggested accepts a given in some expanded sense. But the substantive question remains, are there good arguments against the given that are good arguments against this view? I have not been able to find such arguments, but I would welcome candidates. 5 further questions. I have in effect argued for a sort of limited foundationalism within the phenomenal domain. Direct phenomenal beliefs are in a certain sense foundational, they receive justification directly from experience, and their prima facie justification does not rely on other beliefs. I have also argued that direct phenomenal beliefs can justify at least some other phenomenal beliefs in turn, when aided by various sorts of a priori reasoning. Does this give any support to foundationalism about a broader class of empirical beliefs or about empirical knowledge in general? Nothing I have said implies this sort of foundationalism. The gap between phenomenal knowledge and knowledge of the external world remains as wide as ever, and I have done nothing to close it. The framework here is compatible with various standard suggestions, that phenomenology might justify external beliefs through inference to the best explanation or through a principle that gives prima facie justification to a belief that endorses an experience's representational content. But so far, the framework outlined here does nothing special to support these suggestions or to answer skeptical objections. Furthermore, the framework is equally compatible with many alternative non-foundationalist accounts of our knowledge of the external world. 13. Still, this framework may help to overcome what is sometimes taken to be the largest problem for foundationalism, bridging the gap between experience and belief. I have argued that an independently motivated account of the role of experience in phenomenal belief and of a subject's epistemic relation to phenomenal properties has the resources to solve this problem, by exploiting the paired notions of constitution and acquaintance. Any plausible epistemological view must find a central role for experience in the justification of both beliefs about experience and beliefs about the world. If what I have said here is correct, then we can at least see how experience gains a foothold in this epistemic network. Many other problems remain, especially regarding the relationship between experience and beliefs about the external world. But here, as in the case of phenomenal belief, a better understanding of the relationship between experience and belief may take us a long way. Notes. 1. Pollock, 1986, 32-33, entertains a version of this sort of view as a way of supporting infallibility, discussing a containment thesis, according to which experiences are constituents of beliefs about experiences. He rejects the view on the grounds that, 1. It does not support the infallibility of negative beliefs about experiences, example the belief that one is not having a given experience, which he holds to be required for infallibility in general, and that, 2. Having an experience does not suffice to have the relevant belief, so having the belief also requires thinking about the experience, which renders the infallibility thesis trivial. I discuss both of these points in what follows. 2. One might worry that direct phenomenal beliefs cannot constitute knowledge, for reasons articulated by Williamson, 2000, in arguing against the luminosity of phenomenal and other beliefs. The worry is that a direct phenomenal belief in P, example that one has R, is not safe because it could easily have been false, For any such belief, there are nearby possible worlds in which one has a slightly different experience R, so that P is false in those worlds. But as Weatherson, 2004, has observed, it is far from clear why the sort of safety should be required for knowledge. If safety is relevant to knowledge in these cases, the relevant sort of safety plausibly concerns not whether P is true in nearby worlds but whether what one believes in those nearby worlds is true there. According to the current framework, in worlds where one experiences a slightly different quality R, one will believe a slightly different proposition, that one has R, and one's belief will be true. So direct phenomenal beliefs will be safe in the relevant sense. Correspondingly, while I have not argued that propositions about phenomenal qualities are luminous, that when one experiences a given quality, one is in a position to know that one does, Williamson's argument does not provide a strong reason to reject that claim. 3. There may be further moves available to the direct realist. For example, a direct realist might hold that the constitutive role of external properties is restricted to cases of veridical perception and that non-veridical perception must be treated differently. This sort of restriction threatens to trivialize the constitution thesis, as any causal connection might be seen as a constitutive connection by irrelevantly similar restriction. If A causes B, which necessitates C, then A is usually contingently connected to C, but if we restrict our attention to cases where A causes B, then A necessitates C relative to this restriction. And the case remains formally disanalogous to the case of direct phenomenal concepts, in which there is no factor distinct from the quality that even looks like it screens off the contribution of the quality to the concept. But there is undoubtedly more to say here. In what follows I will assume that the direct realist view is incorrect, but direct realists are free to hold that what I say about phenomenal properties applies equally to the relevant external properties. Addendum: I think the direct realist is correct in some possible worlds, although not in our world. In particular, the direct realist is correct in Eden, chapter 12, where subjects can form direct color concepts, direct spatial concepts, and so on. For nothing I have said so far requires that experiences can exist without concepts. At most, it requires that experiences can exist without phenomenal concepts. So what I have said may be compatible with views on which experiences depend on other concepts in turn. Still, I think it is independently plausible that experiences do not require concepts for their existence, and I will occasionally assume this in what follows. This is not to deny that some experiences depend on concepts, and it is also not to deny that experiences have representational content. In chapters 11 and 12, I develop a view on which, at least for perceptual experiences, and perhaps for all experiences, experiences have representational content by virtue of their phenomenology. This yields an interesting possibility. The constitutive relation between phenomenal states and phenomenal concepts might be extended to yield a similar constitutive relation between perceptual phenomenal states and a special class of perceptual concepts by virtue of the phenomenal state's representational content. Such an account might yield some insight into the content and epistemology of perceptual belief. 5. A common objection to acquaintance models, CEG Sosa's discussion in Bonjour and Sosa 2003, holds that one can have acquaintance without prima facie justification. Suppose that one has phenomenology as of 48 speckles on a hen. If one is acquainted with all one's phenomenal properties, one will be acquainted with the as of 48 speckles phenomenal property. But if one does not attend to one's phenomenology carefully, one will not be prima facie justified in believing that one has that phenomenal property. On the current model, the need for attention is explained by the observation that attention to the relevant phenomenal property is required to form a direct phenomenal belief about that property. If one wants to give attention a justificatory role and not just an enabling role, however, one can easily adjust the model so that it is acquaintance-based attention and not merely acquaintance that does the justificatory work. 6. I argue in The Conscious Mind, 1996, that something like acquaintance is required to secure certainty and that a mere causal or reliable connection cannot do the job. If the justification of a belief is based solely on a reliable or causal connection, the subject will not be in a position to rule out skeptical scenarios in which the connection is absent and the belief is false, so the belief will not be certain. In response, a number of philosophers, including Bain, 2001a, have argued that acquaintance accounts can be criticized in a similar way. Bain notes that acquaintance alone is compatible with the absence of certainty, example in conditions of inattention, so certainty requires background factors in addition to acquaintance. But we cannot be certain that these factors obtain, so we cannot rule out skeptical scenarios in which they fail to obtain, so a phenomenal belief cannot be certain. Ty's argument stems from a natural misreading of my argument against reliabilist accounts. The misreading is as follows: certainty requires certainty about the factors that enable certainty, and a reliabilist account cannot deliver this sort of certainty. That argument would requires a strong version of a CJ thesis, holding that certain justification requires certainty about the basis of certain justification, analogous to the KJ thesis that justification requires knowledge of justification. I think such a thesis should clearly be rejected. The intended argument is rather as follows: certainty about P requires, first order, knowledge beyond skepticism or an epistemic state that enables a subject to rule out all skeptical scenarios in which P is false. Reliabilism by its nature cannot do this. There will always be skeptical scenarios in which the reliable connection fails and in which P is false. Bain's argument against acquaintance gives an analog of the invalid CJ argument. At most, this establishes that we cannot rule out scenarios in which the belief is uncertain. Even this is unclear, as it is not obvious that certainty about certainty requires certainty about the factors enabling certainty, but even if this point is granted, the existence of skeptical scenarios in which the belief is uncertain does not entail the existence of skeptical scenarios in which P is false. Acquaintance yields certainty about experiences, not about beliefs. It enables one to directly rule out skeptical scenarios in which P is false, whether or not it enables one to rule out skeptical scenarios in which a belief is uncertain. In cases of justification by a reliable connection, there are separate reasons to hold that skeptical scenarios in which P is false cannot be ruled out, but in the case of acquaintance, these reasons do not apply. The published version of Bain's article takes these points into account and offers some further considerations. 7. I discuss these arguments at length in Chapter 5 of The Conscious Mind, under the label The Paradox of Phenomenal Judgment. I now think that discussion is at best suboptimal. The final section of the chapter put forward a preliminary and sketchy version of the view of phenomenal concepts I have discussed here, but I did not give it a central epistemological role, except in a tentative suggestion on pages 207-208. I now think that this view of phenomenal concepts is central to the epistemology. The present discussion can be viewed in part as a replacement for that discussion. 8. Correspondingly, the present proposal can be seen as disjunctivist about introspection in a manner loosely analogous to the familiar disjunctivism about perception. Acquaintance-based introspection of the sort that tends to lead to direct phenomenal beliefs and concepts is loosely analogous to veridical perception here, while its counterpart in a zombie is loosely analogous to hallucinatory cases of perception. The zombie counterpart of acquaintance-based introspection is an entirely different sort of state that leads to an entirely different sort of belief. A similar moral is suggested by the treatment of pseudo-direct phenomenal beliefs in Section 1 and by other cases in which a subject attempts to introspect a phenomenal property that is not present. The discussion of direct perceptual concepts in Section 2 also tends toward the conclusion that disjunctivist proposals about perception are more aptly applicable to introspection. McPherson, 2010, offers a quite different disjunctivist proposal about introspection, one that allows that zombies have the same sort of phenomenal concepts as us but that denies that these concepts can be combined into genuine beliefs. I think that the considerations in this chapter and the last strongly suggest that the disjunctivism should be located at an earlier stage. 9. Coney, 1985, and Francescotti, 1994, also respond to Shoemaker's argument by denying the equivalent of premise 2, although for somewhat different reasons. 10. This is relevant to Balog's, 1999, argument against conceivability. Arguments for property dualism, also discussed in chapters 6 and 10. Balog's argument requires as a premise the claim that a zombie's assertion "I am phenomenally conscious," and the like, expresses a truth. The discussion here suggests that it is much more plausible that the assertion is false or truth valueless. Balog also discusses yogis, creatures that make a form of direct reference to brain states without this being mediated by phenomenology. I think it is clear that yogis have at most a sort of demonstrative concept, roughly, this inner state, and do not have the analog of pure phenomenal concepts. For these concepts, no analogous epistemic gap arises. For example, given full physical and indexical information, yogis will be in a position to know all truths involving the concepts in question. See the next chapter for more on this issue. 11. This sort of persistence relation among tokens is central to our use of concepts and beliefs, but it has received less discussion than it might have. In effect, it introduces a typing of concepts and beliefs that is more fine-grained than a mere typing by content but less fine-grained than a typing by numerical identity of tokens. This sort of typing was already tacit in my earlier discussion, when I said that direct phenomenal concepts do not persist beyond the lifetime of an experience but that standing phenomenal concepts do. 12. The one further part of Sellers's article that may be relevant to the view I have proposed is Part 6, Sections 26-29, where he addresses the traditional empiricist idea that experience involves awareness of determinate repeatables. This is closely related to my claim that experience involves acquaintance with properties. Sellers does not provide any direct argument against this view, however. He simply notes, sections 26-28, that Locke, Berkeley, and Hume take this thesis as a presupposition rather than a conclusion. They use it to give an account of how we can be aware of determinable repeatables. Then he asserts, section 29, that this awareness must either be mediated by concepts, example through the belief that certain experiences resemble each other or that they are read, or be a purely linguistic matter. He gives no argument for this claim, which I think should be rejected. On my view, our acquaintance with qualities requires neither concepts nor language. 13. A particular problem in extending this account to a general foundationalism is that we do not usually form direct phenomenal beliefs associated with a given experience, so such beliefs are not available to help in justifying perceptual beliefs. Thanks to Alvin Goldman for discussion on this point. Here there are a few alternatives. 1. Deny that perceptual beliefs are usually justified in the strongest sense, but hold that such justification is available. 2. Hold that the mere availability of justifying direct phenomenal beliefs confers a sort of justification on perceptual beliefs, or, 3. Extend the account so that perceptual experiences can justify perceptual beliefs directly through a constitutive connection to perceptual concepts analogous to the connection to phenomenal concepts. 10. Phenomenal concepts and the explanatory gap. Confronted with the apparent explanatory gap between physical processes and consciousness, philosophers have reacted in many different ways. Some deny that any explanatory gap exists at all. Some hold that there is an explanatory gap for now but that it will eventually be closed. Some hold that the explanatory gap corresponds to an ontological gap in nature. In this chapter, I explore another reaction to the explanatory gap. Those who react in this way agree that there is an explanatory gap, but they hold that it stems from the way we think about consciousness. In particular, this view locates the gap in the relationship between our concepts of physical processes and our concepts of consciousness, rather than in the relationship between physical processes and consciousness themselves. Following Staljar, 2005, we can call this the phenomenal concept strategy. Proponents of this strategy argue that phenomenal concepts are concepts of conscious states have a certain special nature. Proponents suggest that given this special nature, it is predictable that we will find an explanatory gap between physical processes conceived under physical concepts and conscious states conceived under phenomenal concepts. At the same time, they argue that our possession of concepts with this special nature can itself be explained in physical terms. If this is right, then we may not have a straightforward physical explanation of consciousness, but we have the next best thing, a physical explanation of why we find an explanatory gap. From here, proponents infer that the existence of the explanatory gap is entirely compatible with the truth of physicalism. From there, they infer that there can be no sound argument from the existence of the explanatory gap to the falsity of physicalism. In addition, proponents often use this strategy to deflate other intuitions that lead some to reject physicalism about consciousness, intuitions about conceivability and about knowledge, for example. They suggest that these intuitions are consequences of the special nature of phenomenal concepts, which, again, can itself be explained in physical terms. They conclude that these intuitions cannot give us conclusive reason to reject physicalism. This extremely interesting strategy is perhaps the most attractive option for a physicalist to take in responding to the problem of consciousness. If it succeeded, the strategy would respect both the reality of consciousness and the epistemic intuitions that generate the puzzle of consciousness while explaining why these phenomena are entirely compatible with physicalism. I think that the strategy cannot succeed. On close examination, we can see that no account of phenomenal concepts is both powerful enough to explain our epistemic situation with regard to consciousness and tame enough to be explained in physical terms. That is, if the relevant features of phenomenal concepts can be explained in physical terms, the features cannot explain the explanatory gap. And if the features can explain the explanatory gap, they cannot themselves be explained in physical terms. In what follows I explain why. 1. Epistemic gaps and ontological gaps. As in Chapter 6, let P be the complete microphysical truth about the universe, a long conjunctive sentence detailing the fundamental microphysical properties of every fundamental microphysical entity across space and time. Let Q be an arbitrary truth about phenomenal consciousness, for example, the truth that somebody is phenomenally conscious, that is, that there is something it is like to be that person, or that I am experiencing a certain shade of phenomenal blueness. We noted earlier that many puzzles of consciousness start from the observation that there is an apparent epistemic gap between P and Q, a gap between knowledge of P and knowledge of Q, or between our conception of P and our conception of Q. Frank Jackson's case of Mary in the Black and White Room suggests that the truth of Q is not deducible by a priori reasoning from the truth of P, where Q is a truth about the phenomenal character of seeing red. The zombie scenario suggests that P and Q is conceivable, where Q is a truth such as someone is phenomenally conscious. Many hold further that these epistemic gaps go along with an explanatory gap between P and Q. The explanatory gap comes from considering the question, why, given that P is the case, is Q the case? Why, given that P is the case, is there phenomenal consciousness? And why are there the specific conscious states that there are? The gap is grounded in part in the apparent inability to deduce Q from P. If one cannot deduce that Q is the case from the information that P is the case, then it is hard to see how one could explain the truth of Q wholly in terms of the truth of P. It is grounded even more strongly in the conceivability of P without Q. If one can conceive of a world that is physically just like this one but without consciousness, then it seems that one has to add something more to P to explain why there is consciousness in our world. And if one can conceive of a world that is physically just like this one but with different states of consciousness, then it seems that one has to add something more to P to explain why conscious states are the way they are in our world. From these epistemic gaps, some infer an ontological gap. One may infer this ontological gap directly from the explanatory gap. If we cannot explain consciousness in terms of physical processes, then consciousness cannot be a physical process. Or one may infer it from one of the other epistemic gaps. For example, one may infer from the claim that P and Q is conceivable that P and Q is metaphysically possible and conclude that physicalism is false. If there is a possible world physically just like this one but without consciousness, then the existence of consciousness is an ontologically further fact about our world. At this point, materialists typically respond in one of two ways. Type A materialists deny the epistemic gap. This is an important view, but proponents of the phenomenal concept strategy reject Type A materialism, so I do not discuss it further here. Type B materialists accept that there is an epistemic gap but deny the inference to an ontological gap. Paradigmatic Type B materialists hold that Mary lacks knowledge but not of ontologically distinct facts about the world. They hold both that zombies are conceivable but not metaphysically possible, and that although there may be no satisfying explanation of consciousness in physical terms, consciousness is a physical process all the same. Type B materialists typically embrace conceptual dualism combined with ontological monism. They hold that phenomenal concepts are distinct from any physical or functional concepts. But they hold that phenomenal properties are identical to certain physical or functional properties, or at least that they are constituted by these properties in such a way that they supervene on them with metaphysical necessity. On this view, conceptual dualism gives rise to the explanatory gap, whereas ontological monism avoids any ontological gap. Here Type B materialists often appeal to analogies with other cases in which distinct concepts refer to the same property. Heat and molecular motion express distinct concepts, for example, but many hold that they refer to the same property. By analogy, some Type B materialists suggest that a phenomenal term, example pain, and a physical term, example C fiber firing, may express distinct concepts but pick out the same property. However, as we saw in Chapter 6, the success of these analogies is widely disputed. Kripke argued that the relation between mental and physical expressions is different in kind from the relation between heat and the motion of molecules, or that between water and H2O, so that the grounds for a posteriori identities or necessities in these standard cases are not present in the mental physical case. Since then, many opponents and even proponents of Type B materialism have argued that mental and physical properties are not analogous. Some, example White 1986, Lohr 1990/1997, argue that in the standard cases, the distinct concepts, example heat and the motion of molecules, are associated with distinct properties at least as modes of presentation of their referent, if not as their actual referent. Some argue, as I do in The Conscious Mind and Chapter 6 of this book, that the standard cases are all compatible with an attenuated link between conceivability and possibility, which is expressible using two-dimensional semantics. Some, example Jackson 1998, argue that the standard cases are all compatible with the thesis that physicalism requires a priori entailment of all truths by physical truths. Some, example Levine 2001, argue that the physical phenomenal case involves a thick explanatory gap that is unlike those present in the standard cases. These differences strongly suggest that the standard way of reconciling conceptual dualism with ontological monism does not apply to the conceptual dualism between the physical and the phenomenal. If the principles that hold in the standard cases applied here, then the conceptual dualism would lead to an ontological dualism. For example, we would expect distinct properties to serve as modes of presentation for physical and phenomenal concepts, and from here one can reason to an underlying ontological dualism at the level of these properties. Likewise, we would expect there to be some metaphysically possible world in the vicinity of what we conceive when we conceive of zombies and inverts, and from here one can reason to a failure of metaphysical supervenience of everything on the physical. If so, then the epistemic gap will once again lead to an ontological gap. 2. The phenomenal concept strategy. Partly to avoid these problems, many Type B materialists have turned to a different strategy for reconciling conceptual dualism and ontological monism. Instead of focusing on quite general features of a posteriori identities and necessities, this strategy focuses on features that are specific to phenomenal concepts. Proponents of the phenomenal concept strategy typically allow that we are faced with a distinctive epistemic gap in the physical phenomenal case, one that is in certain respects unlike the epistemic gaps that one finds in the standard cases, but they hold that this distinctive epistemic gap can be explained in terms of certain distinctive features of phenomenal concepts. They also hold that these distinctive features are themselves compatible with an underlying ontological monism. There are at least 4 common versions of this strategy. Recognitional concepts. The locus clas sicut for the phenomenal concepts strategy is Brian Lohr's article Phenomenal States, 1990/1997, in which he suggests that phenomenal concepts are recognitional concepts that pick out their objects via non-contingent modes of presentation. Related proposals involving recognitional concepts are made by Carruthers 2004, Ty 2003 C, and Levin 2007. Recognitional concepts are concepts deployed when we recognize an object as being one of those, without relying on theoretical knowledge or other background knowledge. For example, we may have a recognitional concept of a certain sort of cactus. One may also have a theoretical concept of that sort of cactus, so that there are two concepts referring to the same sort of entity. In standard cases, these two concepts will be associated with distinct properties as modes of presentation. For example, one's recognitional concept of a cactus may be associated with the property typically causes such and such an experience, so this will not ground a full-scale ontological monism. But Lohr suggests that phenomenal concepts are non-standard recognitional concepts because the property that is the referent also serves as a mode of presentation. He argues that this special character of phenomenal concepts explains the distinctive epistemic gap in a manner that is compatible with ontological monism. Distinct conceptual roles, developing a suggestion by Nagel, 1974, Hill, 1997, see also Hill and McLaughlin 1999, suggests that phenomenal concepts and physical concepts are associated with distinct faculties and modes of reasoning and that they play very different conceptual roles. Hill argues that the distinctive epistemic gaps between the physical and phenomenal are explained by this distinctness in conceptual roles, and he suggests that we should expect the epistemic gaps to be present even if the distinct concepts refer to the same property. Index-ical concepts A number of philosophers, including Ismail 1999, Odia 2002, and Perry 2001, have suggested that phenomenal concepts are a sort of index-ical concept analogous to I and now. There are familiar epistemic gaps between objective and index-ical concepts, noted by Perry, 1979, and many others. For example, even given complete objective knowledge of the world, one might not be able to know what time it is now or where one is located. Proponents of the index-ical concept strategy suggest that the epistemic gap between the physical and the phenomenal has a similar character. On this view, just as now picks out a certain objective time under an index-ical mode of presentation, phenomenal concepts pick out states of the brain under an index-ical mode of presentation. Quotational concepts. Finally, some philosophers have suggested that phenomenal concepts are special because their reference phenomenal states serve as constituents of the concepts themselves, or as constituents of the corresponding mental representations. Sometimes this view of phenomenal concepts is proposed without any associated ambition to support type B materialism, as I did in Chapter 8. But some, such as Papineau, 2002, 2007, and Bloch, 2007, suggest that this view of phenomenal concepts can explain the epistemic gap in terms acceptable to a materialist. For example, Papineau sees phenomenal concepts as quotational concepts, which represent their referent as hat state, where the blank space is filled by an embedded phenomenal state in a way loosely analogous to the way that a word might be embedded between quotation marks. Papineau suggests that even if the embedded state is a neural state, this quotational structure will still give rise to the familiar epistemic gaps. Other proponents of the phenomenal concept strategy include Sturgeon, 1994, who proposes that the explanatory gap is grounded in the fact that phenomenal states serve as their own canonical evidence, Levine, 2001, who suggests that phenomenal concepts may crucially involve a non-ascriptive mode of presentation of their referent, and Adid and Guzeldier, 2005, who give an information-theoretic analysis of the special relation between phenomenal concepts and perceptual concepts. I have discussed many of these specific views earlier in this book, see Chapter 6 for the first two views and Chapter 8 for the third and fourth. Here I focus instead on what is common to all of the views, arguing on quite general grounds that no instance of the phenomenal concept strategy can succeed in grounding a type B materialist view of the phenomenal. Later I apply this general argument to some specific views. The general structure of the phenomenal concept strategy can be represented as follows. Proponents put forward a thesis C attributing certain psychological features, call these the key features, to human beings. They argue, 1. That C is true, humans actually have the key features. 2. That C explains our epistemic situation with regard to consciousness. C explains why we are confronted with the relevant distinctive epistemic gaps. And 3. That C itself can be explained in physical terms. One can at least in principle give a materialistically acceptable explanation of how it is that humans have the key features. This is a powerful strategy. If it is successful, we may not have a direct physical explanation of consciousness, but we will have the next best thing, a physical explanation of the explanatory gap. One might plausibly hold that if we have a physical explanation of all the epistemic data that generate arguments for dualism, then the force of these arguments will be undercut. This matter is not completely obvious. One might hold that the residual first-order explanatory gap still poses a problem for physicalism, but I concede the point for the purposes of this chapter. There is no question that a physical explanation of the relevant epistemic gaps would at least carry considerable force in favor of physicalism. For the strategy to work, all three components are essential. If 1, or 2, fails, then the presence of the relevant epistemic gaps in us will not be explained. If 3 fails, on the other hand, then although thesis C may help us understand the conceptual structure of the epistemic gap, it will carry no weight in deflating the gap. If the epistemic gap is grounded in special features of phenomenal concepts that are not physically explainable, then these features will generate a gap of their own. Opponents of the strategy will then argue that the special features themselves require non-physical explanation and may plausibly suggest that the special features themselves reflect the presence of irreducible phenomenal experience. If so, the phenomenal concept strategy will do little to support physicalism. Not all proponents of the phenomenal concept strategy are explicitly committed to 3. The thesis that the relevant features of phenomenal concepts must be physically explicable. Some proponents, such as Lohr and Sturgeon, are silent on the matter. Almost all of them, however, use the phenomenal concept strategy to resist the inference from the epistemic gap to an ontological gap. I argue later that without 3. The phenomenal concept strategy has no force in resisting this inference. There is a related strategy that I will not discuss here. This is the type A materialist strategy of appealing to psychological features to explain why we have false beliefs or mistaken epistemic intuitions about consciousness. See, for example, Dennett 1979, and Jackson 2003. In its most extreme form, this strategy may involve an attempted psychological explanation of why we think we are conscious when in fact we are not. In a less extreme form, the strategy may involve an attempted psychological explanation of why we think there is an epistemic gap between physical and phenomenal truths when in fact there is not. For example, it may attempt to explain why we think Mary gains new knowledge when in fact she does not, or why we think zombies are conceivable when in fact they are not. This is an important and interesting strategy, but it is not my target here. My target is, rather, a type B materialist who accepts that we are phenomenally conscious and that there is an epistemic gap between physical and phenomenal truths, and who aims to give a psychological explanation of the existence of this epistemic gap. 3. A master argument. I will argue that no account can simultaneously satisfy 2 and 3. For any candidate thesis C about psychological features of human beings, then either 1C is not physically explicable, or 2C does not explain our epistemic situation with regard to consciousness. To choose between these two options, the key diagnostic question is this: is P and C conceivable? That is, can we conceive of beings physically identical to us, in physically identical environments, if necessary, that do not have the psychological features attributed by thesis C? One might approach this question by asking, would zombies have the key features attributed by thesis C? Or at least by asking, is it conceivable that zombies lack the key features? Note that neither question assumes that zombies are metaphysically possible. We simply need the assumption that zombies are conceivable, an assumption that type B materialists typically grant. One can also approach the question by considering a scenario closer to home. Instead of considering physically identical zombies, we can consider functionally identical zombies, say, functionally identical creatures that have silicon chips where we have neurons and that lack consciousness. Most type B materialists allow that it is at least an open epistemic possibility that silicon functional isomorphs in the actual world would lack consciousness. We can then ask, assuming that these functional isomorphs lack consciousness, do they also lack the key features attributed by thesis C? If it is conceivable that a functional isomorph lacks these features, then it will almost certainly be conceivable that a physical isomorph lacks these features. In any case, either physical duplicates that lack the key features are conceivable or they are not. This allows us to set up a master argument against the phenomenal concept strategy in the form of a dilemma. 1. If P and C is conceivable, then C is not physically explicable. 2. If P and C is not conceivable, then C cannot explain our epistemic situation. 3. Either C is not physically explicable, or C cannot explain our epistemic situation. The argument is valid. It has the form of a dilemma, with each premise representing one of the horns. In what follows I discuss each horn in turn, arguing for the corresponding premise. First horn, P and C is conceivable. Premise 1 says that if P and C is conceivable, then C is not physically explicable. The argument for this premise is straightforward. It parallels the original reasoning from the claim that P and Q is conceivable to the claim that Q is not physically explicable. If one can conceive of physical duplicates that lack the key features attributed by thesis C, then there will be an explanatory gap between P and C. That is, there will be no wholly physical explanation that makes transparent why thesis C is true. To explain why, in the actual world, creatures with the relevant physical structure satisfy thesis C, we need additional explanatory materials, just as we need such principles to explain why actual creatures with this physical structure are conscious. Here, again, we are assuming nothing about the relationship between conceivability and possibility. It may be that creatures satisfying P and C are metaphysically impossible. We are simply assuming a connection between conceivability and explanation. More precisely, we are assuming a connection between conceivability and a certain sort of reductive explanation, the sort that is relevant here, explanation that makes transparent why some high-level truth obtains, given that certain low-level truths obtain. If it is conceivable that the low-level truths obtain without the high-level truths obtaining, then this sort of transparent explanation will fail. The original explanatory gap between consciousness and the physical turns on the absence of just this sort of transparent explanation. If it is conceivable that P obtains without C obtaining, then we will have just the same sort of explanatory gap between physical processes and the relevant features of phenomenal concepts. Type B materialists typically accept this connection between conceivability and transparent explanation even though they reject the connection between conceivability and possibility. So for now, I take the connection between conceivability and explanation for granted. Later I will argue that even rejecting the connection will not remove the dilemma for the type B materialist. One might think that a proponent of the phenomenal concept strategy must take this first horn of the dilemma, as thesis C will be a thesis about phenomenal concepts. If thesis C explicitly requires the existence of phenomenal concepts, and if phenomenal concepts require the existence of phenomenal states, then it is out of the question that zombies could have the features attributed by thesis C. If S builds in the truth of Q, and P and Q is conceivable, then P and C will automatically be conceivable. A physical explanation of the truth of thesis C would then be ruled out. We can avoid this problem by stipulating that thesis C should be cast in topic-neutral terms, terms that do not explicitly attribute phenomenal states or concepts that refer to them. The restriction to topic-neutral terms allows that thesis C may include psychological or epistemological vocabulary, but phenomenal vocabulary is barred. For example, instead of casting thesis C as a thesis explicitly about phenomenal concepts, one can cast it as a thesis about quasi-phenomenal concepts, where these can be understood as concepts deployed in certain circumstances that are associated with certain sorts of perceptual and introspective processes and so on. Phenomenal concepts will be quasi-phenomenal concepts, but now it is not out of the question that zombies might have quasi-phenomenal concepts, too. Formulated this way, thesis C will then say that quasi-phenomenal concepts have certain properties such as being recognitional concepts without contingent modes of presentation. We can likewise appeal to quasi-phenomenal concepts in characterizing our epistemic situation with regard to consciousness. This allows the possibility that even if consciousness cannot be physically explained, we might be able to physically explain the key psychological features and our epistemic situation. If we could physically explain why we are in such an epistemic situation, we would have done the crucial work in physically explaining the existence of an explanatory gap. Henceforth, I take it for granted that thesis C should be cast in topic-neutral terms. The same goes for the characterization of our epistemic situation. Understood this way, it is by no means out of the question that zombies would have quasi-phenomenal concepts with the properties in question and that P and C is not conceivable, leading to the second horn of the dilemma. That question is no longer prejudiced by building in theses about phenomenology. Rather, the question will turn on the character of the psychological features themselves. 1. Of course, it remains possible that even when thesis C is understood in topic-neutral terms, the character of the psychological features involved in C is such that P and C is conceivable. If so, then the first horn of the dilemma is raised as strongly as ever. On this horn, the relevant psychological features will raise just as much of an explanatory gap as consciousness itself, and an appeal to these features can do little to deflate the explanatory gap. 2. Second horn, P and C not conceivable. Premise 2 says that if P and C is not conceivable, then C cannot explain our epistemic situation. The case for this premise is not quite as straightforward as the case for premise 1. One can put the case informally as follows. For if P and C is not conceivable, then zombies satisfy C. 5. Zombies do not share our epistemic situation. 6. If zombies satisfy C but do not share our epistemic situation, then C cannot explain our epistemic situation. 7. If P and C is not conceivable, then C cannot explain our epistemic situation. Strictly speaking, the references to zombies should be put within the scope of a conceivability operator. One can formalize the argument in this fashion, but for now I use the informal version for ease of discussion. 2. Here, premise 6 is simply another application of the connection between conceivability and explanation. Premise 4 might be derived from a principle of completeness about the conceivable. If R is conceivable, then for arbitrary S, either R and S is conceivable, or R and S is conceivable. But in this context, one can also defend premise 4 more straightforwardly by noting that if the truth of C is transparently explained by P, as the first horn requires, then if we specify that P holds in a conceivable situation, it will follow transparently that C holds in that situation. The real work in this argument is done by premise 5. This premise amounts to the claim that P and E is conceivable, where E characterizes our epistemic situation. To clarify this premise further, one needs to clarify the notion of our epistemic situation. I will take it that the epistemic situation of an individual includes the truth values of their beliefs and the epistemic status of their beliefs, as justified or unjustified and as cognitively significant or insignificant. As before, an epistemic situation, and a sentence E characterizing it, should be understood in topic-neutral terms, so that it does not build in claims about the presence of phenomenal states or phenomenal concepts. We can say that two individuals share their epistemic situation when they have corresponding beliefs, all of which have corresponding truth values and epistemic status. A zombie will share the epistemic situation of a conscious being if the zombie and the conscious being have corresponding beliefs, all of which have corresponding truth values and epistemic status. Here, I assume an intuitive notion of correspondence between the beliefs of a conscious being and the beliefs, if any, of its zombie twin. For example, corresponding utterances by a conscious being and its zombie twin will express corresponding beliefs. It is important to note that this notion of correspondence does not require that corresponding beliefs have the same content. It is plausible that a non-conscious being such as a zombie cannot have beliefs with exactly the same content as our beliefs about consciousness. We can nevertheless talk of the zombie's corresponding beliefs. So the claim that a zombie and a conscious being share their epistemic situation does not require that their beliefs have the same content. This mirrors the general requirement that epistemic situations be understood in topic-neutral terms. I assume here, at least for the sake of argument, that zombies can have beliefs, that is, that it is conceivable that zombies have beliefs. This is by no means obvious. But if zombies cannot have beliefs, then the phenomenal concept strategy cannot get off the ground. If zombies cannot have beliefs, then presumably they cannot possess concepts either, so there will be an explanatory gap between physical processes and the possession of concepts. If so, then there will be an explanatory gap between physical processes and the key features of phenomenal concepts, leading to the first horn of the dilemma. And even if zombies can have concepts with the key features, then as long as they cannot have beliefs, the key features cannot explain our epistemic situation, leading to the second horn of the dilemma. So the assumption that zombies can have beliefs should be seen as a concession to the type B materialist for the sake of argument. For a given conscious being with a given epistemic situation as understood here, E will be a sentence asserting the existence of a being with that epistemic situation. This sentence will be made true by that being in its original epistemic situation, and it will be made true by any being that shares this epistemic situation in the current sense. Premise 5. The claim that zombies do not share our epistemic situation, can be understood as the claim that P and E is conceivable, where E characterizes the epistemic situation of an actual conscious being. That is, it is the claim that, it is conceivable that, zombies' beliefs differ in their truth value or their epistemic status from the corresponding beliefs of their actual conscious twins. Why think that zombies do not share our epistemic situation? The first reason for this is intuitive. On the face of it, zombies have a much less accurate self-conception than conscious beings do. I believe that I am conscious, that I have states with remarkable qualitative character available to introspection, that these states resist transparent reductive explanation, and so on. My zombie twin has corresponding beliefs. It is not straightforward to determine just what content these beliefs might possess. But there is a strong intuition that these beliefs are false, or at least that they are less justified than my beliefs. One can develop this intuitive consideration by considering a zombie's utterances of sentences such as "I am phenomenally conscious." It is not clear exactly what a zombie asserts in asserting this sentence, but it is plausible that the zombie does not assert a truth. Balog, 1999, suggests that the zombie does assert a truth, as its term phenomenal consciousness will refer to a brain state. This seems to give implausible results, however. We can imagine a debate in a zombie world between a zombie eliminativist and a zombie realist. Zombie eliminativist: there's no such thing as phenomenal consciousness. Zombie realist: yes, there is. Zombie eliminativist: we are conscious insofar as consciousness is a functional concept, but we are not conscious in any further sense. Zombie realist: no, we are conscious in a sense that is not functionally analyzable. When such a debate is held among ordinary humans in the actual world, the type B materialist and the property dualist agree that the realist is right and the eliminativist is wrong. But it is plausible that in a zombie scenario, the zombie realist would be wrong, and the zombie eliminativist would be right. If so, then where we have true beliefs about consciousness, some corresponding beliefs of our zombie twins are false, so that zombies do not share our epistemic situation. Still, because judgments about the truth value of a zombie's judgments are disputed, we can also appeal to a different strategy, one that focuses on the nature of our knowledge compared to a zombie's knowledge. Let us focus on the epistemic situation of Mary upon seeing red for the first time. Here, Mary gains cognitively significant knowledge of what it is like to see red, knowledge that could not be inferred from physical knowledge. What about Mary's zombie twin, Zombie Mary? What sort of knowledge does Zombie Mary gain when she emerges from the black and white room? It is plausible that Zombie Mary at least gains certain abilities. For example, upon seeing a red thing, she will gain the ability to perceptually classify red things under a perceptual concept. It is also reasonable to suppose that Zombie Mary will gain certain indexical knowledge of the form I am in this state now, where this state functions indexically to pick out whatever state she is in. But this knowledge is analogous to trivial indexical knowledge of the form it is this time now and is equally cognitively insignificant. There is no reason to believe that Zombie Mary will gain cognitively significant introspective knowledge analogous to the cognitively significant knowledge that Mary gains. On the face of it, there is nothing for Zombie Mary to gain knowledge of. For Zombie Mary, all is dark inside, so even confronting her with a new sort of stimulus will not bring about new significant introspective knowledge. If this is right, then Zombie Mary does not share Mary's epistemic situation. In addition to Mary's abilities and her indexical beliefs, she has significant knowledge of what it is like to see red, knowledge not inferable from her physical knowledge. But Zombie Mary does not have significant non-indexical knowledge that corresponds to Mary's knowledge. If so, then Zombie Mary does not share Mary's epistemic situation. One can also bring out the contrast by considering a case somewhat closer to home. Balog, 1999, appeals to hypothetical conscious humans called yogis, who have the ability to refer directly to their brain states by deploying direct recognitional concepts of those states even when those states have no associated phenomenal quality. She suggests that zombies likewise might have direct recognitional knowledge of their brain states by deploying a recognitional concept analogous to a yogi's. Even if yogi concepts like this are possible, however, it is clear that they are nothing like phenomenal concepts. A yogi going into a new brain state for the first time might sometimes acquire a new recognitional concept associated with that state. But a yogi will not acquire new, cognitively significant knowledge that is analogous to Mary's phenomenal knowledge. At best, a yogi will acquire trivial knowledge, which we might express roughly as that sort of brain state is that sort of brain state. So even if Zombie Mary can have a recognitional concept like this, she will still not have an epistemic situation like Mary's. I think a yogi's concept is probably best understood as a response-dependent concept. If the concept is flurg, it is a priori for the yogi that a flurg is whatever brain state normally triggers flurg judgments. Once a yogi discovers that brain state B triggers these judgments, he will know that a flurg is an instance of B, and there will be no further question about flurgs. This contrasts with a phenomenal concept. Once we discover that our phenomenal redness judgments are typically triggered by brain state B, we will still regard the question of the nature of phenomenal redness as wide open. This difference between response-dependent concepts and phenomenal concepts tends to further undercut Balog's suggestion that yogis' concepts are just like phenomenal concepts. If the foregoing is correct, then P and E is conceivable, and premise 5 is correct. When this is combined with premises 4 and 6, the conclusion follows: if P and C is not conceivable, then Zombie Mary has the psychological features attributed by C, but she does not share Mary's epistemic situation. So the psychological features attributed by C cannot explain Mary's epistemic situation and, more generally, cannot explain our epistemic situation with respect to consciousness. 3. Summary. We can summarize these arguments more briefly as follows. 1. P and E is conceivable. 2. If P and E is conceivable, then P and C is conceivable or C and E is conceivable. 3. If P and C is conceivable, P cannot explain C. 4. If C and E is conceivable, C cannot explain E. 5. P cannot explain C or C cannot explain E. Premise 1 is supported by the earlier considerations about Zombie Mary. Premise 2 is a plausible consequence of the logic of conceivability. Premises 3 and 4 are applications of the connection between conceivability and explanation. The conclusion says that C cannot satisfy the constraints laid out in the general requirements for the phenomenal concept strategy. The argument here is general, applying to any candidate for C. It follows that the phenomenal concept strategy cannot succeed. No psychological features are simultaneously physically explicable and able to explain the distinctive epistemic gaps in the phenomenal domain. 4 reactions. Proponents of the phenomenal concept strategy may react to this argument in one of 4 ways. First, they may accept that P cannot explain C but hold that the phenomenal concept strategy still has force. Second, they may accept that C cannot explain E, at least as I have construed E, but hold that the phenomenal concept strategy still has force. Third, they may deny that P and E is conceivable and hold that Zombie Mary shares the same epistemic situation as Mary. Fourth, they may deny the connection between conceivability and explanation. Each of these reactions has been suggested in discussions I have had with Type B materialists, with the first and third reactions being somewhat more common than the second and fourth. In what follows, I discuss each of the reactions in turn. Option 1, accept that P cannot explain C. The first response adopts what we might call the thick phenomenal concept strategy. On this approach, proponents appeal to features of phenomenal concepts that are thick enough to explain our distinctive epistemic situation with respect to consciousness but are too thick to be physically explained. An example of such an approach may be the proposal that phenomenal concepts involve a direct acquaintance with their referent of a sort that discloses an aspect of their referent's intrinsic nature. Such a proposal may well help to explain the distinctive epistemic progress that Mary makes and that Zombie Mary does not make. Mary has concepts that involve direct acquaintance with their referents, whereas Zombie Mary does not. But the very fact that Mary has such concepts and that Zombie Mary does not suggests that this feature of phenomenal concepts cannot be physically explained. The proposal requires a special psychological feature, acquaintance, whose existence one would not predict from just the physical/functional structure of the brain. The obvious problem here is the problem mentioned before. On this account, even if there is a sort of explanation of the explanatory gap in terms of features of phenomenal concepts, the explanatory gap recurs just as strongly in the explanation of phenomenal concepts themselves. Because of this, the strategy may make some progress in diagnosing the explanatory gap, but it will do little to deflate it. A proponent may suggest that just as the first-order explanatory gap can be explained in terms of second-order features of phenomenal concepts, the second-order explanatory gap concerning phenomenal concepts can be explained in terms of third-order features of our concepts of phenomenal concepts, and so on. Alternatively, an opponent may suggest that the second-order explanatory gap can be explained in terms of the same second-order features of phenomenal concepts that explain the first-order explanatory gap. The first move here obviously leads to a regress of explanation, and the second move leads to a circular explanation. Explanatory structures of this sort can be informative, but again they will do nothing to deflate the explanatory gap unless the chain of explanation is at some point grounded in physical explanation. A proponent may also suggest that to require that the key psychological features be physically explicable is to set the bar too high. On this view, all that is needed is a psychological explanation of the epistemic gap that is compatible with the truth of physicalism, not one that is itself transparently explainable in physical terms. However, an opponent will now question the compatibility of the account with the truth of physicalism. Just as the original explanatory gap gave reason to think that consciousness is not wholly physical, the new explanatory gap gives reason to think that phenomenal concepts are not wholly physical. At this point, the proponent may respond by saying that ontological physicalism is compatible with the existence of explanatory gaps. But now we are back where we started, before the phenomenal concept strategy came in. Antiphysicalists argue from an epistemic gap to an ontological gap. The phenomenal concept strategy as outlined earlier was supposed to ground the rejection of this inference by showing how such epistemic gaps can arise in a purely physical system. If successful, the strategy would help to justify the claim that the epistemic gap is compatible with ontological physicalism and so would lend significant support to Type B materialism. But the weaker version of the strategy outlined here can give no such support. On this version, the proponent needs independent grounds to reject the inference from an explanatory gap to an ontological gap. If the proponent has no such grounds, then the phenomenal concept strategy does nothing to provide them. An opponent will simply say that the explanatory gap between physical processes and phenomenal concepts provides all the more reason to reject physicalism. If the proponent already has such grounds, on the other hand, then the phenomenal concept strategy is rendered redundant. Either way, the strategy will play no role in supporting Type B materialism against the antiphysicalist. 3. This limitation does not entail that the limited version of the phenomenal concept strategy is without interest. Even if it does not support a Type B materialist view, we can see this sort of account of phenomenal concepts as helping to flesh out a Type B materialist view by giving an account of what phenomenal concepts might be like under the assumption that Type B materialism is true. If we have independent reasons to be Type B materialists, we may then have reason to suppose that phenomenal concepts work as the account suggests. Furthermore, if we have some independent method of deflating the original explanatory gap, then presumably this method may also apply to the new explanatory gap. For example, if a Type B materialist accepts an explanatorily primitive identity between certain physical/functional properties and phenomenal properties, she may also accept an explanatorily primitive identity between certain physical/functional properties and the properties of phenomenal concepts. Still, insofar as one has reasons to reject Type B materialism, the phenomenal concept strategy will do nothing to undermine these reasons. Note that I am not arguing in this chapter that Type B materialism is false. I do that elsewhere in chapters 5 and 6. Here I am simply arguing that the phenomenal concept strategy provides no support for Type B materialism and provides no grounds for rejecting arguments from the epistemic gap to an ontological gap. Overall, I think that accepting an explanatory gap between physical processes and phenomenal concepts is the Type B materialist's most reasonable reaction to the current arguments. To accept such a gap does not immediately rule out the truth of Type B materialism, and the account of phenomenal concepts may help in elaborating the position. But now, the phenomenal concept strategy does nothing to support Type B materialism against the anti-materialist. To resist anti-materialist arguments and to deflate the significance of the explanatory gap, the Type B materialist must look elsewhere. 2. Option 2, accept that C does not explain E but hold that it explains a reconstrued E. The second possible reaction for a Type B materialist is to embrace the second horn of the dilemma, accepting that the key psychological features that it appeals to do not explain our epistemic situation, at least as I have construed that epistemic situation. We might think of this as a thin phenomenal concept strategy. Here, the psychological features in question are tame enough to be physically explained, but they are not powerful enough to explain the full-blown epistemic gaps associated with consciousness. The problem with this strategy is the same as the problem for the first strategy. Because it leaves a residual explanatory gap, the strategy does little to close the original explanatory gap. The issues that come up here are similar to those under the first reaction, so I will not go over them again. If anything, this reaction is less attractive than the first one because an account of phenomenal concepts that cannot explain our epistemic situation with regard to consciousness would seem to have very little to recommend it. There is a version of this reaction that is worth considering, however. This version concedes that the key psychological features in question cannot explain our full epistemic situation as I have defined it, but asserts that the features can explain our epistemic situation in a narrower sense that is crucial to explaining away the explanatory gap. In particular, a proponent may suggest that I raised the bar unnecessarily high by stipulating that our epistemic situation includes the truth values of our beliefs and by including their status as knowledge. It may be suggested that there is a sense in which truth value is external to our epistemic situation and that the phenomenal concept strategy needs only to explain our epistemic situation more narrowly construed. I can think of three main versions of this strategy. A proponent may suggest, 1. That a physically explicable account of phenomenal concepts can explain the justification of our phenomenal beliefs, or, 2. That such an account can explain the inferential disconnection between our physical and phenomenal beliefs, including the fact that the latter are not deducible from the former. For example, this suggestion meshes especially well with Hill's account of phenomenal concepts in terms of dual conceptual roles, or, 3. That such an account can explain the existence of our phenomenal beliefs and of associated beliefs, such as the belief in an explanatory gap. In each of these cases, proponents may claim that corresponding features will be present in zombies, so that there is no obstacle to a physical explanation. Each of these strategies is interesting, but each suffers from the same problem. To restrict the ambition of the phenomenal concept strategy in this way undercuts its force in supporting Type B materialism. Recall that the strategy is intended to resist the antiphysicalist's inference from an epistemic gap to an ontological gap by showing how the relevant epistemic gap may exist even if physicalism is true. In the antiphysicalist's arguments, the relevant epistemic gap, from which an ontological gap is inferred, is characterized in such a way that truth and knowledge are essential. For example, it is crucial to the knowledge argument that Mary gains new factual knowledge or at least new true beliefs. It is crucial to the conceivability argument that one can conceive beings that lack phenomenal states that one actually has. And it is crucial to the explanatory gap that one has cognitively significant knowledge of the states that we cannot explain. If one characterized these gaps in a way that were neutral on the truth of phenomenal beliefs, the arguments would not get off the ground. So truth value is essential to the relevant epistemic gaps. If so, then to undercut the inference from these gaps to an ontological gap, the phenomenal concept strategy needs to show how the relevant truth-involving epistemic gaps are consistent with physicalism. The earlier strategies do not do this, so they do nothing to undercut the inference from the epistemic gap to an ontological gap. Perhaps proponents could augment their explanation of the narrow epistemic situation with an additional element that explains why the relevant beliefs are true and qualify as knowledge. For example, one might augment it with an explanation, perhaps via a causal theory of reference, of why phenomenal beliefs refer to physical states and an explanation, perhaps via a reliabilist theory of knowledge, of why such beliefs constitute knowledge. However, the augmented explanation is now subject to the original dilemma. If such an account applies equally to a zombie, as might be the case for simple causal and reliabilist theories, for example, then it cannot account for the crucial epistemic differences between conscious beings and zombies. And if it does not apply equally to a zombie, if it relies on a notion of acquaintance, for example, then crucial explanatory elements in the account will not be physically explainable. So I think that none of these strategies gives any support to Type B materialism. Each of them deserves brief discussion in its own right, however. For example, strategy 1, which involves justification, has a further problem in that it is plausible that Mary's introspective beliefs have a sort of justification that zombie Mary's corresponding beliefs do not share. One could make this case by appealing to the widely accepted view that conscious experience makes a difference to the justification of our perceptual and introspective beliefs. Or one could make it by considering the scenario directly, whereas Mary's belief that she is currently conscious and having a color experience is plausibly justified with something approaching Cartesian certainty, there is a strong intuition that zombie Mary's corresponding belief is not justified to the same extent, if it is justified at all. If so, then a physically explicable account of phenomenal concepts cannot explain even the justificatory status of Mary's phenomenal knowledge. The second strategy, involving inferential disconnection, does not have this sort of problem, since it is plausible that a zombie's physical and quasi-phenomenal beliefs are no more inferentially connected than a conscious being's beliefs. Here, the main problem is that given earlier Whereas the inferential disconnection strategy may physically explain an inferential disconnection between physical and phenomenal beliefs, the antiphysicalist's crucial epistemic gap involves a disconnection between physical and phenomenal knowledge. This strategy does not help to reconcile this crucial epistemic gap with physicalism, so it lends no support to Type B materialism. At best, it shows that zombie-style analogues of phenomenal beliefs, inferentially disconnected from physical beliefs, are compatible with physicalism, but this is something that we knew already. 4. The most interesting version of strategy, 3, is the one that appeals to phenomenal concepts to explain our belief in an epistemic gap, including our belief that Mary gains new knowledge, that zombies are conceivable, and that there is an explanatory gap. For the reasons given earlier, this strategy cannot help the Type B materialist undermine the inference from an epistemic gap to an ontological gap. However, one might think that it helps undermine the premise of that inference by explaining why the belief in such a gap is to be predicted even if no such gap exists. This is an important strategy, but it is one more suited to a Type A materialist than to a Type B materialist. The Type B materialist agrees with the antiphysicalist, against the Type A materialist, on the datum that there is an epistemic gap, example that zombies are conceivable, that Mary gains new phenomenal knowledge, and that there is an explanatory gap. Given this datum and given that the inference from an epistemic gap to an ontological gap is unchallenged by this strategy, then the strategy does nothing to support Type B materialism against the antiphysicalist. 3. Option 3. Assert that zombies share our epistemic situation. The third reaction is to assert that zombies share our epistemic situation. Where we have beliefs about consciousness, zombies have corresponding beliefs with the same truth values and the same epistemic status. And where Mary acquires new phenomenal knowledge on seeing red for the first time, zombie Mary acquires new knowledge of a precisely analogous sort. If this is right, then the crucial features of phenomenal concepts might simultaneously be physically explicable and able to explain our epistemic situation. Of course, a zombie's crucial beliefs will not be phenomenal beliefs, and zombie Mary's crucial knowledge will not be phenomenal knowledge. Zombies have no phenomenal states, so they cannot have true beliefs that attribute phenomenal states to themselves, and they cannot have first-person phenomenal knowledge. Instead, the proponent of this strategy must conceive of zombies as attributing some other sort of state to itself. We might think of these states as phenomenal states and the corresponding beliefs as phenomenal beliefs. Phenomenal states stand to phenomenal states roughly as water, the superficially identical liquid on twin Earth, stands to water. Phenomenal states are not phenomenal states, but they play a role in zombies' lives that is analogous to the role that phenomenal states play in ours. In particular, on this proposal, a zombie's phenomenal beliefs have the same truth value and epistemic status as a non-zombie's phenomenal beliefs. One might worry that on a Type B materialist view, phenomenal states must be the same as phenomenal states, since both are identical to the same underlying physical states. In reply, one can note that the discussion of zombies falls within the scope of a conceivability operator, and the Type B materialist allows that although physical states are identical to phenomenal states, it is at least conceivable that they are not so identical. The zombie scenario will presumably be understood in terms of conceiving that the same physical states are identical to non-phenomenal, phenomenal, states instead. To avoid this complication, one might also conduct this discussion in terms of a functionally identical silicon zombie rather than in terms of a physically identical zombie. Then the Type B materialist can simply say that ordinary humans have neural states that are identical to phenomenal states, whereas silicon zombies have silicon states that are identical to phenomenal states. On the current view, silicon zombies will have phenomenal knowledge that is epistemically analogous to humans' phenomenal knowledge. This proposal might be developed in two different ways, either by deflating the phenomenal knowledge of conscious beings or by inflating the corresponding knowledge of zombies. That is, a proponent may argue either that Mary gains less new knowledge than I suggested earlier or that zombie Mary gains more new knowledge than I suggested earlier. Earlier I argued that Mary gains new, cognitively significant non-indexical knowledge, whereas zombie Mary does not. The deflationary strategy proposes that Mary gains no such knowledge, the inflationary strategy proposes that zombie Mary gains such knowledge, too. The deflationary strategy will presumably involve the claim that the only new factual knowledge that Mary gains upon seeing red for the first time is index-ical knowledge. That is, Mary gains knowledge of the form I am in this state now, where this state picks out the state that she happens to be in, presumably some sort of neural state. According to this proposal, zombie Mary gains analogous knowledge, also of the form I am in this state now, where this state picks out the state she happens to be in, presumably a neural or silicon state. There seems to be no problem in principle with the idea that zombie Mary could gain index-ical knowledge of this sort, at least if a zombie can have knowledge at all. This strategy meshes particularly well with the proposal that phenomenal concepts are a species of index-ical concept. In response, I think there is good reason to accept that Mary gains more than index-ical knowledge. I have made this case earlier in this book, so I just summarize it briefly here. The key points are first, that index-ical knowledge is perspective dependent and evaporates from an objective perspective, see chapter 6, while Mary's new knowledge does not, and second, that the connection between index-ical concepts and the key phenomenal concepts in Mary's new knowledge is cognitively significant, see chapter 8. These points strongly suggest that Mary's new knowledge is not merely index-ical knowledge. The inflationary strategy involves the proposal that just as Mary gains cognitively significant non-indexical knowledge involving phenomenal concepts, zombie Mary gains analogous, cognitively significant non-indexical knowledge involving phenomenal concepts. So where Mary gains significant knowledge of the form tomatoes cause such and such phenomenal state, I am in such and such phenomenal state, and this state is such and such phenomenal state, zombie Mary gains significant knowledge of the form tomatoes cause such and such phenomenal state, I am in such and such phenomenal state, and this state is such and such phenomenal state. Zombie Mary's new beliefs have the same truth value, the same epistemic status, and the same epistemic connections as Mary's corresponding beliefs. 5. Here, the natural response is that this scenario is simply not what we are conceiving when we conceive of a zombie. Perhaps it is possible to conceive of a being with another sort of state called schmanciousness to which it stands in the same sort of epistemic relation that we stand into consciousness. Schmanciousness would not be consciousness, but it would be epistemically just as good. It is by no means obvious that a state such as schmanciousness is conceivable, but it is also not obviously inconceivable. However, when we ordinarily conceive of zombies, we are not conceiving of beings with something analogous to consciousness that is epistemically just as good. Rather, we are conceiving of beings with nothing epistemically analogous to consciousness at all. Put differently, when we conceive of zombies, we are not conceiving of beings whose inner life is as rich as ours but different in character. We are conceiving of beings whose inner life is dramatically poorer than our own. And this difference in inner lives makes for dramatic difference in the richness of our introspective knowledge. Where we have substantial knowledge of our phenomenal inner lives, zombies have no analogous introspective knowledge, there is nothing analogous for them to have introspective knowledge of. Perhaps a zombie can have a sort of introspective knowledge of some of its states, its beliefs and desires, say, or its representations of external stimuli, but this sort of introspective knowledge is not analogous to our phenomenal introspective knowledge. Rather, it is analogous to our non-phenomenal introspective knowledge. Phenomenology is not all that is available to introspection, and it is not out of the question that zombies could have the sort of non-phenomenal introspective knowledge that we have. But none of this knowledge will have the character of our introspective knowledge of phenomenal states because there is nothing analogous for zombies to introspect. At this point a proponent might appeal to certain naturalistic theories of the mind, perhaps a functionalist theory of belief, a causal theory of mental content, or a reliabilist theory of knowledge. Zombies have the same functional organization as conscious beings and the same reliable causal connections among their physical states, so a proponent could suggest that these theories entail that zombies will have corresponding beliefs with the same epistemic status as ours. It is not obvious that the theories will make this prediction. That depends on whether they are a priori theories that apply to all conceivable scenarios. If they do not, then they do not undermine the conception of zombies whose epistemic status differs from ours. But in any case, to appeal to these theories in this context is to beg the question. Consideration of the Mary situation and related matters gives us good reason to believe that consciousness is relevant to matters such as mental content and epistemic status. It follows that if consciousness is not itself explainable in physical/functional terms, then any entirely physical/functional theory of content or knowledge will be incomplete. If a theory predicts that a non-conscious zombie would have the same sort of introspective knowledge that we do, then this is reason to reject the theory. The upshot of all this is that the inflationary strategy does not adequately reflect what we are conceiving when we conceive of a zombie. It is arguably conceivable that a non-conscious duplicate could have some analogous state, schmanciousness, of which they have analogous introspective knowledge. But it is also conceivable that a non-conscious duplicate would have no such analogous introspective knowledge. And this latter conceivability claim is all that the argument against the phenomenal concept strategy needs. 4. Option 4, reject the link between conceivability and explanation. The fourth possible reaction for proponents of the phenomenal concept strategy is to deny the connection between conceivability and explanation. Such proponents might allow that P and C is conceivable but hold that, nevertheless, P explains C alternatively. They might allow that C and E is conceivable but hold that, nevertheless, C explains E. Of course, everyone should allow that there are some sorts of explanations such that explaining B in terms of A is consistent with the conceivability of B without A. For causal explanation, for example, this is precisely what one expects. The crucial claim is that there is a sort of explanation that is tied to conceivability in this way and that this sort of explanation is relevant to the explanatory gap. This is the sort of micro-macro explanation that I earlier called transparent explanation that makes transparent why relevant high-level truths obtain, given that low-level truths obtain. If it is conceivable that the low-level truths obtain without the high-level obtaining, the explanation will not be transparent in the relevant way. Instead, one will need to appeal to substantive further principles to bridge the divide between the low-level and the high-level domains. It is just this sort of transparent explanation that is absent in the original explanatory gap. Opponents may deny that this sort of transparent explanation is required for a good reductive explanation or that it is present in typical reductive explanations. Or they may at least deny this for a notion of transparent explanation that is strongly tied to conceivability. For example, Bloch and Stalnaker, 1999, Levine, 2001, and Yablo, 2002, all argue that typical cases of micro-macro explanation, the explanation of water in terms of H2O, for example, are not associated with an a priori entailment of macro-truths by micro-truths. If they are right about this, then insofar as the notion of transparent explanation is tied to a priori entailment, it is not required for ordinary micro-macro explanation. I have argued elsewhere, Chapter 7, that they are not right about this. Even in cases such as the relation between microphysics and water, there is a sort of associated a priori entailment, and this sort of entailment is crucial for a good reductive explanation. It is also worth noting that even if these theorists are right, this will at best undermine a link between one sort of conceivability and explanation. As in Chapter 6, let us say that S is negatively conceivable when the truth of S cannot be ruled out a priori. Then the claim that A entails B a priori is equivalent to the claim that A and B is negatively conceivable. If these theorists are right, then even zombie H2O, Levin's 2001 term for a microphysically identical substance that is not water, will be negatively conceivable, so that ordinary micro-macro explanation of B by A cannot require that A and B is negatively conceivable. However, Levine himself notes that there is a different sort of thick conceivability such that zombies are conceivable in this sense and zombie H2O is not, and he notes that this sort of conceivability is tied to explanation. A and B is thickly conceivable if and only if there is an explanatory gap between A and B. If so, we can use this sort of thick conceivability in the previous arguments. I think that Levin's thick conceivability corresponds closely to what I earlier called positive conceivability, which requires a clear and distinct positive conception of a situation that one is imagining. Positive conceivability is arguably the central philosophical notion of conceivability, and it is highly plausible that in cases of ordinary reductive explanations of B by A and B is not positively conceivable. We can form a positive conception of a zombie in a way that we cannot form a positive conception of zombie H2O. Furthermore, this positive conceivability seems to be particularly strongly associated with the sense of apparent contingency that goes along with the explanatory gap. So it remains plausible that for the sort of explanation that is relevant here, positive conceivability of A and B entails an explanatory gap between A and B. Opponents may insist more strongly that no sort of conceivability is tied in this way to micro-macro explanation. They may hold that this sort of explanation simply requires a relevant correlation or a relevant identity between the low-level and the high-level domain, where this correlation or identity does not require any strong conceptual connection between low-level truths and high-level truths. I think this gets the character of micro-macro explanation wrong by failing to account for the sense of transparency in a good micro-macro explanation. In any case, an opponent of this sort is unlikely to be too worried by the explanatory gap in the first place. If this sort of move works to dissolve the explanatory gap between physical processes and phenomenal concepts, say, then it will work equally well to dissolve the original explanatory gap between physical processes and consciousness. If so, then once again the phenomenal concept strategy is rendered redundant in explaining the explanatory gap. Of course, such a theorist may still appeal to the phenomenal concept strategy to explain the remaining epistemic gaps, such as the conceivability of zombies, in their own right, independent of any connection to the explanatory gap. Here the general idea will be as before: there is no valid inference from these epistemic gaps to an ontological gap because the existence of these epistemic gaps is compatible with physicalism. Still, as before, an opponent will question the strategy on the grounds that there is as much of an epistemic gap between physical processes and phenomenal concepts, as characterized by the proponent's account, or between phenomenal concepts and our epistemic situation, as there was between physical processes and consciousness. To respond, the opponent must either deny this epistemic gap, which will raise all of the previous issues, or give independent reasons to think that the epistemic gap is compatible with physicalism, which will render the phenomenal concept strategy redundant. Either way, the theoretical landscape will be much as before. Strictly speaking, there may be one version of this strategy on which the theoretical landscape will differ. A proponent might appeal to phenomenal concepts solely to explain Mary's new knowledge without using it to explain either the conceivability of zombies or the explanatory gap. If so, then the conceivability of zombies who do not satisfy this account of phenomenal concepts will not raise the usual regress worry. To avoid a residual epistemic gap with the same character as the original epistemic gap, the proponent would simply need to make the case that Mary could know all about the relevant structural features of phenomenal concepts from inside her black and white room. Of course, this proponent will then need some other means to deal with the conceivability argument and with the explanatory gaps posed both by consciousness and by the account of phenomenal concepts. In any case, many of the central points of this chapter can also be made directly in terms of explanation without proceeding first through conceivability. The analysis in terms of conceivability is useful in providing a tool for fine-grained analyses and arguments and for getting a sense of the options in the theoretical landscape. But with these options laid out, one can also make the case directly that any given account of phenomenal concepts will generate either an explanatory gap between physical processes and phenomenal concepts or between phenomenal concepts and our epistemic situation. I make this sort of case in the next section. 5 applications. I now look at some specific accounts of phenomenal concepts in light of the preceding discussion. If what has gone before is correct, then any fully specific account of phenomenal concepts will fall into one of two classes. It will be either a thick account, in which the relevant features of phenomenal concepts are not physically explainable, although they may explain our epistemic situation, or a thin account, in which the relevant features of phenomenal concepts do not explain our epistemic situation, although they may be physically explainable. I have already discussed the index-ical account of phenomenal concepts, of Ismail, Odia, Perry, and others, under option 3 above. For the reasons given there, I think that this account is clearly a thin account. For example, it does not adequately explain the character of Mary's new cognitively significant knowledge. So there is reason to believe that phenomenal concepts are not index-ical concepts. I have also discussed the dual conceptual role account, of Nagel, Hill, McLaughlin, and others, under option 2 above. If this account is understood in wholly functional terms, involving the distinctness in functional role of certain representations in the brain, then it is clearly a thin account. For reasons discussed earlier, this account may help to explain an inferential disconnection between physical and phenomenal beliefs, but it cannot explain the character of phenomenal knowledge. Perhaps the account could be supplemented by some further element to explain this character, for example, postulating a special faculty of sympathetic knowledge, but then the original dilemma will arise once again for the new account. The quotational account, of Bloch, Chalmers, Papineau, and others, might be understood either as a thin or a thick account, depending on how it is specified. One may understand this either in a bottom-up way, in which we start with purely physical/functional materials and make no assumptions about consciousness, or in a top-down way, in which we build consciousness into the account from the start. I examine each of these versions in turn. The bottom-up version of the quotational account is specified in purely physical/functional terms without building in any assumptions about consciousness. The basic idea is that there are some neural states N, those that correspond to phenomenal states, though we do not assume that can come to be embedded in more complex neural representations by a sort of quotation process, which allows the original state to be incorporated as a constituent. Perhaps this will go along with some sort of demonstrative reference to the original neural state, so that the complex state has the form that state, and of course, it is not obvious that one can explain any sort of demonstrative reference in physical/functional terms, but I leave that point aside. At this point, we can think of the account as an engineer might. If we designed a system to meet the specifications, what sort of results would we expect? In particular, what sort of knowledge of state N would one expect? I think the answer is reasonably clear. One would expect a sort of index-ical knowledge of the state, of the form I am in this state now. But one would not expect any sort of cognitively significant knowledge of the state's intrinsic character. To see this, note that one might design an identical system where state N is replaced by a different state M, perhaps another neural state or a silicon state, with different intrinsic properties. From a bottom-up perspective, we would not expect this change to affect the epistemic situation of the subject in the slightest. States N and M may make a difference to the subject's knowledge by virtue of their functional role, but from an engineering perspective there is no reason to think that the subject has access to their intrinsic character. So the bottom-up version of the quotational account is best understood as a thin account of phenomenal concepts. It may ground a sort of index-ical or demonstrative knowledge of neural states, but it cannot ground the sort of significant non-indexical knowledge of internal states that Mary gains on leaving her black and white room. In this respect, the bottom-up version of the quotational account seems to be no better off than the index-ical account. On the top-down version of the quotational account, we build consciousness into the account from the start. In particular, we assume that our initial state Q is a phenomenal state. It does not matter to what follows whether we take a stand on whether Q is a neural state or whether we stay silent on the matter. We then stipulate a concept-forming process that incorporates phenomenal states as constituents. Perhaps this process will involve a sort of demonstrative reference to the original phenomenal state, so the resulting concept has the form that state, Q. What sort of results will we then expect? We might then reasonably expect the subject to have some sort of cognitively significant knowledge of the character of Q. In general, when we make demonstrative reference to phenomenal states, we can have cognitively significant knowledge of their character. We could also imagine a functionally identical subject who, in place of Q, has a different phenomenal state R. In this case, one might expect the substitution to affect the subject's epistemic situation. The new subject will have cognitively significant non-indexical knowledge that it is in phenomenal state R, which is quite different from the first subject's knowledge. This top-down version of the quotational account is quite clearly a thick account of phenomenal concepts. By building phenomenal states into the account, it has the capacity to help explain features of our epistemic situation that the bottom-up account cannot. But precisely because the account builds in phenomenal states from the start, it cannot be transparently explained in physical terms. This version of the account presupposes the special epistemic features of phenomenal states rather than explaining them. Papineau's version of the quotational account appears to be a thin version. Papineau discusses a silicon zombie, 2002, 125-27, and suggests that it will have semantic and epistemic features analogous to those of a conscious being. His account seems to point in a direction in which the relevant phenomenal knowledge is all a kind of indexical or demonstrative knowledge, although he does not explicitly make this claim or address the objections to it. By contrast, my own version of this sort of account in Chapter 8 is certainly intended as a thick account. The recognitional concept account, of Lohr, Carruthers, Ty, and others, can be handled in a similar way. If we understand the concept in a bottom-up way, involving recognitional processes triggered by neural states, what sort of knowledge will we expect? Here, we would once again expect a sort of indexical or demonstrative knowledge of the neural states in question without any cognitively significant knowledge of their intrinsic character. Once again, we would expect that substituting one neural state for another would make no significant difference to a subject's epistemic situation. So this version of the account can be understood as a thin account. On the other hand, if we understand the account in a top-down way as involving recognitional concepts triggered by phenomenal states, then one might well expect it to lead to significant knowledge of the character of these states. It is plausible that merely having a phenomenal state enables us to have a conception of its character, by which we can recognize it, or at least recognize states reasonably similar to it, when it reoccurs, and such that substituting a different phenomenal state will make a difference to our epistemic situation. This top-down account might well capture something about the difference between a conscious being's epistemic situation and a zombie's situation. But again, this account presupposes the existence of consciousness, along with some of its special epistemic features, so the account is clearly a thick account. Lohr's own account appears to be a thick account. His discussion of phenomenal concepts presupposes both the existence of consciousness and some of its special epistemic features. In particular, his account crucially relies on the thesis that phenomenal states are presented to us under non-contingent modes of presentation, thus enabling significant knowledge of their character. He defends this assumption by saying that the non-physicalist accepts the thesis, so the physicalist is entitled to it as well. Of course, the thesis poses a special explanatory burden on the physicalist. How can a neural state of a physical system be presented to a subject under a non-contingent mode of presentation, thus enabling significant knowledge of its character? Lohr does not say. What about Sturgeon's account of phenomenal concepts, according to which phenomenal states constitute their own canonical evidence? I think that this is probably best understood as a thick account. From a bottom-up perspective, would we expect neural states to constitute their own canonical evidence? When zombies deploy their analogs of phenomenal concepts, do they have analogous states that constitute their own canonical evidence? The answer is not entirely obvious, but on the face of it, the more plausible answer is no. If so, then Sturgeon's account can be seen as a thick account, one that rests on a special epistemic feature of phenomenal concepts. What do the thick accounts of phenomenal concepts have in common? All of them implicitly or explicitly build in special epistemic features of phenomenal concepts, the idea that phenomenal states present themselves to subjects in especially direct ways, or the idea that simply having a phenomenal state enables a certain sort of knowledge of the state, or the idea that the state itself constitutes evidence for the state. If we build in such features, then we may be able to explain many aspects of our distinctive epistemic situation with respect to consciousness. But the cost is that such features themselves pose an explanatory problem. If these features are powerful enough to distinguish our epistemic situation from that of a zombie, then they will themselves pose as much of an explanatory gap as does consciousness itself. If one rejects physicalism, there is no obvious problem in accommodating these epistemic features of consciousness. Dualists sometimes postulate an epistemic relation of acquaintance that holds between subjects and their phenomenal states and that affords knowledge of these states. If necessary, a dualist can simply take this relation as primitive. The dualist is already committed to positing primitive mental features, and this relation may reasonably be taken to be part of the primitive structure of consciousness. However, this move is not available to a physicalist, who must either explain the features or accept a further explanatory gap. Our examination of specific accounts of phenomenal concepts reaches a conclusion very much compatible with that of Levine, 2007. It appears that such accounts build in either strong epistemic relations such as acquaintance, which themselves pose problems for physical explanation, or weak epistemic relations such as indexical or demonstrative reference, which cannot explain our epistemic situation with regard to consciousness. The arguments earlier in the chapter suggest that this is not a mere accident of these specific accounts that a better account may evade. Any account of phenomenal concepts can be expected to have one problem or the other. For this reason, the phenomenal concept strategy cannot reconcile ontological physicalism with the explanatory gap. Part B. The contents of consciousness. 11. The representational character of experience. 1. Introduction. Consciousness and intentionality are perhaps the two central phenomena in the philosophy of mind. Human beings are conscious beings, there is something it is like to be us. Human beings are intentional beings, we represent what is going on in the world. Correspondingly, our specific mental states, such as perceptions and thoughts, often have a phenomenal character, there is something it is like to be in them. These mental states also often have intentional content, they serve to represent the world. On the face of it, consciousness and intentionality are intimately connected. Our most important conscious mental states are intentional states, conscious experiences often inform us about the state of the world. Our most important intentional mental states are conscious states, there is often something it is like to represent the external world. It is natural to think that a satisfactory account of consciousness must respect its intentional structure and that a satisfactory account of intentionality must respect its phenomenological character. With this in mind, it is surprising that in the last few decades the philosophical study of consciousness and intentionality has often proceeded in two independent streams. This was not always the case. In the work of philosophers from Descartes and Locke to Brentano and Husserl, consciousness and intentionality were typically analyzed in a single package. But in the second half of the 20th century, the dominant tendency was to concentrate on one topic or the other and to offer quite separate analyses of the two. On this approach, the connections between consciousness and intentionality receded into the background. In the last few years, this has begun to change. The interface between consciousness and intentionality has received increasing attention on a number of fronts. This attention has focused on topics such as the representational content of perceptual experience, the higher-order representation of conscious states, and the phenomenology of thinking. Two distinct philosophical groups have begun to emerge. One focuses on ways in which consciousness might be grounded in intentionality. The other focuses on ways in which intentionality might be grounded in consciousness. Grounding consciousness in intentionality. Those who take this approach typically try to analyze consciousness in terms of intentionality, without remainder. Some, such as David Rosenthal and Peter Carruthers, analyze conscious states in terms of higher-order states that represent them. Perhaps the most popular approach, taken by Michael Tye and Fred Dritsk, among others, focuses on the first-order intentional content of conscious states and advocates representationalism, analyzing conscious states as a certain sort of first-order intentional state. This approach is often combined with the view that intentionality can be explained in physical terms to motivate a physically acceptable explanation of consciousness. 1. Grounding intentionality in consciousness. Those who take this approach argue that phenomenology plays a crucial role in grounding representational content. Some, such as John Searle, argue that consciousness is the ground of all true intentional content. Others, such as Terence Horgan and John Johnson, Colin McGinn, and Charles Seward, argue that there is at least a distinctive and crucial sort of intentional content that accrues in virtue of the phenomenal character of mental states. These theorists do not typically offer reductive analysis of intentionality in terms of consciousness, but they typically hold that consciousness has a certain priority in the constitution of intentionality too. My own sympathies lie more with the second group, but the ideas of both groups deserve close attention. In particular, I think that there is significant promise in representationalism. Representationalism is often understood as taking a reductive view of consciousness, but this association is inessential. The insights of representationalism cohere equally well with a view on which consciousness cannot be reduced to anything more basic than itself. In what follows I proceed largely from first principles in analyzing aspects of the relationship between consciousness and intentionality, while leaning on the analyses of others along the way. I focus on the phenomenal character and the intentional content of perceptual states, canvassing various possible relations among them. I argue that there is a good case for a sort of representationalism, although this may not take the form that its advocates often suggest. By mapping out some of the landscape, I try to open up territory for different and promising forms of representationalism to be explored in the future. In particular, I argue for a non-reductive, narrow, and free gene variety of representationalism, which contrasts strongly with more widely explored varieties. I conclude with some words about the fundamental relationship between consciousness and intentionality. 2 Phenomenal properties and representational properties. Consciousness involves the instantiation of phenomenal properties. These properties characterize aspects of what it is like to be a subject, what it is like to be me right now, for example, or what it is like to be a bat, or what it is like to be in a mental state, what it is like to see a certain shade of green, for example, or what it is like to feel a certain sharp pain. Whenever there is something it is like to be a subject, that subject has specific phenomenal properties. Whenever there is something it is like to be in a mental state, that state has specific phenomenal properties. For many purposes it does not make much difference whether one focuses on the phenomenal properties of subjects or of mental states. It is easy to translate between the two ways of talking, and in what follows I move back and forth between them. Intentionality involves the instantiation of representational properties. We can say that a pure representational property is the property of representing a certain intentional content, or the property of having a certain intentional content. I will not usually pay much attention to this grammatical distinction. Intuitively, this involves representing things as being a certain way in the world. A perceptual state might have the content that there is a green object in front of me, and a belief might have the content that javelinas live in the desert. We can be neutral on just what sort of content this is. It might involve a set of possible worlds, a complex of objects and properties, a complex of free gene senses, or something else again. What is most important is that intentional contents have conditions of satisfaction. They are the sort of thing that can be satisfied or can fail to be satisfied by states of the world. As with phenomenal properties, we can regard representational properties as being instantiated by either subjects or mental states. An impure representational property is the property of representing a certain intentional content in a certain manner. This involves representing such and such as being the case in such and such a way. Here the way is a manner of representation, which involves a mental characterization of the state of representing. There are many different manners of representation. For example, one can represent a content perceptually, and one can represent a content doxastically, in belief these correspond to different manners of representation. At a more fine-grained level, one can represent a content visually or auditorily. Manners of representation may also involve functional characterizations of the representing state. For example, one can represent a certain content in such a way that the content either is or is not available for verbal report. 3. Whenever an impure representational property is instantiated, the corresponding pure representational property will also be instantiated. Whenever a content is represented in a certain way, it is represented. And whenever a pure representational property is instantiated, numerous corresponding impure representational properties will be instantiated. Whenever a content is represented, it is represented in certain ways. I take representationalism to be the thesis that phenomenal properties are identical to certain representational properties, or that they are equivalent to certain representational properties. See later. We can say that pure representationalism is the thesis that phenomenal properties are identical to pure representational properties, while impure representationalism is the thesis that phenomenal properties are identical to impure representational properties. In practice, almost all representationalists are impure representationalists, for reasons discussed shortly. Some representationalists, such as Dridsk and Tai, put their view by saying that phenomenal properties are identical to certain represented external properties, such as physical redness. As I am putting things, that would be a category mistake. Phenomenal properties are by definition properties of subjects or of mental states, and physical redness is not, or need not be, such a property. This is simply a terminological difference, however. For example, Dridsk defines phenomenal properties, qualia, as the properties we are directly aware of in perception and concludes these are properties such as colors. This is quite compatible with the claim that phenomenal properties in my sense are representational properties, as long as one holds that one is directly aware of the represented property rather than the representational property. Once we make the relevant translation, these representationalists' most important claims can be put in the terms used here without loss. 3. Relationships. What are the relationships between phenomenal and representational properties? Do phenomenal properties entail, pure or impure, representational properties, or vice versa? Are phenomenal properties identical to representational properties? Are phenomenal properties reducible to representational properties, or vice versa? We can say that one property entails another property when it is necessarily the case that whatever has the first property has the second property. We can say that two properties are equivalent when each entails the other, that is, if it is necessarily the case that whatever has one of the properties has the other. I take it in what follows that the equivalence of two properties suffices for them to be identical. Not much rests on this. If one thinks properties are finer grained than this, one can simply replace talk of identity throughout this chapter with talk of equivalence. 4. This approach yields the following more detailed characterization of representationalism. Representationalism, about a class of phenomenal properties, is the thesis that for every phenomenal property, in that class, there is some representational property such that, necessarily, a mental state, or a subject, has that representational property if and only if it has that phenomenal property. I will concentrate on the class of perceptual phenomenal properties and in some places more specifically on the class of visual phenomenal properties. So in the first instance, I am interested in the relationship between visual phenomenal properties and, pure or impure, representational properties, though it is natural to hope that this relationship will generalize to other phenomenal properties. In what follows, I consider various possible relations among these properties, one step at a time. Do pure representational properties entail phenomenal properties? That is it necessarily the case that any subject, mental state, that represents a certain content also has a certain phenomenal character? Here, it is most natural to answer no. The reason is that it seems that most or all representational contents can be represented unconsciously, without any associated phenomenal character at all. There can be unconscious beliefs and subconscious perception, and it seems that in principle these unconscious states can represent a very wide range of intentional contents. One could preserve the entailment thesis by denying that there are unconscious representational states, but that view is now almost universally rejected. There are some weaker theses that may be left on the table here. First, one could hold that there are some special intentional contents, perhaps concerning phenomenal properties themselves or intimately related to phenomenal properties, that cannot be represented unconsciously. If so, the corresponding pure representational properties would entail phenomenal properties. Second, one could hold, with Searle 1990, that representing an intentional content requires that one, at least potentially, have some corresponding conscious state at some time or other. If so, there could be an entailment from pure representational properties to certain diachronic or dispositional phenomenal properties, the property of having certain phenomenal properties in the past or the future, or potentially, if not to phenomenal properties in the strict sense. Finally, one could hold that there is an entailment from certain impure representational properties to phenomenal properties. I will return to this possibility later. Do phenomenal properties entail pure representational properties? That is it necessarily the case that any subject with a certain phenomenal character thereby represents the world as being a certain way? Here the answer is quite plausibly yes, at least in the case of perceptual phenomenal properties. It seems intuitively clear that perceptual phenomenology, by its very nature, involves the representation of the external world. For example, my visual phenomenology right now involves the representation of a computer on a desk in front of me, with various books and papers scattered on the desk. The claim that phenomenal experiences, in a given class, always have representational content is sometimes called weak representationalism. Weak representationalism, at least about visual experiences, is extremely plausible and rarely denied. 5. A stronger thesis also seems plausible, that any two phenomenally identical states will share some aspect of their representational content. As Colin McGinn, 1988, has put it, there is a strong intuition that something about representational content is internal to phenomenology. That is, given a specific phenomenology, it seems that if a mental state has this phenomenology, it must also have a certain specific representational content. If this is right, then phenomenal properties entail certain pure representational properties. This line of thought has been developed into an argument at greatest length by Charles Seward, 1998. I will not recapitulate Seward's extensive arguments here, but the basic idea is that visual experiences are accessible for accuracy in virtue of their phenomenal character. For example, when I have a visual experience as of something X-shaped in front of me, this experience may be either accurate or inaccurate, depending on what is really in front of me. Further, it seems that any visual experience with the same phenomenal character would be accessible for accuracy in the same sort of way. Roughly, it would be correct if and only if there is an object with an appropriate shape in front of the subject. If this is right, then a phenomenal property, having an experience with the phenomenal character as of seeing something X-shaped, entails a pure representational property, roughly, representing that there is an object with a certain shape in the world. Something similar plausibly applies to other visual experiences, such as experiences of position and color, and to other perceptual experiences, such as auditory and tactile experiences. Seward argues that this reasoning can be extended to the phenomenology and intentionality of thought, as well as perception, but this raises complications that I will not go into here. For now, what matters is that there is plausibly an entailment from perceptual phenomenal properties to pure representational properties. A similar point can be made for subjects of experience, as well as for mental states. Terence Horgan and Jonchinson, 2002, have argued that necessarily, any two subjects that are phenomenal duplicates will share significant representational content. 6. Even a brain in a vat that has experiences that are phenomenally identical to mine will represent its environment as being in significant respects just as I represent my environment as being. This suggests that the phenomenal properties of a subject entail pure representational properties for that subject. Just what sort of representational properties are entailed by phenomenal properties? Some tricky questions arise here. If phenomenal properties are intrinsic properties of an individual, then presumably the corresponding representational properties must be intrinsic, too. One might reasonably wonder just how to characterize these properties, given the apparent extrinsicness of many representational properties. I look more closely at these questions later. For now, I will take it that there is at least a strong prima facie case that phenomenal properties entail pure representational properties. Are phenomenal properties identical to pure representational properties? That is, for a given phenomenal property, is there some representational content that is represented if and only if that phenomenal property is instantiated? The answer to this question is plausibly no, for reasons given earlier. Identity requires entailment, and it is plausible that phenomenal properties are not entailed by pure representational properties. If any given representational content can be represented unconsciously, then pure representational properties cannot be identical to phenomenal properties, and pure representationalism is false. The only hope for pure representationalism is to deny that any given representational content can be represented unconsciously. The pure representationalist might deny that unconscious representation is possible, or might hold that there are some special representational contents that cannot be represented unconsciously and can be represented only by a specific sort of phenomenal state. 7. If such contents exist, the property of representing one of them might be identical to a phenomenal property. In the absence of strong reasons for thinking that such contents exist, however, I pass over this option in what follows. Are phenomenal properties identical to impure representational properties? We have seen that pure representational properties are plausibly entailed by phenomenal properties, but that the reverse is not the case because of the possibility of unconscious representation. This rules out an identity between phenomenal properties and pure representational properties. However, it leaves open the possibility of an identity between phenomenal properties and impure representational properties, where the latter require an appropriate manner of representation. If we stipulate the right manner of representation, the possibility of unconscious representation might be ruled out, removing at least one obstacle to an identity. The obvious suggestion is to require a phenomenal manner of representation. Representational contents can be represented either phenomenally, as in conscious vision, for example, or non-phenomenally, as in unconscious thought. For any given content, we can define a corresponding impure representational property, the property of phenomenally representing that content. It is natural to wonder whether phenomenal properties might be identical to impure representational properties of this sort. For a given phenomenal property, one can find a corresponding impure representational property of this sort. If the phenomenal property entails some representational properties, as at least perceptual phenomenal properties plausibly do, then it will entail some maximally specific representational property that involves a specific representational content. We can then define the impure representational property of phenomenally representing that content. The original phenomenal property will clearly entail this impure representational property. If the impure representational property itself entails the original phenomenal property, then the two properties are identical. The only obstacle to this identification is the possibility that two distinct phenomenal properties might correspond to the same impure representational property. This will happen if two distinct phenomenal states can have exactly the same representational content. This would happen if a perceptual state and a non-perceptual state, a visual experience and a conscious belief, for example, could phenomenally represent the same content. It would also happen if two perceptual experiences in different modalities, a visual experience and an auditory experience, could have the same content. Finally, it would happen if two phenomenally distinct perceptual experiences in the same modality, Two visual experiences, for example, could have the same content. It is not clear whether any of these cases can arise, but if they arise, there is a natural strategy for dealing with them. One can add more specificity to the manner of representation. Taking the first sort of case, one might argue that an experience of color and a belief about color could in principle have the same content, perhaps representing an object as having a certain specific shade of red. If this sort of case can arise, the perceptual phenomenal property will not be identical to the property of phenomenally representing the content in question. But one can handle the case by moving to a more specific impure representational property, such as the property of perceptually phenomenally representing the content in question. 8. Likewise, one might argue that a visual experience and an auditory experience might have the same content, perhaps representing that there is an object on one's left. In this case, it is far from clear that such states can have the same specific representational content, which is what is needed for a counterexample to equivalence. In most of the cases one might introduce, even if there is an equivalence in unspecific content, that there is an object on one's left, there is usually a difference in specific content, say, that there is a red spherical object on one's left or that there is an object making a certain sound on one's left. So it is far from clear that this sort of case can arise. But if it can arise, one need only move once again to a more specific impure representational property, such as the property of visually, or auditorily, phenomenally representing the content in question. Finally, one might argue that two phenomenally distinct visual experiences might have the same content. It is not easy to see how this could happen. Byrne, 2001, has argued that this could not happen on the grounds that any phenomenal difference between visual experiences is a difference in how things seem, and any difference between how things seem is a difference in representational content. Even if one resists this argument, on the grounds, perhaps, that it involves an equivocation on how things seem, it is not easy to come up with specific cases of phenomenally distinct visual experiences with the same content. When we conceive of phenomenally distinct visual experiences, it seems that we almost always conceive of experiences that differ in aspects of their representational content. Peacock, 1983, has argued that there are such cases. For example, he suggests that images of two trees at different distances might represent them as having the same height, while the images take up differently sized portions of the visual field. In response, representationalists, example TI 1995, have plausibly replied that these images differ in certain representational properties, such as their representation of distance or visual angle. Bloch, 1990, has argued that subjects with phenomenally distinct color experiences in different environments might represent the same external colors. In response, one can argue along lines developed later in this chapter that such experiences always differ in certain key aspects of their representational content. Other purported examples involving cases of blurry vision, double images, and the like have received reasonably plausible replies, example TI 2003a, from representationalists. To my mind, the most plausible potential cases of phenomenally distinct visual experiences with the same representational content involve differences in attention. Shifts in attention clearly make a phenomenal difference to visual experiences. In typical cases, they also make a representational difference. For example, shifting attention to a word may lead one to represent the shapes of its letters with greater specificity. But there are cases that are less clear. For example, one might look at two red pinpoint lights against a black background and shift attention from one to the other. Here it is not obvious that there is a representational difference between the cases. There are various suggestions one might make in response, however. One might argue that the position or color of the light to which one is attending is represented with greater specificity than that of the light to which one is not attending. Or one might argue that the light to which one is attending is represented as being more salient than the other light. It is not completely clear what sort of property salience is, but it is plausible that there is such a property, though it may be relative to a subject at a time, and the suggestion that it is represented in attention seems reasonably apt to the phenomenology. If there are any cases of phenomenally different visual experiences with the same representational content, one will have to build further differences into the manners of representation in impure representational states, so one might have the property of attentively representing a certain content, and so on. But it is not clear that such cases exist. My own view is that the claim that phenomenal differences between visual experiences always correspond to representational differences has some prima facie plausibility and serves as a sort of null hypothesis that should be rejected only if there is strong evidence against it. If the view is correct, then visual phenomenal properties are identical to impure representational properties of the form involving the visual, phenomenal representation of a certain content. Is representationalism correct? If what has gone before is correct, then there is a strong prima facie case for the truth of impure representationalism, at least about visual phenomenal properties. These properties are plausibly equivalent to certain impure representational properties. These impure representational properties have the character, phenomenally representing such and such content, or, if non-perceptual phenomenal states can have the same content, perceptually phenomenally representing such and such content, or, if experiences in a different perceptual modality can have the same content, visually phenomenally representing such and such content. For reductive and non-reductive representationalism, I have argued that phenomenal properties are plausibly identical to certain impure representational properties. In the characterization of these impure representational properties, however, the concept of the phenomenal itself plays an important role. So the analysis I have given certainly does not offer any sort of reductive analysis of phenomenal properties in terms of non-phenomenal notions. Here, it is useful to distinguish reductive from non-reductive representationalism. Representationalism is the thesis that phenomenal properties are identical to certain pure or impure representational properties. Reductive representationalism holds that phenomenal properties are identical to certain pure or impure representational properties that can be understood without appeal to phenomenal notions. Non-reductive representationalism holds that phenomenal properties are identical to certain pure or impure representational properties, where these cannot be understood without appeal to phenomenal notions. In a little more detail, representationalism holds that any given phenomenal property is identical to the property of representing a certain content in a certain manner, or in the case of pure representationalism, to the property of representing a certain content. Here, the right-hand side invokes a number of notions: the notion of representation, the notion of a certain content, and the notion of a certain manner of representation. If all of these notions can be understood without appeal to phenomenal notions, then the right-hand side offers a reductive account of phenomenal properties. If any of these notions can be understood only in terms of phenomenal notions, then the right-hand side offers a non-reductive account of phenomenal properties. 9. The analysis I have given is clearly not a reductive analysis. The manner of representation invoked in this analysis makes explicit appeal to the notion of the phenomenal. It may also be, for all I have said so far, that the contents involved in characterizing the representational properties must themselves be understood in terms of phenomenal notions, for example, if they involve the attribution of phenomenal properties to objects, or if they involve the attribution of certain dispositions to cause phenomenal properties. It might even be that the notion of representation cannot be understood in wholly non-phenomenal terms. The status of the last two claims is unclear, but certainly the first claim makes it clear that this is not a reductive analysis. Proponents of reductive representationalism need to do three things. First, they need to argue that an account of representation can be given in non-phenomenal terms. Second, they need to argue that the relevant contents can be specified in a manner that is independent of phenomenal notions. This is a version of what Peacock 1983 calls the adequacy constraint. Third, they need to argue that the appeal to a phenomenal manner of representation can be replaced by some non-phenomenally characterized manner of representation. In practice, this is just what reductive representationalists, such as THI 1995 and Dritsk 1995, try to do. 10. They appeal to an independently motivated account of representation in causal, informational, and teleological terms. They argue that the relevant representational contents can be understood as involving the attributions of ordinary physical properties, such as surface reflectance properties in the case of color experiences, to physical objects in the world without any need for phenomenal notions. They also argue that the relevant manner of representation can be understood in wholly functional terms. I will set aside the first 2 points for now and focus on the third. For the reasons given earlier, it seems that a manner of representation is needed to distinguish phenomenal from non-phenomenal representation of a given content. At this point, THI introduces the constraint that the representing state must be poised to play a certain role in the control of speech and action. This constraint is introduced precisely to distinguish phenomenal from non-phenomenal representation in cases such as blind sight. Dritsk's account is less explicit about how to handle unconscious representation, but at some places he appeals to the constraint that the representational states must play an appropriate role in the formation of beliefs. These accounts involve broadly functional accounts of the manner of representation. They require that the relevant representational states play the right sort of functional role within the cognitive system. In effect, this functional constraint is offered as an account of the difference between phenomenal and non-phenomenal representations of the content in question. To this extent, then, the accounts involve functionalism about the phenomenal/non-phenomenal distinction. We might say these accounts are a species of functionalist representationalism. They are not functionalist across the board. Both Dritsk and THI lean on non-functionalist teleological accounts of what it is to represent the contents in question, but they involve functionalism about the crucial distinction between phenomenal and non-phenomenal representation of the relevant contents. Functionalist representationalism might be seen as the result of conjoining the relatively neutral version of representationalism given earlier with functionalism about the phenomenal/non-phenomenal distinction. If we grant that phenomenal properties are identical to the property of phenomenally representing a certain content, and if we grant that what it is to phenomenally represent a content is to represent the content with a state that plays an appropriate functional role, the result is just this sort of account. So if functionalism about the phenomenal/non-phenomenal distinction can be justified, then functionalist representationalism can be justified. Conversely, however, if there is reason to doubt functionalism about the phenomenal/non-phenomenal distinction, then there is reason to doubt functionalist representationalism. And there are many reasons to doubt functionalism about the phenomenal/non-phenomenal distinction. While there is some reason to believe that phenomenology is correlated with certain functional properties, such as the property of global availability, there are familiar reasons to doubt that it is reducible to these properties. For example, it seems coherent to suppose that any such functional property can be instantiated without any associated phenomenology at all. Many have argued that such a situation is metaphysically possible, and some, example Bloch 1978 and Searle 1980, have even argued that it is nomologically possible. Others, example Levine 1983, have argued that there is an explanatory gap between a functional characterization of a state and a phenomenal characterization. There is no clear reason why the fact that a state plays a certain functional role should somehow make it the case that there is something it is like to be in that state. 11. I will not try to adjudicate these arguments here. I simply note that the functionalism in these varieties of representationalism is entirely optional. It is also worth noting that this functionalism is largely unargued in the work of Dritsk and THI. THI's defense consists mostly in noting that the functional criterion handles cases such as blind sight, but clearly this falls well short of establishing any sort of reduction. Dritsk is not explicit about the matter at all. In arguing for their views, both spend by far the greatest portion of their time arguing for representationalism, and the crucial functionalism is left mostly in the background. This leaves the following situation. There are good arguments for representationalism, but these are not good arguments for reductive representationalism. there is good reason to believe that phenomenal properties are identical to impure representational properties involving the phenomenal representation of certain contents. Both the reductive and the non-reductive representationalist can accept this. The reductive representationalist must conjoin this with a reductive account of the phenomenal/non-phenomenal distinction. But there are familiar reasons to doubt that such an account is possible, and the arguments for representationalism give no special reason to think that such an account exists. 12. For my part, I think that non-reductive representationalism is a much more plausible view. 13. This view articulates an internal connection between phenomenal properties and representational properties without trying to reduce the phenomenal to a wholly non-phenomenal domain. At the very least, the non-reductive style of analysis presented here provides a reasonably neutral starting point for further representationalist analyses. Representationalists of many different stripes can agree that visual phenomenal properties are equivalent to impure representational properties of the form, phenomenally, or visually phenomenally or whatever, representing such and such a content. The questions for further debate concern, I. The specificity in the manner of representation, example phenomenal, perceptual phenomenal, or visual phenomenal. 2. Whether the phenomenal manner of representation can itself be reductively analyzed, and 3. The nature of the represented contents. So far, I have addressed the first two questions. In what follows I address the third. 5. Narrow and wide representationalism. It is widely believed that phenomenal properties depend only on the internal state of the subject. It is also widely believed, following the arguments of Putnam 1975 and Burge 1979, that most representational properties depend not only on the internal state of the subject but also on the subject's environment. For example, it is widely accepted that if two physically identical subjects have relevantly different environments, example an Earth environment containing H2O or a twin Earth environment containing XYZ, the contents of their mental states may be relevantly different, example one has beliefs about H2O, while the other has beliefs about XYZ. This poses a prima facie problem for representationalism. Let us say that a property is narrow when necessarily, for any individual who has the property, an intrinsic duplicate of that individual has the property, regardless of environment. Let us say that a property is wide when it is possible for an individual to have the property while an intrinsic duplicate lacks that property. Then the following three propositions form an inconsistent triad. I. Phenomenal properties are equivalent to representational properties. 2. Phenomenal properties are narrow. 3. Representational properties are wide. One can react to this inconsistent triad in three different ways. One could deny I, 2, or 3. The first strategy leads to anti-representationalism. Bloch, 1990, takes this strategy, in effect using the plausibility of 2 and 3 as an argument against representationalism. The second strategy leads to wide representationalism, on which both phenomenal properties and the representational properties that they are equivalent to are taken to depend on a subject's environment. This strategy is taken by Dritzk, 1995, Tai, 1995, and Leakin, 1996, who in effect use the plausibility of I and 3 to argue against the narrowness of phenomenal properties. Both of these strategies have significant costs. The anti-representationalist strategy has trouble doing justice to the persistent intuition that phenomenal duplicates are deeply similar in certain representational respects. The wide representationalist strategy is even more counterintuitive, entailing that what it is like to be a subject depends constitutively on factors that may be far away from the subject and in the distant past. Some wide representationalists, especially Leakin 2001, have tried to defend this view, but it has many odd consequences. To pick just one, a change in environment can often yield a gradual change from one wide representational content to another quite different content, example from representing red to representing green, with a period of indeterminate representation of both contents, or divided reference, in the middle. but it is hard to know what an indeterminate phenomenal state involving both phenomenal red and phenomenal green could be like, striped, superimposed, and it is hard to believe that a subject going through this change in environment would pass through such a state. Leakin suggests that there may be much less indeterminacy in perceptual representation than in cognitive representation, but it is hard to believe that indeterminacy can be eliminated entirely. If there is even a brief period of indeterminacy, then the puzzle arises. I think that by far the best motivated strategy is the third. This is the strategy of narrow representationalism, which holds that both phenomenal properties and the representational properties they are equivalent to depend only on a subject's internal state. The arguments by Putnam, Burge, and the like give good reason to think that many representational properties are wide, but they give little reason to think that all representational properties are wide. If we accept that some representational properties are narrow, the inconsistent triad disappears. The natural strategy is then to exploit narrow representational properties in developing a narrow representationalism. 14. Narrow representational properties can most naturally be developed by an appeal to narrow contents contents of the sort that, if they are represented by a subject, they are represented by any intrinsic duplicate of that subject, regardless of the environment. The arguments of Putnam and Burge suggest that many contents are wide, especially the contents of beliefs about natural kinds and individuals and those involving deference to a linguistic community. But these arguments are consistent with the view that many other contents are narrow. For example, it is widely accepted that many logical and mathematical beliefs have narrow content. More generally, Horgan and Chinson, 2002, have argued that the existence of rich narrow content is a consequence of the plausible view that phenomenal duplicates share rich representational content. It is also possible to hold on quite general grounds that all mental states have a sort of narrow content in addition to any wide content they might have. On the latter sort of view, although two corresponding water beliefs of subjects on Earth and twin Earth may differ in that one is about H2O and the other is about XYZ, wide content, the beliefs will also have significant narrow content in common, perhaps characterizing the relevant liquids in qualitative terms. I have argued elsewhere, Chalmers 2002a, for a view of the latter sort, holding that the narrow content of beliefs can be understood as a sort of I4. Versions of narrow representationalism are advocated by Ray, 1998, Kriegel, 2002b, and Levine, 2003. Free-gene epistemic content. This sort of account can naturally be extended to give an account of the narrow content of perceptual states. But first it is useful to examine different ways of characterizing representational content. 6. Russellian representationalism. One natural way of characterizing the content of mental states involves objects and properties in the world. A belief, such as the belief that Hesperus is bright, can be regarded as composed of concepts, which I regard here as mental items of some sort. One can naturally say that concepts have extensions objects and properties that are picked out by these concepts. The extension of the concept Hesperus is the planet Venus, and the extension of the concept bright is the property of brightness. One can then characterize the content of a belief in terms of the extensions of the concepts that are involved in the belief. For example, a belief that Hesperus is bright might have the following content: Venus, brightness. Contents of this sort, involving complexes of specific objects and or properties in the world, may be thought of as Russellian contents, following Russell, who thought all contents are like this. Let us say that a Russellian representational property is the property of representing a certain Russellian content or the property of representing a certain Russellian content in a certain way. Then Russellian representationalism holds that phenomenal properties are identical to Russellian representational properties. Most contemporary representationalists are Russellian representationalists. 15. It is natural to think that perceptual experiences have Russellian content. They involve the attribution of properties to objects. For example, when I have a veridical experience of a green ball B, it is natural to think that I represent the ball as being green and that my experience has an object involving Russellian content roughly as follows: b. Greenness. It is also natural to think that my experience has a sort of existential, or merely property involving, Russellian content to the effect that there is an object in front of me that is green. To develop a Russellian representationalism, most Russellian representationalists invoke something like the property involving Russellian content mentioned earlier rather than an object involving Russellian content. The reason is that it seems that phenomenology can be dissociated from the object involving content. My visual experience when I look at a green ball has a certain object involving content, but it seems that a phenomenally identical experience could lack that content if I were looking at a different object, for example, or if I were hallucinating. Some direct realists will deny this claim, but most contemporary representationalists accept it. However, in these cases, the property involving content of the original experience is still plausibly present. My visual experience still represents that there is a green object in front of me. To go into more detail, it is useful to focus on the case of phenomenal properties associated with colors, though I think the discussion that follows generalizes. Let us say that phenomenal redness is the phenomenal property typically associated in our community with seeing red things. Phenomenal redness should be distinguished from ordinary redness. The first is a property of experiences or of subjects, the second is a property of objects in one's environment. It is natural to think that instances of phenomenal redness have the content that certain objects in the environment are red. That is, these instances have contents that attribute the property of redness. This line of thought naturally leads to the most common Russellian representationalist view, which holds that phenomenal redness is equivalent to the impure representational property of, visually, phenomenally representing a certain Russellian content involving the attribution of redness. For this view to be made more specific, one needs to specify just what sort of property redness is. 16. Most commonly, Russellian representationalists of this sort take the view that redness is a physical property, such as a certain surface spectral reflectance. Then phenomenal redness is equivalent to a certain sort of attribution of this physical property to objects. Something analogous is usually said about other perceptual phenomenal properties. All are equivalent to representational properties involving the attribution of physical properties. The resulting view might be called physical Russellian representationalism. This strategy has the advantage of being reductive. At least where the content is concerned, there is no need to use phenomenal notions in characterizing the relevant contents. Physical Russellian representationalism is plausibly a sort of wide representationalism. To have the relevant representational property, the subject must represent the relevant physical property, which plausibly requires the subject to have inhabited an appropriate environment. This leads to numerous counterintuitive consequences. For example, it seems possible that a subject might have experiences phenomenally identical to my experiences of redness even though her experiences have been caused by objects that are not physically red, i.e., objects that have a different surface spectral reflectance, and it seems possible that these color experiences in such a subject might nevertheless be veridical. But physical Russellian representationalism must deny this possibility. I do not pursue this matter here, as it has been explored at length by others, example Bloch 1990, Shoemaker 2002. If we are interested in the prospects for narrow representationalism, it seems that other forms of Russellian representationalism are more compatible with this view. For example, projectivism about colors holds that colors are phenomenal properties or perhaps that they are qualitative properties of a visual field. Projectivist Russellian representationalism holds that color experiences attribute these properties to objects and that phenomenal color properties are equivalent to corresponding representational properties. 17. One might embrace projectivist Russellian representationalism without embracing projectivism about colors if one holds that the relevant contents do not involve attribution of colors. This is most naturally seen as a sort of narrow and non-reductive representationalism. Two intrinsic duplicates will share the relevant representational properties, given that they share their phenomenal properties. A related view, primitivism about colors, holds that colors are certain primitive intrinsic properties that are not phenomenal properties or properties of a visual field but are nevertheless constitutively connected to such properties. On this view, colors have an intrinsic qualitative nature that is revealed in some fashion by color experiences. Primitivist Russellian representationalism holds that color experiences attribute these primitive properties to objects and that phenomenal color properties are equivalent to corresponding representational properties. 18. One might embrace primitivist Russellian representationalism without embracing primitivism about colors if one holds that the relevant contents do not involve attribution of colors. This is again naturally seen as a sort of narrow representationalism, given that phenomenal duplicates represent the same primitive properties and given that phenomenal properties are narrow. It is also plausibly seen as non-reductive, given that colors are taken to be irreducible properties that are constitutively tied to phenomenal properties. There is a certain phenomenological plausibility in both projectivist and primitivist Russellian representationalism. Both involve the attribution of intrinsic properties to objects, properties with a qualitative nature that is closely connected to the qualities of experience itself, but these views seem to have the counterintuitive consequence that color experience is massively illusory. When we have an experience as of a red apple, it seems unlikely that the apple itself instantiates phenomenal redness or that it instantiates a corresponding property of our visual field. It also seems unlikely that it instantiates a simple intrinsic property with a qualitative nature that is constitutively connected to the quality of my visual experience. Further, it seems plausible, as above, that two subjects in different environments might have phenomenally red experiences that are caused by objects that share no relevant intrinsic properties without either subject being in a privileged position with respect to veridicality. If both experiences attribute the same intrinsic properties, then both cannot be correct, so neither is correct. Generalizing, it seems that projectivist or primitivist representationalism leads to the consequence that all color experiences are illusory. Some have accepted this consequence, but it seems a high price to pay. 19. Finally, dispositionalism about color holds that colors are dispositional properties, involving the disposition to cause certain sorts of experiences. For example, redness might be the disposition to cause phenomenally red experiences in a certain class of subjects in normal conditions. Dispositionalist Russellian representationalism holds that color experiences attribute these dispositional properties to objects and that phenomenal color properties are equivalent to corresponding representational properties. As before, one might embrace dispositionalist Russellian representationalism without embracing dispositionalism about colors if one holds that the relevant contents attribute properties other than colors. This sort of view is most closely associated with Shoemaker, 1994, 2001. Dispositionalist representationalism characterizes the relevant representational contents in partly phenomenal terms, so it can easily be seen as a sort of non-reductive representationalism. Shoemaker does not see it this way. He conjoins the basic view with the view that phenomenal properties are identical to certain neurophysiological properties and so holds that the relevant dispositional properties can be identified non-phenomenally. So his version of the view is a sort of reductive representationalism. Nonetheless, the reductive aspect of his view is largely independent of the congregationalist aspect, and one might well embrace the basic shape of the representationalist view without embracing the reductive claim. If so, the result is a non-reductive version of representationalism. 20. Dispositionalist representationalism can also easily be seen as a sort of narrow representationalism. It seems plausible to think that two intrinsic duplicates will share their representational contents, both will have phenomenally red experiences, attributing the disposition to cause red experiences to their objects. However, as Egan 2006 and Thompson 2003 have pointed out, it is not clear just how this dispositional property should be characterized. If it is the disposition to cause phenomenally red experiences in a specific subject, the subject of the experience, the phenomenally read experiences in different subjects will attribute different dispositional properties to their objects and will differ in the relevant content. This content will not be narrow, the attributed properties will differ between duplicate subjects, and worse, the corresponding representational property will not be entailed by the phenomenal property. An appeal to dispositions to cause the experience in a specific community has the same problem. Partly to deal with this sort of problem, Shoemaker's version of dispositionalist representationalism appeals to the higher-order disposition to cause the experience in one or more sorts of creature in some circumstance, but this view has the consequence that illusory representation is impossible. Every object will have the relevant disposition. Egan suggests that the experience attributes an index-ical disposition, something like the disposition to cause phenomenally read experiences in me, where this disposition is attributed equally by both subjects. But it is not clear that this index-ical disposition is a legitimate property or that it could be shared by objects of veridical perception by different subjects in different environments. Alternatively, one might hold that one is attributing to oneself the property of being confronted by an object with the disposition to cause certain experiences in one, but it is counterintuitive to hold that experience involves the attribution of properties to oneself and not to an external object. This is one difficulty with the view. Another difficulty is that it seems implausible for various reasons that colors are dispositions. It seems possible that in counterfactual circumstances, red objects might be disposed to cause phenomenally green experiences in normal observers or in me. If this is right, redness is distinct from the disposition to cause phenomenally red experiences. It seems more compatible with our judgments about the cases that redness is an intrinsic property, such as surface spectral reflectance. But then the dispositional representationalist must say, as Shoemaker does, that the relevant contents attribute properties other than colors to objects. This is at least a counterintuitive thing to say. We can sum up the problems for Russellian representationalism as follows. The following three claims are plausible: I. Color experiences attribute colors to objects. 2. Colors are intrinsic properties. 3. There can be veridical phenomenally identical color experiences, in different subjects, of objects with relevantly different intrinsic properties. But these claims entail that phenomenally identical color experiences can attribute different properties to objects. So these claims are inconsistent with Russellian representationalism about color experience. Denying any of these claims has significant costs. It is possible that some of these costs might be worth paying, if Russellian representationalism were the only way to get a viable representationalism off the ground. However, one can avoid these costs. The problems arise only if we assume that the relevant contents must be Russellian contents. If we appeal to a quite different sort of content, the problems may be avoided. 7. Free gene content. Freya distinguished between the sense and the reference of linguistic expressions. The referent of an expression such as Hesperus is the planet Venus, but its sense is a mode of presentation of that planet. Two distinct terms such as Hesperus and phosphorus may have the same referent but different senses. Something similar goes for a property term such as bright. Here one might say that the referent of the term is the property of brightness, while its sense is a mode of presentation of that property. Freya held that the sense of an expression determines the expression's referent in some fashion. One can make a similar distinction for mental states. A belief such as Hesperus is bright is composed of concepts such as Hesperus and bright. The concepts can be said to have extensions, the planet Venus and the property of brightness, respectively. The concepts can also be said to have modes of presentation of those extensions. These modes of presentation can be thought of as an aspect of the content of the concepts. Two different concepts such as Hesperus and phosphorus may have the same extension but different modes of presentation. The belief as a whole may have a complex content that is at least partly composed of these modes of presentation. What is a mode of presentation? Freya was not entirely clear on this, but one natural approach characterizes a mode of presentation as a condition on extension. The idea is that every concept is associated with some condition, such that an entity in the world must satisfy this condition to qualify as the extension of the concept. For example, the concept Hesperus might be associated with a condition something like the object usually visible at a certain point in the evening sky. Strictly speaking, the condition is being the object. But I usually use the simpler form. In the actual world, Venus satisfies this condition, so Venus is the extension of Hesperus. The concept phosphorus might be associated with a different condition, involving the morning sky. Venus also satisfies this condition, so Venus is the extension of phosphorus. On this analysis, Hesperus and phosphorus have the same extensions but different modes of presentation, just as desired. We can think of these modes of presentation as the free gene contents of concepts. We can also speak of the free gene contents of entire thoughts by composing the free gene contents of the concepts involved. For example, the free gene content of the thought Hesperus is phosphorus might be something like the condition the object usually visible at a certain point in the evening sky is usually visible at a certain point in the morning sky. This is a condition on the state of the world, reflecting what it takes for the thought to be true. That is, it is a sort of truth condition. To determine the condition of extension associated with a concept or a thought, one can consider different hypothetical possibilities concerning the way one's world might turn out to be and determine what the concept's extension, or the thought's truth value, would be under those possibilities. For example, if it turned out that star A was the bright object in the evening sky, and a different star B was the bright object in the morning sky, we would say that Hesperus picks out A and phosphorus picks out B, and we would say that Hesperus is phosphorus is false. Formally, one can say that the free gene content of a concept is a mapping from scenarios to extensions and that the free gene content of a thought is a mapping from scenarios to truth values, where scenarios are maximal epistemic possibilities, or centered possible worlds. I develop this sort of approach in the appendix, but for the most part the informal understanding will suffice here. Note that modes of presentation are quite distinct from the manners of representation invoked earlier. Manners of representation are psychological features of an individual. By contrast, modes of presentation are a sort of content. Unlike manners of representation, modes of presentation have built-in conditions of satisfaction. Rather than being psychological entities, they are abstract entities to which psychological states may be related by having them as their content. One can extend this approach to the content of perceptual experiences. Perceptual experiences attribute properties to objects. For example, my visual experience might attribute greenness to a ball. As with beliefs and concepts, we can hold that a perceptual experience involves some modes of presentation of these properties and objects. As before, these modes of presentation can be seen as conditions on extension. For example, there is a condition that an object must satisfy in order to be the object represented by my experience. The ball satisfies this condition, so it is the object represented by my experience. There is also a condition that a property must satisfy in order to be the property attributed by my experience. Greenness satisfies this condition, so greenness is the property represented by my experience. What are the modes of presentation associated with a given perceptual experience? To determine these, one considers scenarios involving different ways the world might turn out and considers what the objects and properties represented by the experience will then be. Take a visual experience as of a green sphere. At a very rough first approximation, one might say that for an object to be represented by an experience, it must cause the experience in the appropriate way. So the mode of presentation of the object will be something like the object that is causing this experience in the appropriate way. Likewise, one might say that for a property, say, greenness, to be attributed by the experience, it must be the property that has usually caused that sort of color experience in normal conditions in the past. So the mode of presentation of the property will be something like the property that usually causes phenomenally green experiences in normal conditions. 21. Overall, if we abstract from all other features of the experience, such as its spatial features, the experience will be associated with a free gene content such as the object causing this experience has the property that usually causes experiences of phenomenal greenness. This is very roughly compatible with our intuitive judgments about cases. If it turns out that no object is causing the experience in the appropriate way, example if we are hallucinating the object, then we will judge that the experience is not veridical. If it turns out that the object has a property that normally causes phenomenally red experiences but is now causing a phenomenally green experience due to abnormal conditions, we will judge that the experience is not veridical, and so on. One could also make a case for dropping the object causing this experience aspect of the content, yielding a pure existential free gene content along the lines of there exists an object at such and such location with the property that usually causes experiences of phenomenal greenness. This turns on subtle issues about whether alleged cases of veridical hallucination, e.g., when one hallucinates a red square in front of one, and by coincidence there is a red square in front of one, should be classified as veridical or non-veridical. If veridical, one should go with the pure existential free gene content. If non-veridical, one should go with the more complex causal free gene content. One can formalize this approach to free gene content by using the two-dimensional framework for analyzing mental and linguistic content. I develop this sort of analysis in the afterword to this chapter. 22. However, the informal understanding above suffices for most present purposes. 8. Free gene representationalism. This leads to a natural proposal. Let us say that a free gene representational property is the property of having a certain free gene content, in a certain way. Let us say that free gene representationalism is the thesis that phenomenal properties are equivalent to certain, pure or impure, free gene representational properties. Then one might use the free gene contents of the sort described earlier to put forward a version of free gene representationalism. 23. For example, one might propose that phenomenal redness is equivalent to the property of having a certain free gene content, in the appropriate phenomenal way, where this free gene content involves a mode of presentation such as the property that normally causes experiences of phenomenal redness. On this view, the relevant representational content does not directly involve the property attributed by the experience. It may well be that the experience attributes the property of redness to an object and that redness is a surface spectral reflectance property. This attributed property may enter into the Russell-Lien content of the experience, but it does not enter into the free gene content. Rather, the free gene content involves a mode of presentation of this property. It is highly plausible that two phenomenally identical experiences will have the same free gene content. This will certainly be the case if the free gene content of perceptual experiences works as described in the previous section, by requiring a certain relation to the relevant phenomenal property. For example, any two phenomenally red experiences will involve the mode of presentation the property that normally causes phenomenally red experience. Of course, this mode of presentation may pick out different properties in different environments or in creatures with different perceptual systems. In me, it might pick out a certain surface spectral reflectance, in a subject in a different environment or with a different perceptual system, it might pick out a different property entirely. But this is just what one would expect. One might worry about the reference to the perceiver, if the condition is characterized using different individuals in different cases, it will yield different free gene contents. We can handle this by specifying that the content involves an index-ical mode of presentation of the perceiver, one that can be shared between two different perceivers but is satisfied by different individuals in different contexts. See the appendix for a way to model this using centered worlds. If this is correct, then a phenomenal property entails the corresponding free gene representational property. For example, phenomenal redness entails visually phenomenally attributing a property under the free gene mode of presentation the property that normally causes phenomenally red experiences. As for the converse, it seems plausible that any mental state that visually phenomenally attributes a property under this mode of presentation will itself be phenomenally red. One might be able to replace visually with perceptually, as it is implausible that a non-visual perceptual experience could attribute a property under this mode of presentation. It may well be that a belief could attribute a property under this mode of presentation, however, so one needs to at least specify a perceptual manner of presentation. As a result, it seems plausible that phenomenal redness is equivalent to the representational property of perceptually phenomenally representing the relevant free gene content. This view handles the central problems for Russellian representationalism straightforwardly. These views arose because Russellian representationalism is inconsistent with the plausible claims that I. Color experiences attribute colors to objects, 2. Color is an intrinsic property, and 3. There can be veridical phenomenally identical experiences, in different subjects, of objects with relevantly different intrinsic properties. By contrast, free gene representationalism is clearly compatible with these claims, for the reasons given here. The view is plausibly a sort of narrow representationalism. I have argued elsewhere that the free gene content of thoughts, understood appropriately, is always a sort of narrow content. It can equally be argued that the free gene content of perception is always a sort of narrow content. Given that the free gene contents of a subject's experiences are determined by the subject's phenomenal properties and that the phenomenal properties are intrinsic properties of a subject, this conclusion follows automatically. So as long as the relevant manners of representation are also narrow, the resulting free gene representational properties will be narrow, and we will have a sort of narrow representationalism. The view is also naturally seen as a sort of non-reductive representationalism, as phenomenal notions are used in specifying the relevant free gene contents. If one holds that the relevant manners of representation are also phenomenally specified, as I do, the result is a doubly non-reductive representationalism, involving phenomenal elements in both the manner of representation and the content. This view has the potential to accommodate most of the problems mentioned so far. It is compatible with the narrowness of phenomenology, while also being compatible with the view that experience attributes intrinsic properties to objects. It is also compatible with our intuitions about the veridicality or non-veridicality of experiences in specific cases. Free gene content is defined in such a way that most of these intuitions are accommodated automatically. If one judges that a certain experience in a certain environment will be non-veridical, this requires only that the free gene content of the experience be a condition that maps this environment to false. The overall free gene content of the experience will be a condition that mirrors our judgments about the veridicality of an experience under arbitrary hypotheses about the state of the external world. Of course, this means that the free gene content may need to be refined beyond the very crude first characterization given earlier, involving the property that normally causes phenomenally read experiences. But this was only a rough approximation. Real content will be a condition, or mapping, that reflects our specific judgments about cases. So if there are cases that the crude characterization of the content misclassifies as veridical or non-veridical, as there certainly will be, one may want to refine the characterization, but in any case the problem concerns only the characterization, not the content. The general thesis that phenomenal properties are free gene representational properties will be unthreatened by any such case. This free gene representationalism is closely related to Shoemaker's dispositional Russellian representationalism, discussed earlier. Both views give a key role to dispositional notions such as normally causes phenomenally read experiences. The difference is that where Shoemaker's view holds that color experiences attribute these dispositions to objects, my view holds that color experience attributes intrinsic properties, colors, to objects, with the dispositional notions serving as a mode of presentation of these intrinsic properties. That is, a dispositional relation to experience is used to determine the property attributed by the experience, but the property attributed is not itself dispositional. This avoids one major difficulty for Shoemaker's view, the claim that the primary properties attributed by color experiences are not colors. The other major difficulty for Shoemaker's view was the problem of specifying the relevant dispositions. This problem is easily handled here. The mode of presentation, spelled out more fully, will be something like the property that normally causes phenomenally read experiences in me, where the last part involves an indexical mode of presentation of oneself, a shared mode of presentation that different individuals can use to refer to themselves. 24 indexical modes of presentation are already required for many other purposes in this sort of account of free gene content, for example in specifying the free gene content of indexical concepts such as I and here. Formally, they can be modeled using functions from centered possible worlds, worlds marked with an individual and a time, to extensions. So the free gene content of I can be seen as a mapping that takes a centered world to the individual at the center of that world, and the free gene content of a phenomenally read experience can be seen as a mapping that takes a centered world to whatever property normally causes read experiences in the individual at the center. See the appendix for more on this approach. While the notion of an indexical property is problematic, there is no such problem with the notion of an indexical mode of presentation. When a perceptual experience, embedded in an environment, has this sort of indexical mode of presentation, it will usually determine a perfectly objective property as its extension. Another advantage of the free gene view is that it accommodates the strong intuition that things could have been as they perceptually seem to be even had there been no observers. Counterfactual judgments of this sort generally reflect Russell-Lien content rather than free gene contents. More generally, they reflect the second dimension in the two-dimensional framework rather than the first. A view on which Russell-Lien contents are dispositional has trouble respecting these judgments. In a world without observers, objects plausibly lack the relevant dispositional properties, so that the Russell-Lien content is not satisfied. By contrast, by allowing that Russell-Lien contents involve physical properties, picked out under a dispositional mode of presentation, the free gene view allows that the content can be satisfied even in a world without observers. One might wonder whether the free gene view is compatible with the oft-noted transparency of experiences. As I construe it, the central datum of transparency is that when we attempt to introspect the qualities of our experiences, example phenomenal redness, we do so by attending to the qualities of external objects, example redness. In effect, we look through the phenomenal property. But this is just what one would expect where modes of presentation are involved. When one introspects the content of a belief such as Hesperus is bright, one does so by thinking about Hesperus, one looks right through the mode of presentation. Nevertheless, the mode of presentation exists, and one can become introspectively aware of it. The same goes for manners of representation, such as visualness. One looks through this manner of representation when introspecting an experience of phenomenal greenness, but the manner is nevertheless there, and one can obviously become introspectively aware of it. This case shows especially clearly that there is no inference from the datum of transparency to the absence of introspective awareness. So if phenomenal properties are associated with having certain modes of presentation of represented properties under certain manners of representation, it is to be expected that these properties will be transparent. One might object that the sort of modes of presentation I have been discussing over-intellectualize the contents of experience. When one attends to a red ball, one does not usually conceive of it as the cause of one's experience or as possessing properties that normally cause that sort of experience. This point is compatible with what I have said, however. The free gene contents I have appealed to may very often be non-conceptual contents. To have a state with these contents, a subject need not deploy a concept with those contents. So a subject's visual experience can have a mode of presentation along the lines of the object causing this experience without the subjects deploying the concept of causation or a concept of the experience. It should be kept in mind that modes of presentation are fundamentally conditions, which can be seen as mappings from scenarios to extensions. The descriptive characterizations such as the object causing this experience are only rough ways of characterizing these conditions. We have to use linguistic expressions and concepts to formulate these characterizations, but the conditions themselves may be entirely non-linguistic and non-conceptual. Further, it seems clear that there is some psychological reality to these modes of presentation. When a subject has a perceptual experience, the subject is usually capable of judging whether the experience is veridical or not, depending on further information about the state of the world. For example, if a rational subject discovers that there is no object causing the experience, the subject will conclude that the experience is non-veridical. Speaking broadly, one might think of this pattern of judgments as part of the inferential role of the experience. The free-gene content of an experience reflects this sort of inferential role directly, and it is plausible that the rational, inferential role of an experience is grounded in some fashion in the representational content of the experience. So there is good reason to think that free-gene representational properties play an important psychological role. I have outlined how this account works for the case of a simple color experience. The account can be generalized to other visual experiences, though some tricky issues arise. Thompson, 2003, argues that one can handle spatial experiences in a similar way. These function by attributing properties, or relations, to objects, where these properties are picked out under a mode of presentation that characterized them as being those properties that stand in the relevant causal relation to spatial phenomenal properties. Other aspects of visual experience might be handled similarly. It is natural to extend the account to other perceptual experiences and to bodily sensations. It is easy enough to see how this will go. In every case, there will be a mode of presentation that picks out a property as something like the normal cause of the sort of experience in question. Here I do not address the issue of whether this extension would be appropriate. There are some difficult questions, not least about whether, for example, olfactory or pain experiences can be veridical or non-veridical. I am inclined to say that if these experiences can be veridical or non-veridical, then an extension of the current approach will give a reasonable analysis of their content. 9. Summary. It may be useful to sum up the various distinctions that have been introduced and to indicate where the view I have advocated falls. Representationalism holds that phenomenal properties are equivalent to pure or impure representational properties, properties of representing a certain content, in a certain manner. Pure representationalism holds that phenomenal properties are equivalent to pure representational properties, properties of representing a certain content. Impure representationalism holds that phenomenal properties are equivalent to impure representational properties, properties of representing a certain content in a certain manner. Reductive representationalism holds that phenomenal properties are equivalent to representational properties that can be fully characterized in non-phenomenal terms. Non-reductive representationalism holds that phenomenal properties are equivalent to representational properties that cannot be fully characterized in non-phenomenal terms. Non-reductive representationalism might be non-reductive about the manner of representation or about the representational content or both. Narrow representationalism holds that phenomenal properties are equivalent to narrow representational properties, depending only on a subject's intrinsic properties. Wide representationalism holds that phenomenal properties are equivalent to wide representational properties, depending partly on the subject's environment. Russellian representationalism holds that phenomenal properties are equivalent to Russellian representational properties, with contents involving objects and or properties in the world. One can further distinguish physical, projectivist, primitivist, and dispositionalist Russellian representationalism, depending on what properties are held to be represented. Free-gene representationalism holds that phenomenal properties are equivalent to free-gene representational properties, with contents involving modes of presentation of objects and properties in the world. The view I have advocated is a form of impure, non-reductive, narrow, free-gene representationalism. The view is in fact doubly non-reductive, with phenomenal elements involved in both the manner of representation and the representational content. In the case of a phenomenal color property, the associated manner of representation is required to be a perceptual phenomenal manner of representation. The associated representational content is a free-gene mode of presentation, one that picks out whatever property normally causes that sort of color experience in the subject. This view contrasts sharply with the most common versions of representationalism, which are reductive, wide, and Russellian. 10. Conclusion. I expect that the interface between consciousness and intentionality will be the central topic in the next few years of the philosophy of mind. I hope that the analysis I have given here helps to clarify some crucial issues in exploring this interface and opens up some underexplored possibilities for making progress. What of the issues mentioned at the start of the chapter? Is consciousness grounded in intentionality, or is intentionality grounded in consciousness? I have argued for a necessary equivalence between phenomenal and representational properties, but which of the phenomenal and the representational is more fundamental? The non-reductive approach I have taken offers little prospect for grounding consciousness wholly in intentionality, where the latter is construed independently of consciousness. The representational analyses I have given all make unreduced appeal to phenomenal notions, and I think there is little hope of giving analyses that do without such notions altogether. So a reduction of the phenomenal to the representational is not on the cards. One might think that this approach offers more hope of grounding intentionality in consciousness. It is not implausible that there is something about consciousness that by its very nature yields representation of the world. One might hold that at least with perceptual experiences, representational content accrues in virtue of the phenomenology. One might further hold that something similar holds for beliefs. Their representational content accrues either in virtue of their phenomenal character or in virtue of their connections to other beliefs and experiences whose content is grounded in phenomenal character. Still, for this approach to provide a reductive grounding of the intentional, we would need to characterize the underlying phenomenal domain in non-intentional terms, and it is far from clear that this is possible. On the face of things, a characterization of my phenomenology that avoids intentional notions entirely would be quite inadequate. Rather, intentional content appears to be part and parcel of phenomenology. It is part of the essential nature of phenomenology that it is directed outward at a world. If so, we cannot reduce intentionality to something more fundamental. At best, we can locate its roots in the intentionality of the phenomenal. I think, then, that the most attractive view is one on which neither consciousness nor intentionality is more fundamental than the other. Rather, consciousness and intentionality are intertwined, all the way down to the ground. Afterward, the two-dimensional content of perception. The Phrygian and Russellian content of perceptual experience can be modeled using the two-dimensional framework for the analysis of content. This analysis is not required in order to make use of the notions of Phrygian and Russellian content, which can be understood intuitively as in the text, but it helps in order to make the use of these notions more precise and in order to analyze certain subtleties that arise. It can also help us to shed light on the relationship between the content of perception and belief. In the linguistic version of the two-dimensional framework, expression tokens are associated with two intentions, or functions from possible worlds to extensions. The Phrygian content of an expression is associated with a primary intention, a function from centered worlds to extensions, where a centered world is a world marked with a designated individual and a designated time. Intuitively, these represent the perspective of the subject who utters the expression. The Russellian content of an expression is simply its extension. For more complex expressions, their Phrygian and Russellian contents will be complex structures determined by the Phrygian and Russellian contents of their parts. For example, the Phrygian content of Hesperus can be seen as a primary intention that, in a given centered world, picks out, roughly, the bright object that has been visible in the appropriate location in the evening sky around the center of that world, while the Phrygian content of Phosphorus is an analogous intention involving the morning sky. The Russellian content associated with Hesperus is the planet Venus. Likewise, the Phrygian content of Hesperus is Phosphorus is a structured intention involving both the morning sky and evening sky intentions, and will be true in a centered world. Roughly, IFF the bright objects that have been visible at certain positions in the evening and morning skies around the center of that world are identical. The Russellian content associated with Hesperus is Phosphorus is the structured object involving proposition that Venus is Venus. This framework can be extended to the contents of mental states such as beliefs, Chalmers 2002a, and the preceding discussion suggests that it can also be extended to the contents of perceptual experiences. The Phrygian content of a perceptual experience can be seen as a structured primary intention. The Russellian content is a structured Russellian proposition involving objects and properties. Suppose I see a red object in front of me. The Russellian content of this experience might be the Russellian proposition composed from the object O, its color C, and its location L, roughly, the proposition that O is at L and has C. The Phrygian content of this proposition will be a structured primary intention composed from the primary intentions related to the objectual, spatial, and color aspects of the experience. The objectual primary intention might be an intention picking out the object that is causing a certain experience, in the right sort of way, in the subject at the center of the world. The spatial primary intention might be an intention picking out the location that stands in a certain spatial relation to the subject at the center. Strictly speaking, this may need to be complicated to invoke spatial relations that typically bring about certain experiences, for reasons I discuss in the next 2 chapters, but for now I stay with the simpler account. The color primary intention might be an intention picking out the property that normally causes phenomenally red experiences in the subject at the center. Putting these together, the Phrygian content of the experience will be a structured primary intention that is satisfied at a centered world if the object causing the relevant experience stands in the relevant spatial relation to the center and has a property that typically causes phenomenally red experiences there. The Phrygian content of an experience, along with the environment, determines its Russellian content. For example, in the preceding case, object O is precisely the object that meets the condition laid down by the Phrygian content, the condition of being the object that appropriately causes the experience. Something similar applies to C and L. Of course, if one has a phenomenally identical experience that involves a different object O, the Phrygian content will be the same, but the Russellian content will involve O instead of O. If one has a phenomenally identical hallucination, then no object will meet the criterion of appropriately causing the experience. In this case, the Phrygian content of the experience will be as before, but where the previous Russellian contents involved objects O and O, the Russellian content of the hallucinatory experience will involve no object at all. 1. Likewise, in different environments, one can have 2 phenomenally identical experiences of objects at different locations. These experiences will have the same Phrygian content, representing the objects to be at a location that stands in the right spatial relation to the location at the center of a centered world. 2. But the 2 experiences will occur at the center of 2 different centered worlds, so different locations will stand in the spatial relation to the location at the center. This will result in different Russellian contents involving different locations. Something similar can happen with color, at least in the inversion cases discussed previously. Strictly speaking, we might say that the Phrygian content of an experience determines a primary intention rather than that it is a primary intention. This allows these contents to have a finer-grained structure than functions from worlds to extensions. For example, following Peacock, 1992, one might argue that when one sees an object as a square and then as a regular diamond, there is a phenomenological difference that corresponds to a difference in content, representing something as a square or a regular diamond, that cannot easily be modeled as a function from worlds to extensions. In these cases one might appeal to conditions on extension that are finer-grained than functions from worlds to extensions. Still, as before, these contents will at least determine associated intentions. In what follows, the differences do not play a large role, so it will be useful to use primary intentions to analyze Phrygian contents. Can we define the Phrygian content of a perceptual experience more precisely, so that it is grounded in antecedently understood notions? In the 2-dimensional analysis of belief and language, as I understand it, primary intentions correspond to the evaluation of epistemic possibilities, ways the world might actually be, for all we know a priori. The same goes for the analysis of perceptual experience. Intuitively, a perceptual experience places a constraint on epistemically possible states of the world. For all I know a priori, there are many ways that the world could turn out to be. We can think of these ways as epistemic possibilities, in a broad sense, and we can model them using centered worlds. The same goes for the epistemic possibilities that confront a perceiver. For example, when I have a phenomenally read experience, it is epistemically possible that the object I am looking at has property P and that P normally causes phenomenally read experiences, and it is epistemically possible that the object I am looking at has property P2 and that P2 normally causes phenomenally read experiences. These two hypotheses correspond to different centered worlds W and W2. Intuitively, whether W or W2 turns out to be actual, my experience will be veridical. So we can say that W and W2 both verify the experience. On the other hand, there are worlds W and W4, where the object that the subject at the center is looking at has pi and P2, respectively, but in which that property normally causes phenomenally green experiences. Intuitively, if war W4 turn out to be actual, my experience will be falsidical. So we can say that WAN W4 both falsify the experience. These intuitions can be encapsulated in the claim that the primary intention of the experience is true in Wi and W2 but false in NW. We can likewise evaluate perceptual experiences with respect to counterfactual circumstances considered via subjunctive conditionals. If I have a phenomenally read experience directed at a read book B, then I can ask, if my eyes had been closed, but the book had still been present, would things have been as I, actually, perceive them to be? The intuitive answer is yes. Or I can ask, if the book had been present with the same intrinsic properties, but if I had been such that the book normally caused phenomenally green experiences in me, would things have been as I, actually, perceive them to be? The intuitions about this case are a bit less clear, but there is at least some intuition that the answer is yes. Intuitions of this sort suggest that with respect to counterfactual circumstances, the perceptual experience will be veridical, at least with respect to color, roughly IFF the book B is, physically, read in those circumstances. This can be encapsulated by saying that the secondary intention of the experience is true in a world IFF book B is read in that world. One might even define the secondary intention of a perceptual experience in terms of these subjunctive conditionals. One can say that the secondary intention of an experience E is true at a world WIFF, had W obtained, things would have been the way that they appear to be to the subject, actually, undergoing E. To the extent that our judgments about these subjunctive conditionals are not fully determinate, the corresponding secondary intention may not be fully determinate, but the intention may nevertheless capture some of our intuitions about content. In any case, secondary intentions for experiences play little role in the current framework as the corresponding work can be done by Russell-Lien content instead. Defining the primary intention of a perceptual experience is not as straightforward. So far I have talked in an intuitive way of a condition on extension and about the evaluation of epistemic possibilities, but this falls short of a definition. One could simply leave a notion here as basic, but it would be nice to do more. One thought is to appeal to indicative conditionals. For example, one could hold that the primary intention of an experience E is true in a centered world WIFF, given that the actual world is qualitatively like W, and if I am in the position of the person at the center of W at the time of W, then E is veridical. The trouble is that one may want to evaluate the experience at worlds where the experience is not itself present. It is not obviously part of the content of an experience E that E itself obtains. One may want to hold that the content constrains only the external world. Furthermore, in the case of beliefs and utterances, there are good reasons not to define primary intentions in terms of conditionals that make explicit reference to whether a belief or utterance would be true as it occurs in some circumstance, see Chalmers 2004b, and these reasons plausibly extend to the case of perceptual experience. So it would be useful to have a definition that applies more broadly than this. In the case of beliefs, one can define a primary intention in terms of the belief's inferential connections. In particular, one can say that the primary intention of belief B is true at a centered world W if there is an appropriate inferential connection between the hypothesis that W is actual and B. The hypothesis that W is actual can be understood more strictly as the hypothesis that D is the case, where D is an appropriate canonical specification of W. One way of understanding the inferential connection is in terms of rational inference. If a subject were to accept that W is actual, ought the subject rationally accept B? Another arguably better way is to understand it in terms of a priori entailment. If the subject accepts that W is actual, ought, idealized, a priori reasoning from there lead the subject to accept B? A definition along these lines is not as straightforward in the case of perceptual experiences, as the notion of an inferential connection from an arbitrary hypothesis to a perceptual experience is not entirely clear. However, one can give such a definition by relying on certain inferential connections between perceptual experiences and beliefs that are somewhat clearer. In particular, we have a reasonable grip on what it is for a subject to take an experience at face value, yielding a perceptual belief. In such a case, we can say that the perceptual belief endorses the perceptual experience. Note that a belief that endorses a perceptual experience should be distinguished from a belief that the perceptual experience is true. The latter is a belief directed at the experience, but the former is a belief directed at the world. The notion of endorsement is a primitive in the current account, but one can say some things to characterize it. Endorsement is a sort of truth-preserving inference between perception and belief. When a belief endorses a veridical experience, the belief will be true. This need not be true in reverse, that is, it can happen that a belief endorses a falsidical experience without being false itself. This can happen for a complex experience, for example, when intuitively the belief takes certain aspects of the experience at face value and abstracts away from others. For example, a belief might endorse my current visual experience where color is concerned and abstract away from shape. If my experience is veridical with respect to color but not to shape, the experience will be overall falsidical, but the endorsing belief will be veridical. On this conception, an endorsing belief may make fewer commitments than the experience that it endorses, but it cannot make any commitments that are not made by the experience that it endorses. One can also introduce a notion of complete endorsement. A belief completely endorses an experience when it endorses that experience in all its aspects. Complete endorsement preserves both truth and falsity. When a belief endorses a falsidical experience, the belief will be false. For experiences of any complexity, it is not clear that we have the capacity to completely endorse them, as it is not clear that we can have beliefs with the relevant detail and complexity, but it seems that the notion is reasonable at least for simple experiences and as an idealization in the case of complex experiences. With these notions in place, we can use them in conjunction with the already defined notion of the primary intention of a belief to characterize the primary intention of a perceptual experience. One can say that the primary intention of an experience E is true at a centered world WIFF. The primary intention of any possible belief that endorses E is true at W. One could also appeal to complete endorsement here by simply equating the primary intention of a perceptual experience with that of a belief that completely endorses it, but the definition in terms of endorsement has fewer commitments. It does not require that complete endorsements exist for all perceptual experiences. Intuitively, it simply requires that for any aspect of a perceptual experience, there is some belief that endorses that aspect. The picture needs to be complicated slightly to handle the two-stage view in the next chapter, knowledge of which is presupposed by the following two paragraphs. We could say that just as there are two standards of veridicality for perceptual experiences, there are two standards of truth for perceptual beliefs, perfect and imperfect truth, say. On this model, endorsing a perfectly veridical experience will produce a perfectly true perceptual belief, and endorsing an imperfectly veridical experience will produce an imperfectly true belief. One could then associate a perceptual belief with two different primary intentions that correspond to the standards of perfect and imperfect truth. These intentions will then ground two different primary intentions for an experience, corresponding to perfect and imperfect veridicality. Alternatively, and perhaps more plausibly, one could say that there is just one standard of truth for beliefs and two sorts of endorsement, perfect and imperfect endorsement, say. Intuitively, perfectly endorsing an experience requires holding that experience to the standard of perfect veridicality, while imperfectly endorsing it requires holding it only to the standard of imperfect veridicality. On this model, imperfectly endorsing an imperfectly, or perfectly, veridical experience will produce a true belief, and perfectly endorsing a perfectly veridical experience will produce a true belief, but perfectly endorsing an imperfectly veridical experience may produce a false belief. In this model, a belief will be associated with just one primary intention, but the two different endorsement relations will yield two different primary intentions for an experience. I will not choose between the two models here. One might argue that there are representational aspects of perceptual experience that cannot be endorsed by any possible belief. For example, one might hold that extremely fleeting experiences or experiences that are far outside attention cannot be endorsed. Or one might argue that experiences in animals that lack concepts cannot be endorsed. In these cases, one could make a case that it is at least possible for the experiences to be endorsed, perhaps assuming some idealization of the subject's actual cognitive capacity, but this is clearly a substantive issue, and the answer is unclear. For this reason, the earlier characterization is probably best not regarded as a definition, but it is at least a useful characterization that gives reasonably precise results for a wide range of ordinary experiences. So far I have characterized an unstructured primary intention for an experience rather than a structured primary intention. To do the latter, one needs to associate primary intentions with experiential qualities such as experiences as of color, space, and objects. The story here is a natural development of the story already given. A subtlety arises concerning the object-oriented aspect of the experience. If one holds that the Russellian content of a non-hallucinatory experience involves the object of the experience, then there should be a corresponding element of the Phrygian content of the experience that picks the object out. Here the natural suggestion is that Phrygian content picks out the object as the object that is causing, or that is appropriately perceptually connected to, the current experience. This suggests a primary intention that maps a centered world to the object causing, or perceptually connected to, the relevant experience of the subject at the center of the centered world. To model this, one may need to build in a marked experience to the center of the relevant centered world. Since the subject at the center may have many experiences, this is something that one has to do in any case. See the objection from demonstratives in Chapter 6. One can then say that the primary intention of a phenomenally read experience is true in a centered world if the object that causes, or is appropriately connected to, the marked experience at the center of that world stands in the relevant spatial relation to the subject at the center and has the property that normally causes phenomenally read experiences. There is no requirement that either Russellian content or Phrygian content be conceptual content. That is, it is not required that to have an experience with a given Russellian or Phrygian content, a subject must have concepts with corresponding content. Freya's own favored variety of content was a sort of conceptual content. Phrygian senses were always grasped through the possession of corresponding concepts. But the Phrygian contents discussed here need not be Phrygian in that respect. Rather, they are Phrygian in the sense that they involve modes of presentation of objects and properties in the world, whether or not these modes of presentation involve concepts. My own view is that a subject can have perceptual experiences with quite determinate content even without possessing corresponding concepts. For example, one can have a color experience that represents a given shade even without possessing a concept of that shade. It is nevertheless plausible that such an experience possesses a Russellian content, attributing that shade to an object, and it also possesses a Phrygian content, one that is true if the object appropriately related to the perceiver has the property that normally causes the relevant sort of experience. If so, these contents are non-conceptual contents. An experience can have such contents even if the subject lacks a concept of the relevant shade, lacks a concept of the relevant experience, and lacks a concept of normally causes. I will not argue for this claim here, however, and it is inessential for the other claims in this chapter. These non-conceptual free gene contents need not themselves be a different sort of object from conceptual free gene contents. For example, it could be that an experience as of a red object and a belief that completely endorses it have the same free gene content. Instead, one might say that the free gene content of perception involves a non-conceptual content relation. The relation that associates perceptual states with their free gene contents is such that subjects need not possess the relevant concepts in order for their states to have the relevant content. 3. A pluralist about content can hold that there are both conceptual and non-conceptual content relations, but non-conceptual content relations are likely to be particularly useful in the analysis of perception. 12. Perception and the fall from Eden. 1. Eden. In the Garden of Eden, we had unmediated contact with the world. We were directly acquainted with objects in the world and with their properties. Objects were presented to us without causal mediation, and properties were revealed to us in their true intrinsic glory. When an apple in Eden looked red to us, the apple was gloriously, perfectly, and primitively red. There was no need for a long causal chain from the microphysics of the surface through air and brain to a contingently connected visual experience. Rather, the perfect redness of the apple was simply revealed to us. The qualitative redness in our experience derived entirely from the presentation of perfect redness in the world. Eden was a world of perfect color. But then there was a fall. First, we ate from the tree of illusion. After this, objects sometimes seemed to have different colors and shapes at different times, even though there was reason to believe that the object itself had not changed. So the connection between visual experience and the world became contingent. We could no longer accept that visual experience always revealed the world exactly as it is. Second, we ate from the tree of science. After this, we found that when we see an object, there is always a causal chain involving the transmission of light from the object to the retina and the transmission of electrical activity from the retina to the brain. This chain was triggered by microphysical properties whose connection to the qualities of our experience seemed entirely contingent. So there was no longer reason to believe in acquaintance with the glorious primitive properties of Eden, and there was no good reason to believe that objects in the world had these properties at all. We no longer live in Eden. Perhaps Eden never existed, and perhaps it could not have existed. But Eden still plays a powerful role in our perceptual experience of the world. At some level, perception represents our world as an Edenic world, populated by perfect colors and shapes, with objects and properties that are revealed to us directly. And even though we have fallen from Eden, Eden still acts as a sort of ideal that regulates the content of our perceptual experience. Or so I will argue. 2. Phenomenal content. My project in this chapter concerns the phenomenal content of perceptual experience. This notion can be defined in terms of the notions of phenomenal character and representational content. The phenomenal character of a perceptual experience is what it is like to have that experience. Two perceptual experiences share their phenomenal character if what it is like to have one is the same as what it is like to have the other. We can say that in such a case, the experiences instantiate the same phenomenal properties. As I use the term perceptual experience, it is true by definition that any perceptual experience has phenomenal character. As I use the term, it is not true by definition that every perceptual experience has an object in the external world. Hallucinatory experiences count as perceptual experiences. A representational content of a perceptual experience is a condition of satisfaction of the experience. I take it for granted that perceptual experiences can be veridical or falsidical. They can represent the world correctly or incorrectly. Intuitively, perceptual illusions and hallucinations are falsidical, while non illusory perceptual experiences of objects in the external world are veridical. And intuitively, a given experience will be either veridical or falsidical, depending on what the world is like. If so, we can say that an experience is associated with a condition of satisfaction. If and only if the world satisfies the condition, then an experience will be veridical. For example, one might plausibly hold that an ordinary experience of a red square in front of one will be veridical roughly when there is a red square in front of one. A phenomenal content of a perceptual experience is a representational content that is determined by the experience's phenomenal character. More precisely, a representational content C of a perceptual experience E is a phenomenal content if and only if, necessarily, any experience with the phenomenal character of E has representational content C. Put this way, it is a substantive thesis that perceptual experiences have phenomenal content. But there is good reason to believe that they do. As I discuss in the previous chapter, and see Seward 1998, it is plausible that perceptual experiences are accessible for accuracy in virtue of their phenomenal character. Intuitively, by virtue of their phenomenal character, experiences present the world as being a certain way. My experience of a red square in front of me has a certain phenomenal character, and by virtue of this phenomenal character, the experience places a constraint on the world. The world can be such as to satisfy the constraint imposed by the phenomenal character of the experience or such as to fail to satisfy the constraint. This is to say that the phenomenal character determines a condition of satisfaction for the experience, one that is shared by any experience with the same phenomenal character. This condition of satisfaction will be a phenomenal content. The plausible thesis that perceptual experiences have phenomenal content leaves many other questions open. For example, the thesis is neutral on whether phenomenal character is prior to representational content or vice versa. The thesis is compatible with the claim that phenomenal character is grounded in representational content and with the claim that representational content is grounded in phenomenal character. The thesis also leaves open the nature of phenomenal content. On the face of it, there are many ways to associate representational contents with perceptual experience. For example, one might associate a perceptual experience with an object involving content, the content that O is F, where O is the object of the experience, an existential property involving content, for example, the content that there exists something in location L that is F, a content involving modes of presentation of these objects and properties, more on this shortly, and perhaps others. My own view is that one should be a pluralist about representational content. It may be that experiences can be associated with contents of many different sorts by different relations, we can call such relations content relations. For example, there may be one content relation that associates experiences with object involving contents and another that associates experiences with existential contents. Each of the different sorts of content and the corresponding content relations may have a role to play for different explanatory purposes. On this view, there may not be such a thing as the representational content of a perceptual experience. Instead, a given experience may be associated with multiple representational contents via different content relations. On the other hand, not all of these contents are equally plausible candidates to be phenomenal contents. Some of these contents seem to be such that they can vary independently of the phenomenal character of an experience. If so, they may be representational contents of the experience, but they are not phenomenal contents. More precisely, we can say that a given content relation is a phenomenal content relation when any two experiences with the same phenomenal character are related by the content relation to the same content. A phenomenal content relation relates a given experience to a phenomenal content of the experience. For ease of usage, I will speak of the phenomenal content of an experience, but we should leave open the possibility that there is more than one phenomenal content relation so that a given experience can be associated with phenomenal contents of more than one sort. Later in the chapter I explore this possibility in detail. In this chapter I focus on the following question: what is the phenomenal content of a perceptual experience? This is a more constrained question than the corresponding question simply about representational content, but it is an important question to answer. On the face of it, the phenomenal content of an experience is an extremely important aspect of its representational content. It captures a way in which the world is presented in the phenomenology of the experience. One can reasonably expect that if we can understand phenomenal content, this will help us to understand the relationship between phenomenal character and representational content, and it may well help us to understand the nature of phenomenology itself. In the previous chapter, I discussed two hypotheses about phenomenal content. There I argued, in effect, that phenomenal content is a sort of Phrygian content rather than a sort of Russellian content. In what follows, I briefly recapitulate that discussion in a way that brings the question of phenomenal content to center stage. I then raise some further problems for the Phrygian hypothesis, involving its phenomenological adequacy. I will argue that these problems are best handled by moving to a more refined view of phenomenal content, one that gives Edenic representation a key role. 3. Russellian content. I will focus on the phenomenal content of visual experiences and especially of experiences of color. I take the canonical sort of color experience to be an experience as of an object having a certain color at a certain location. Our experiences typically present objects to us as having a certain distribution of colors at different locations on their surfaces. A book might be presented to me as being certain shades of blue at some points on its surface and as being certain shades of red at other points. For simplicity, I focus just on the experience of color at a specific point, for example, the experience of a book's being a specific shade of blue at a specific location on its surface. The conclusions generalize, however, and I will discuss the generalization later in the chapter. What is the phenomenal content of such a color experience? That is, what sort of representational content is shared by all experiences with the same phenomenal character as the original experience? A first attempt to answer this question might be the following: the experience represents object O, the book, as having color C, a specific shade of blue, at location L, a particular point in space. So one can associate the experience with the following condition of satisfaction: the experience is satisfied if object O has color C at location L. This is an object involving content, it involves a specific object O, and its satisfaction depends on the properties of O. We can say that in this case, the experience attributes a certain sort of color property to the object O. It is plausible that experiences have contents of this sort. When a certain book appears read to us, there is a quite reasonable sense in which the experience will be satisfied if the book in question is read at the relevant location. That is, satisfaction conditions for experiences can often be understood in terms of the instantiation of certain properties, such as redness, by certain objects, such as the book. In these cases, we can say that the experience attributes the property to the object. It is implausible that this object involving content is a phenomenal content, however. On the face of it, there might be an experience with the same phenomenal character as the original experience but directed at a quite different object O, perhaps an experience that I could have when looking at a different copy of the same book, for example. And plausibly, there might be an experience with the same phenomenal character as the original experience but directed at no object at all, a hallucinatory experience, for example. These experiences could not have an object involving content involving the original object O. The former experience will at best have a content involving a different object O, and the latter experience may have no object involving content at all. If so, the object involving content is not phenomenal content. 1. A somewhat more plausible candidate for the phenomenal content of the experience is the following: the experience represents that there is an object that has color C at location L. This content is not object involving, in effect it is existentially quantified, so it does not build in any specific object. Unlike the object involving content, this content can be possessed by experiences that are directed at different objects or at no object at all. The content is property involving, however, in effect, it has a color property and a location property as its constituents. For the content to be a remotely viable candidate for phenomenal content, the location property cannot be an absolute location property. A phenomenally identical experience might be instantiated in a quite different location, and it is not plausible that this experience could attribute the same absolute location property as the original experience. Rather, the location property must be a relative location property, the property of being a certain distance in front of the perceiver at a certain angle, for example. The contents discussed above are all Russellian contents in that they are composed of objects and properties. The object-involving content can be seen as a certain structured complex of an object, a location property, and a color property, while the existential content can be seen as a structured complex involving an existential quantifier, a location property, and a color property. We can say that both of these contents involve the attribution of certain specific properties, although in one case the properties are attributed to specific objects, and in the other case to an unspecified object under an existential quantifier. Contents of this sort contrast with free gene contents, composed of modes of presentation of objects and properties in the world, to be discussed shortly. Let us say that the Russellian hypothesis holds that the phenomenal content of a perceptual experience is a sort of Russellian content. To assess this hypothesis, I henceforth abstract away from issues involving the representation of objects and focus on the representation of properties. In particular, I will focus on the representation of color properties, or at least on the representation of properties by color experience. Later I will discuss the representation of other properties. According to the Russellian hypothesis, the phenomenal content that is distinctively associated with color experience will be a Russellian property involving content, involving the attribution of a property C. The Russellian hypothesis requires the Russellian constraint: all phenomenally identical color experiences attribute the same property to their object. Strictly speaking, the Russellian hypothesis requires only that globally identical experiences attribute the same property to their objects, so that the property attributed may depend on the holistic character of a visual experience, including its spatial phenomenal character and its overall pattern of color phenomenal character. For simplicity, I usually assume a view on which the property attributed depends on the local phenomenal character of the experience, so that any two experiences with the same local phenomenal character in respect of color will attribute the same property. Nothing important depends on this assumption, however. We can say two experiences that share their local phenomenal character instantiate the same local phenomenal properties. Local phenomenal properties include properties such as phenomenal redness. This is a property instantiated by all experiences that share a certain specific and determinate local phenomenal character, one that is often caused, in us, by seeing things with a certain specific shade of red. Phenomenal red 3-ines might be a more apt label for a determinate property than phenomenal redness, but I use expressions of the latter sort for ease of presentation. Note that phenomenal redness, a property of experiences, will plausibly be distinct from ordinary redness and from the property attributed by phenomenally red experiences. If the phenomenal content of color experience is Russellian, what sort of properties does it attribute? Intuitively, these properties are color properties. A phenomenally red experience plausibly attributes redness, for example. I do not assume this in what follows, so that room is left open for views on which color experiences represent properties other than color properties. However, as in Chapter 11, the natural hypotheses concerning the nature of the attributed properties correspond fairly closely to the standard range of options concerning the nature of color properties. As before, one might hold that the properties attributed are physical properties, something along the lines of a surface spectral reflectance. One might hold that the properties attributed are dispositional properties, involving the disposition to cause a certain sort of experience in appropriate conditions. One might hold that the properties attributed are mental properties of some sort, perhaps properties that are actually instantiated by one's experiences or by one's visual fields. Or one might hold that the properties attributed are primitive properties, simple intrinsic qualities of the sort that might have been instantiated in Eden. Each of these views is a version of the Russellian hypothesis. We might call them physicalist, dispositionalist, projectivist, and primitivist versions of Russellianism concerning phenomenal content. Each of these views is held by some philosophers. For example, the physicalist view is held by Ty, 1995, the dispositionalist view is held by Shoemaker, 2001, the projectivist view is held by Boghossian and Velleman, 1989, and the primitivist view is held by Mond, 1995. 2. Each of these views has well-known problems, discussed in the previous chapter. The physicalist view is incompatible with intuitions about spectrum inversion, according to which phenomenally identical color experiences could have represented quite different physical properties in different environments, and it also seems to be incompatible with the internalist intuition that phenomenal character does not constitutively depend on an individual's environment. The dispositionalist view is incompatible with the intuition that color experience attributes non-relational properties and also has serious difficulties in individuating the relevant dispositions so that phenomenally identical experiences always attribute the same dispositions. The projectivist and primitivist views suffer from the problem that it seems that the relevant properties are not actually instantiated by external objects, with the consequence that all color experience is illusory. One can summarize the problems with the following general argument against a Russellian view. 1. Some phenomenally read experiences of ordinary objects are veridical. 2. Necessarily, a phenomenally read experience of an object is veridical if its object instantiates the property attributed by the experience. 3. The properties attributed by color experiences are non-relational properties. 4. For any veridical phenomenally read experience of an ordinary object, it is possible that there is a falsidical phenomenally read experience of an object with the same non-relational properties as the original object. 5. There is no property that is attributed by all possible phenomenally read experiences. Here, premise 1 has obvious plausibility, and premise 2 is a natural part of any view on which experiences attribute properties. Premise 3 is grounded in the phenomenology of color experience, and premise 4 corresponds to a fairly weak inversion claim. In fact, a version of premise 4 with a mere existential quantifier instead of a universal quantifier would suffice for the conclusion. But, the universally quantified claim seems no less plausible. Take any veridical phenomenally read experience of an ordinary object such as an apple. Then it is plausible that there could be a community, one with a somewhat different visual apparatus or with a somewhat different environment, in which apples of that sort normally cause phenomenally green experiences rather than phenomenally red experiences, and in which phenomenally red experiences are caused by objects of a quite different sort. In such a community, it might happen that on one occasion in unusual conditions, such an apple causes a phenomenally red experience. It is plausible that such an experience would not be veridical. The conclusion follows straightforwardly from the premises. Premises 1 and 4 entail that there are possible veridical and non-veridical phenomenally read experiences of objects with the same non-relational properties. Conjoined with premises 2 and 3, one can conclude that there is no property attributed by both experiences. The conclusion entails that there is no Russellian content that is shared by all phenomenally read experiences, given the natural assumption that if an experience has Russellian content, the property attributed by the experience is attributed by its Russellian content. The argument generalizes straightforwardly from phenomenal redness to any phenomenal property that can be possessed by veridical color experiences, including global phenomenal properties and local phenomenal properties. It follows that no veridical experience of an ordinary object has a Russellian phenomenal content. Given that there are veridical experiences of ordinary objects, premise 1, it follows that the Russellian hypothesis about color experience is false. One can strengthen the argument by noting that there is no requirement that the original and inverted communities perceive distinct apples. If we replace premises 1 and 4 by the premise that there can be phenomenally identical veridical and non-veridical experiences of the same object, then even without premise 3, it follows that there is no property that is attributed by all phenomenally red experiences. For there is no property that the apple simultaneously possesses and lacks, not even a relational or dispositional property. A possibility left open is that what is attributed is what we might call a relational property radical, perhaps something like normally causes phenomenally red experiences in __, where the open place is to be filled by the subject of the experience. See Egan 2006 for a view in this vicinity. We could say that different subjects attribute the same relational property radical, which determine different relational properties for different subjects. Of course, relational property radicals are not really properties, and this proposal is also subject to the usual phenomenological objections. Proponents of Russellian views will respond by denying one of the premises of the argument. Depending on the view, they might deny premise 1, 3, or 4 of the original argument. This leads to a well-worn dialectic that I do not want to get into here. For now I will just note that each of the premises enjoys strong intuitive support, and I take this as strong prima facie reason to believe that the Russellian hypothesis is false. If we accept premises 1, 4, we are left with something like the following view. Color experiences attribute non-relational properties, and these properties are sometimes instantiated by ordinary objects. The most plausible candidates for such properties are intrinsic physical properties, such as surface reflectance properties. 3. So our phenomenally red experiences might attribute a specific physical property, which we can call physical redness. On this view, color experiences have Russellian content that involves the attribution of these properties. However, it is possible that experiences with the same phenomenal character, perhaps in a different community, can have different Russellian contents of this sort due to differences in the perceiver's environment. It follows that Russellian content is not phenomenal content. 4. Free-gene content. If one thought that all content were Russellian content, one might conclude from the foregoing that experiences, or at least color experiences, do not have phenomenal content. This would require denying the strong intuition that experiences are accessible for accuracy in virtue of their phenomenal character. The alternative is to hold that phenomenal content is something other than Russellian content. In the previous chapter I suggested that perceptual experiences, like linguistic expressions, have both Russellian and free-gene content. Where the Russellian content of a color experience involves a property attributed by the experience, such as a reflectance property, the free-gene content will be a mode of presentation of that property. On the face of it, color experiences attribute colors under a distinctive mode of presentation, one quite distinct from a physical mode of presentation of a reflectance property. It is natural to suggest that this distinctive mode of presentation corresponds to a distinctive sort of free-gene content. On the model suggested in the last chapter, where Russellian content involves extensions, objects and properties, free-gene content involves conditions on extensions. In particular, the free-gene content associated with a color experience involves a condition that a property must satisfy in order to be the property attributed by the experience. For a phenomenally red experience, the condition is something like the following: the attributed property must be the property that normally causes phenomenally red experiences, in normal conditions for the perceiver. This free-gene content is a natural candidate for the phenomenal content associated with phenomenal redness. Free-gene content accommodates inversion scenarios quite straightforwardly. We have seen that two phenomenally red experiences in different environments can have different Russellian contents. One might attribute physical redness, while the other attributes physical greenness. But their free-gene contents will be exactly the same. Both are the condition that picks the property that normally causes phenomenally red experiences in the perceiver. As in Chapter 11, the perceiver will be picked out under an index-ical mode